receive.
Welcome, one and all, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025, presented by the wonderful folks over USAA. I'm, of course, your ever-faithful host and companion, Killer Pigeon, but you can call me KP, and we've got quite the incredible occasion here. We're live from the US military base in Ramstein, Germany, for an epic coming together of what makes esports great. That's right, over the next few days, we will witness the third edition of the Allied Esports Invitational here. And it's an interesting one because we've been getting bigger and better every year. It's my pleasure to say that we are repping brothers and sisters across the combined forces of our allies from multiple countries. We've got people from France, we've got the UK teams, and we've got, of course, the USA. We couldn't do it without them here either. And it's going to be an interesting one because over the next 3 days, our lads are going to abscond from the battlefield to take to the grand arena that is Rocket League. At the end of those 3 days, you have to ask the question, will it be the Air Force Gaming doing it for the 3rd time in a row. Or possibly there is a rising star waiting to be discovered here in the 3rd edition of this magnificent tournament. But we can't do it without the teams. So let's start introing and sinking our teeth into the grandest of players. We even have some new additions. In fact, they're going to be the first ones to take the stage. Join me, cheer it up, make it loud and proud in welcoming HMS Triumph to the stage. Okay, fantastic from the lads, a new team from Royal Navy, but we've got a return. It's of course the legends from the Coast Guard Gaming. And now, of course, we got our French lads, the Air Force. Bring them in. They just command the stage, don't they? And of course, flying high in the sky, even higher than most, we've got Space Force Gaming. Next up, we've got the Seed 1 team from the RAF. It's RAF Shadows. But they're going to have to make way for their brothers because one of our first teams involved in the opening matchup, we've got RAF Shadows. Fierce looking lads, but they're going to have to be fierce because their competitors are the one that all should be fearing. It's the reigning champions. Join me and welcome to the stage. It's Air Force Gaming.
Represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again, light it up. Represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again, light it up.
Fantastic. Got our teams lined up for the first series of the day, and I've got to talk to the lads. I'm going to start off with my fellow Brits here. Talk me through this. Is there much pressure? I mean, these guys are the reigning champions. How have you prepared for this moment? How are you feeling about your odds?
Well, there's been plenty of weeks of build-up to this, plenty of qualifiers that we're doing back home as well. But quite frankly, yeah, they're a very strong opposition. We know their results last time round went completely undefeated. We're going to try and put a stop to that tonight.
Strong words from the lads, but I want to know how you guys handle the pressure, right? Because it's all good being on top, but heavy is the crown, right? How would you guys maintain that calm, cool approach when you have a back-to-back-to-back opportunity on your hands to win this whole thing?
I don't know. We just don't think about it. We just come to play, man. One game at a time.
Well, come to play they must, because this is going to be a sweaty 3 days stacked full of games. But to take us through the games, it's time to send it across to our casters of the day as we get ready for the first set here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
And that is fantastic because microphones need to be unmuted. Somebody's ready, but that was not me. Thank you very much, KP. Thank you very much, KP, for that introduction. Thank you to all the teams back at the Ramstein Air Base. Whether you're watching right there or online, we are welcoming you to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. And indeed, it's going to be our voices that are going to be guiding you through the 3 days of Rocket League action. Vaudable, Relic, great to have you here. Vaudable, first time for you here, so you might be feeling pretty excited for the whole event, 3 whole days of Rocket League, representing really teams all over the world. and it's going to be a great event. What are your feelings coming into this one?
I'm just really excited. The level of production that's brought to this competition just dwarfs anything else we've seen up to this point. This is the big stage for these teams to compete on, and they are ready to take it all.
It sure seems so, and the energy from the teams always is coming in strong. We saw how the Air Force team and Space Air Force as well from Friends was commanding the stage, so we're going to keep an eyes on them to see if they're commanding the play as well. But for us, Relic, it has been 3 years in a row now. We know the stage, we know how it goes. US Air Force still the favorites for this one, but knowing that there are 6 other teams, do you think there are going to be a couple of surprises thrown in?
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of surprises, isn't there? And actually, one of the biggest surprises for us this year is seeing that Air Force Gaming has had significant shifts. Only Chowder, the lone remaining player from that roster of last year. No King Tut, no Lurtek, and so they've got to do it all over again with a largely brand new squad. This is going to be the best opportunity, Jam, for any of these other teams from France, from the UK, or indeed from the US of A to take down this juggernaut, a juggernaut that just seems to be a rotating talent factory. Because yes, of course, you've got Chowder, you know you're in safe hands there, but Buck and Crow, the new additions to this roster, both hitting SSL alongside their teammate. On paper, Jam, still the best team in the competition.
They have to be. They absolutely have to be. But David and a Goliath story is always exciting just for that, because David can take down the Goliath. And to do that, we of course have 3 days of action. We're going to start with the round robin group stage, where each of the 7 teams are going to play each other once in a best of 5 series. After that, we are going to be moving on to a double elimination bracket. All of the teams are going to be seeded into that one, so nobody gets left out up until the last day, where unfortunately eliminations will start, as we eventually are going to find out our champions for 2025 Allied Forces Esports Invitational. So days chock full of action. We're going to have 12 matches to start us off today, and if you wanted to have a full weekend of Rocket League, this is the best place to have just that. But maybe you can help us out with going through the schedule just a little bit, as of course we have 12 matches scheduled for today. 9 more are going to be played off stream.
Air Force Gaming are in it for the long haul. They start our show and end the show for the day, and they are trying to take on the top dogs out there, defend their crown, and it's great that we get to see their performance from the get-go. Really sets the stage for what other teams are going to have to overcome at that end of the day. But looking at the other squads out there, the other team I'm kind of keeping an eye on that's competing in this event that also has an SSL on their squad, shout out to Envy, is the RAF Shadows. They're another team to keep an eye on, see if they're going to be the ones to go toe-to-toe with those defending champions.
I would also love to see the Coast Guard Gaming, as they are the only team that has kept their roster from the previous year. Ooh. And as I remember, Relic, they were one of the teams that really, one of the only teams that managed to keep toe-and-toe with the Air Force Gaming roster.
Yeah, made it all the way to the grand finals last year. Unfortunately, at the moment where they really needed that steel and resolve, which we saw from them previously that weekend, kind of just fell apart for them in the grand finals. Although I don't think there was any dishonor in that necessarily. US Air Force Gaming was simply that good. But like I've said, we're setting up this story. History is there to be reset today. Yes, Air Force Gaming can go 3 in a row, Jam and Vodable, but will they is still the question on the lips of everybody. And I think that there is a lot of new talent here eager to prove to us rather, that there is a new king in town.
I'm really trying to math it out, and even for a winner of the whole tournament, they would have to play, especially if they go through the first seed, so winning both the round robin as well as the whole bracket. It's 6 matches in the group stage, 7, 8, 9 matches in total. So you need to be at your best for 3 days in a row, for 9 series in a row. One little misstep, thankfully, does not knock you out until the final day. But if you do have that, you need to perform when it matters the most. The good news is, if we're talking about performing when you need it the most, I think we should expect it from these folks, representatives
Oh,
of
yeah.
armed forces all over the world. They, I think, are going to be the best to perform under pressure in stressful situation and delivering when it matters the most. We couldn't find a finer bunch of people to do that, Vaudable.
Yeah, having adrenaline in their veins is probably a state of normalcy for these players. So they're ready to get onto the pitch and just experience the adrenaline as they're going into these matches, but also facing off against their fellow servicemen and women. So I'm really excited to see exactly how things go down as we go through the rounds of competition today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. But anything can happen. I mean, yes, we do have Air Force Gaming as the kind of juggernaut roster out there, but there's other teams, as you mentioned, with Coast Guard Gaming making it to the final last time and competing against them, as I mentioned as well, RAF Storm Shadows, but other teams too that have been grinding between those qualifiers to this point that have something up their sleeve to showcase to the rest of the teams out there.
I would love to see how exactly, for example, the U.S. Air Force are going to pick their team. So, but we are getting the word that the teams are ready. So, Vaudable, we're going to bid adieu to you for just a moment. Thank you very much for being here on the opening segment of the show. We're going to have you a bit later. It's time for us, Relic, to dive into the thick of it. The series number 1, U.S. Air Force Gaming versus UK's Royal Air Force Shadows. And the two-time champs, will they go immediately from the very first match? Are we just going to see them dominate once again? Or do you think there's going to be a bit of a warm-up period?
Well, to echo the sentiments of King Tut from the last couple of seasons, why would you not stomp your foot down from the beginning, show a bit of dominance, demonstrate to everybody why you are to be feared? Because the more fear that you can strike into teams over the weekend, the more it's going to build up over said weekend. And immediately into the attack, immediately out the gates with a goal. Starters, you mean to go on, Jam?
Buck, the best mustache on the Air Force, and seems like throughout the tournament as well, and the goal scorer to start us off for the 2025 edition of Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Cannot get any better than that. Only took them 12 seconds to make a strong statement.
Shadows, of course, featuring the likes of Death Star Jr., a fan of Mayo, but his team already needing to, well, start a little bit of a catch-up process here, Jam, because they are struggling to retain possession. Lovely combo play with Crow here and Chowder on target. And it's Doromus who's able to make the save back into a dangerous area from Crow. Bumps Doromus out the way, quick shift, and the Grey Man sweeps up on aisle. Uh-oh.
They are moving on up front, finally getting out of their half, but for how long? Letting the ball fly just a little bit off. Buck is already in control, and as more and more shots are going to be coming in, maybe not as dangerous as the previous attempts, but Air Force Gaming are making the field their own. And so whenever RAF Shadows get any sort of possession quickly changes hands as we are back in the orange half, just like we started this game.
Game plan was for RAF Shadows, I should say. I think it's pretty clear what it should be from now on. Survive and counter with pace. But up against their own backboard, it's such a struggle to get out of there, and Buck punishes 2-0.
Keep on adding goals to the net. Dramas had to take it away from Crow, but in the end, it still falls up front for Buck, who even in traffic can put it on target. First game, it's always adjustment. It's always, well, it's the first game of the day on the big stage. And Buck just continues on rushing a hat-trick for him already, and only took them 1 minute and 29 seconds. He seems to be, I don't know, maybe he's on a timer. There's 3 days still to play, Buck. Do not put up all of your outperformance out here.
Those back-to-back goals really demoralizing for a lot of teams. Going from 2 goals within 90 seconds, not an awful number of goals to concede. I mean, particularly if you can score in that time, but 3 in 90, and all of a sudden you start to think, well, how big can the scoreline get? For the Shadows, their job now is to just go again. GG's, go next, reset, try and figure out their defensive rotations, take this moment to learn. There's still 3 minutes left of the match, though. It's worth reminding everyone, Jam. And so if the Shadows can find the next goal, there's every opportunity to find that equalizer too.
They're already looking better, actually getting chances on the other side of the field. But this little block, Crow places 50-50 in the air perfectly, allowing him to just continue pushing the ball up front. We're just seeing how speed of Air Force Gaming, their positioning, even just their approach to the ball is asking a lot of questions for RAF Shadows that unfortunately so far they have not been able to answer. Give them time. Thankfully every single game resets and starts from a 0-0. And RAF Shadows, I believe in them that if they can fly their planes, service their planes, or do whatever it is that they do in the Royal Air Force, then they will be able to find their way out of here.
Something plane related, but there has been nothing plain about this performance from the Air Force Gaming on the stroke of half-time. It's a fine 5.
Well, even despite this, I have a suspicion that Death Star Jr., represented on the field as the Gray Man, might be still singing in a voice chat with them, even if they're losing, just to keep the morale, keep the spirits up. Their true British spirit. For now, though, a 5-0, yes, 6-0, make that. Air Force Gaming just wants to put another one after another one. Hat-trick for Crow now, Relic, as maybe now it is the turn for Chowder to score another 3.
Very possibly. You can see their head in hands there for our fine Welshman closest to camera. It's chastening. It's a real skillet of fire that you're stepping into the kitchen with. If you are Shadows, you are going up against the #1 seed in this tournament. But it all starts with one goal. Jam Greyman, that was a lovely predicted play, but Buck able to avoid the demo threat straight down the other side. And these are the big clearances that Shadows have to learn from, surely. If you can get to the other side of the pitch with pace, anything is possible.
Speaking of pace, Crow and the rest of Air Force Gaming are running circles around RAF Shadows. You can see that every single time there needs to be a touch there first to that ball. And RAF Shadows sometimes stepping away from the ball, not sure if they need to attack it. Feels like more often than not, they should. Otherwise, just every single touch is in Air Force Gaming's favor, and they set up the situation that's favorable to them.
All right, updated objective, lads. Don't concede double digits. Anything but double digits. But Chowder, that is disgusting. And actually, it's the over-enthusiasm from your two teammates that means that that wonderful assist in the making is not going to be converted. To be fair, Chowder on their own backline, on their own backboard, doing their defensive duties as well. This isn't as simple as just saying, well, I guess the Air Force Gaming is running over the Shadows. No, look at their movement. Look at how they rotate. Look at how widespread they are on the midfield line. Every contingency is prepared for.
They are set up well. As you see yet another ball fly back to the orange side of the field. At this point, the clear for RAF Shadows need to be reaching the blue side of the field. And it's just not happening. Chowder, so far the only player on Air Force Gaming without a goal, which is a strange thing to say when the scoreline is 7-0. I don't think he's going to be much upset about that. This team is winning. And right here, both on the field and I would say everywhere in Allied Forces, it's the teamwork that counts.
Great man. That's going to be another shot on target. Demo's Buck on the way out. That's a lot of boost in his tank that will now go wasted. The time wasting in midfield. Oh, a rare misplay between Chowder and Crow, tripping over each other's laces. And Greyman picks up the ball 1v1 versus Crow, and that was again a nice dribble play, well read by Crow. Again, you can see from all three of these players doing their defensive duties well.
Greyman to Kurt. This rolls past him, but Greyman still in the attack. Will try to not collect the ball and at the very least play some nuisance to the Air Force Gaming. And I think unsettling the US roster is going to be the first order of business right now. You're going to start making little mistakes. Maybe you can, I don't know, stick a crowbar in that little slot and try to unshake it somewhat. But we're looking at this and we're seeing why the Air Force Gaming, even with the new roster, 2/3 of a new roster anyway, are considered to be champions and why they were champions previously. RAF Shadows, well, they're going to recollect themselves and try again. This could be their series still. Now, it's one goal at a time, just like the US Air Force themselves said. One game at a time, one move at a time. Same goes for every single team over here. We see Jerome is there, smiling and laughing. They need to be prepared for game number 2.
I think for all of you who are just joining us, welcome, by the way. Hope you're having a wonderful, well, morning and or past midnight if you're audible. Best of fives for the entirety of today. In fact, for the entirety of tomorrow as well. It's not until our winners, losers, and grand finals at the end of the double elimination bracket on day 3 where we see anything deviate from the norm. They are going to be best of sevens. And so, as you rightly point out, Jam, this is only game 1. And I already see elements for where the Shadows can look to and say, okay, let's improve upon this, and we can improve upon this for game 2. There were long periods of time during that game where there were no goals scored. In fact, a lot of those goals were back-to-back or scored in very quick succession. And so if they can cut those in half, let's say, okay, they still have to find a goal, but at least it's a lot better looking scoreline once the 5 minutes are up.
3.5 goals versus you is a better stat line than 7 goals against you, but almost as quickly. Pretty much just as quickly as the previous game. It feels like Air Force Gaming still find their moves. It seems like they just have a set approach to the net, and even if it deviates from how they scored last time, they still manage to combine all the pieces together and make themselves for a goal. They do not need any handicaps, the Air Force game roster right now, and yet they're already starting with 1 goal up.
When we're speaking about, you can tell that I haven't had breakfast. When you're speaking about the individual mechanics, Air Force Gaming absolutely on another level, and that's why the Shadows need to rely on their teamwork, on their rotations. That's again a lovely forward-thinking play from Greyman, but the transition is simply too clinical.
And you can see Buck already rushing up front, ready to receive the pass, and that's half of the job. The other half of the job is perhaps even the most important one, is putting it on target, and he does just that. RAF Shadows, they need a bit more bravery. And again, I think that's what you can find here in Ramstein Air Base today in droves. Bravery, to just go for the ball, to be a little bit more correct, a little bit faster. Do not shy from going for a challenge. Seems like they're backing up just a little bit too much for my liking, and they might net benefits. They're going to start being just a little bit more aggressive on the ball. Not overly aggressive, as going too crazy for that ball, of course, is going to lose you even more possession.
Turtle certainly has a decent armor defense, but as soon as you roll it onto their back, they are a little bit helpless. The Shadows have to refrain from being rolled, and winning a challenge there, Greyman sets up her crucial interception from Chowder. And there is that bravery that you were talking about, Jam. Daroma's pushing far up. Oh, and almost being punished for it. Kurt scurries away. Downfield, attempted that backboard pass. Chowder had it well read, and Buck with the throwaway.
And a great clear. Chowder is already there to receive it, and then Crow over the top of RAF Shadows, even at their own home, when you feel like the touches should be passive. RAF Shadows, Air Force Gaming still somehow managed to rush in and strike on. Daroma is the only one in the net. Thankfully, he's getting the boost, because if they cannot get the positioning, the possession, and the boost, then the story is as much as over for them. The corner where the RAF Shadows are sitting, and yet Chowder still jumps on that ball. They're not allowing RAF Shadows even a moment with the ball. And just like here, this should have been somebody from RAF Shadows, but Air Force Gaming are always on top, large clear. Must only bring it to the other side of the field.
Okay, but boost management looking strong from the Shadows. They have weathered the storm. Buck with the redirect. What a save from Daromas. Commentator Supreme, and oh, wonderful redirect opportunity. That's such a hard shot to hit, though. I love the ingenuity from Kurt. Crow, the side eye to Buck. Bombastic.
I'm seeing as Air Force Gaming are fist bumping one another, and RAF Shadows are looking at one another and saying, what just hit us? What on earth was that move? They're brilliantly placed by Air Force Gaming. And again, we have slowed down the barrage of goals. It has been a lower affair, and RAF Shadows, we're taking a look at the other side of the field. But the goals is that number right next to their name is what they're looking for. Crow with a second one of this game, 6th one in the series overall. He seems to be slotting into this Air Force Gaming roster really well.
lovely minute adjustment here as well from Air Force Gaming. We talk about fear. What is more scary than a car pelting at you at supersonic speed? You can see there Doromus, the launch a little bit hindered by the concern of where Chowder was going. That's a 4th goal converted. The overwhelming pressure, simply too much. And Air Force Gaming having long shots for fun. To the credit of Shadows, though, this is a lot of long shots being forced rather than tap-ins, which are almost certain to go in at that close range. But when you've got Buck there floating around, having a bit of a Swan Lake moment in the middle of the net, you know that Air Force Gaming are playing well within their capabilities now. A 5th on the board with less than 90 to go.
It looked like it's, again, a chance for RAF Shadows to clear, but Crow rotates back so quickly. There's always somebody from Air Force Gaming pressuring RAF Shadows. This time it was Crow for yet another to his name. And then it just goes a great challenge, a great move here, there. But he checks every box. Crow and the rest of the Air Force Gaming on, okay, this went well, this went well, this went well. He's going to get top marks at the end of this series.
And Air Force Gaming matched their 7 from game number 1. They've got over a minute still to go. The chance still likely as Crow forces the challenge out of Kurt. Here's Greyman. Lovely flick over one. Driven with the ball, infield, backfield pass, and Buck out to Chowder. Nice interception from Doromus, but here's Crow, that 3rd player, and Chowder was already up. Crow with the backboard hit, Chowder with the finish, Buck follows up, tries to suss out Greyman, Chowder with a bicycle kick, and what a save from Kurt to deny.
God, this was looking like another one, but RAF Shadows rally and bring that ball out of the net. I think there's going to be an immediate attack and actually a long clear. Would this be the first one for RAF Shadows? Yes, it will be a long-range effort for the Grey Man himself. Opens up scoring in this series for Shadows. They're happy. Look at them over there.
Scenes, look at that. Popping off. You love to see it. Shadows step into the sunlight. They are on the board. Can they find a second to overhaul a 4-goal deficit? Maybe a little bit too tall a mountain to climb, but maybe sticking your flag in the sand as a sign of progress, a checkpoint could yet be achieved. It's once again a backs against the wall sort of job, and Air Force Gaming just counting down the clock now. In fact, will they find a 6th? No, it goes wide as Kurt stays in net. Air Force Gaming want to be the last team to score in this game. I respect the hustle. Chowder, he sees Crow infield, he sees Buck infield, Buck misses his shot. Crow waits, Doromus, Crow now with a turnaround on target. Ray spikes. Air Force Gaming walk out the winners, but Shadows, they have something to work with now.
I love for them to having got that last goal of game number 2. And even if the scoreline is 5-1 against them, they're going to be savoring that one score for a good while. And moving into match number 3, it might just be enough to push them in that right direction. And 1 goal sometimes is all that it takes. And I'm sure they're going to be incredibly happy. You scored that again. Smiles all around and a lot of concerns on the Air Force faces. I do believe there might be maybe a small glitch, but we're going to be updating you on that as soon as we have something to go. But this is a good start. This is something that Royal Air Force wanted to finally have, and I'm loving to see what they can show us for us. They have been braver here, but sometimes still it feels like they're giving their opposition too much space, and we all saw what the U.S. Air Force can do with that space.
Yeah, I think, honestly, a tech pause suits the Shadows here. They've come off the back of a huge high, scoring their first goal, being the last team to score in that game. And now they can take a moment to chill, relax. We hear the cars hitting the field now, but they can analyze, right, what got us into that position? We were strong defensively for a lot of that game. Okay, not all of that game. Obviously, evident by the 5 goals that they conceded. And really, their major problem straight off the rip is that they are a little naive. They tried to get out the gates jam. They tried to take control of the game. But Air Force Gaming, 3 times in a row now, hit the back of the net within 15 seconds.
Yeah, I can't blame RAF Shadows for going all out. They were on a high. They continued to play on that high, and you have to take that advantage. Right now, they might immediately off the kickoff go forwards the net. Daromas to the side. Buck leaves it to the gray man. And now with a little bit of dribbling prowess, try and create something in front of that blue side of the field. Something that they haven't seen that much in this series, but we'd love to see and visit much more often. Well, yet another quick goal. Air Force Gaming keep on having these extra advantages that I'm sure they don't need to. The scoreline is nonetheless still in their favor.
Bit of a midfield table tennis match at the moment. Buck looking to turn it into a full swing worthy of Wimbledon. Daromas combines with the Grey Man well. Kurt was maybe looking for a chase, but with little boost up against Buck and Crow. Forced into the back with Greyman and Daromas covering. Here is Daromas now. Taken to the left wing, no boost, runs out of it. Chowder from the top of the box. Did not get there in time as Kurt utilizes the backboard, hands off to Greyman. Manages to find their way out of there.
Still, the play moves back to the orange side of the field. Kurt versus the world by the looks of it. Even if he beats one, there's a second one from Air Force Gaming coming in on through Buck. Gets the crossbar and out. The problem is the best that RAF Shadows can do right now is play it off the backboard, and that just sets up Air Force Gaming all over again. Daromas doesn't have any boost. He does not want to commit. Shadows, Greyman. The ball just ends up at the bumper of Air Force Gaming, and they try again.
That's nice from Daromas. Even better from Crow. Demo on Kurt opens up the way, and Daromas just kind of plays keepy-uppy. Chowder, Buck. Close to the impossible angle, but no angle achieved. It's now 2 minutes deep into this game, Jam. Still only 1-0. Of course, RAF Shadows looking to change that, but it will be Air Force Gaming on the attack.
I like that. Just rolls through in, and we saw that RAF Shadows, even if perhaps the challenge on the ball does not work out, at very least they get the player. The problem is Air Force Gaming work in twos, work in threes. When there's one, there's always a second one. And even if the one challenge does not go through, the second player shadowing, this is Buck in this particular occasion. Now, perhaps starting immediately on the blue side of the field with Kurt Daromas. Up left corner shot. RAF Shadows were looking to immediately change the flow of the play. Have to try again. Still within their chances, especially if they attack this ball. Daromas and Greyman both go for it.
Double committing. You don't want to do that, lads. Again, you're at least meeting a lot of these challenges. That's the important thing. It's just Air Force Gaming are really, really, really good at punishing those mistakes, and that's a big challenge won by Chowder. Look at that backboard hit. It's Crow surely on target. 3-0.
On point with his shots, setting them up from the corner. Chowder just running interference, and by the time RAF Shadows reach that bottom right corner, the ball is already there. Another notch for Air Force Gaming, and they just continued what they've started. Yes, the scorelines have been getting smaller and smaller. Kurt Daromas need to decide who's going to be pushing for it, and they could use with yet another player. But the problem is, the moment they commit too many, Air Force Gaming are all too happy to start a counterattack and beat the opposition 3-0.
Bit of indecision there. Could have been a goal converted. Just got to wipe that one off. It's another neutral challenge. Air Force Gaming so good at just stymieing all of these potential opportunities that the Shadows tried to create. It's a fourth. Is it all over?
It is looking like Air Force Gaming have made a strong start to their tournament. 7-0, 5-1, and now 4-0 in this game number 3 of the best of 5, the opening series of our tournament and the opening series of the group stage, the round robin. For RAF Shadows, they can still put a little bit of tar and feathers on Air Force Gaming, but they need to be on the other side of the field, and that has been, for the most part, the question. How can they get there? Well, certainly not through Chowder, as Chowder puts the 5th one on target.
There will be easier opponents to come, in theory. But for the Shadows, this might be one step too far, too early. A lot of tournament left to run, of course. Still an entire round-robin league, and then we get into the double elimination bracket. I think one more goal to go home with is, again, the objective. We know they're capable, Jam.
how about this? A little bit over than a minute remaining. And for now, starting with a great defense. That's really the base of all the offense as well. Good defense. And you need to get to that ball. The problem is Air Force Gaming just looks so comfortable in reapproaching the play and putting a shot after shot after shot that it seemed like the RAF Shadows are just pitching the balls to them, and Air Force Gaming are responding. Already have 5 home runs in this game, and overall, my God, 17 goals for them. I believe it's Crow who is the currently undisputed goal leader for Air Force Gaming, and as a result, he's going to be for the whole tournament so far. RAF Shadows, one for the road. We'd love to see.
Oof. Gotta say, these clutch saves will come in handy at later points in the tournament. On this occasion, not so lucky, not so needed, because what they needed at the end of the day were goals to match the output from Air Force Gaming, and it has been an overwhelming output, Jam. Any defense is going to be worried about facing this team.
And for RAF Shadows, it's not just trial by fire to start their tournament versus Air Force Gaming. It's the trial by, I don't know, the mother of all bombs. It will get easier, guys. But it starts really strong. And, well, or at least they know what is going to be there at the end of the road if these two rosters meet in our grand finals. For now, though, in a performance that we certainly expect of them, Air Force Gaming end up the first series of the day 3-0, and their performance over RAF Shadows is as serious as it can be. Great to see Crow and Buck slot into the roster. Again, Chowder right now on the supportive roles, but by no means a diminished role. No, he is still on point. But however Buck and Crow have joined this roster, we do not have the roster mania like we do have in RLCS and elsewhere. All we know is that Buck, Crow, and Chowder are very, very respectable representatives of Air Force Gaming.
Completely. And for the Shadows, 1 goal out of 3 and a lot of experience gained. I do want to say that progression that we saw between game 1 and game 2 was really, really impressive. It takes a lot of, I think, discipline to be able to change up the style on the fly so successfully, as we see in the likes of RLCS. Clearly, there is a mechanics gap between these two squads, but I would love to see the Shadows lean a little bit more into that transitional style. I think one of their major problems, Jam, was a lot of expenditure on boost just to try and get out of their area. So by the time they reached that final third, we saw them going for a lot of potential destruction plays just to walk it into the back of the net. You need boost to be able to do that. So I think if they're able to figure out that middle step, that all-important middle step, then I believe that the goals will come.
Yeah, that step where there are question marks. First step, second step, third step, goals. They're going to be able to find that. Their next series is going to be versus the Space Force Gaming. Although on this stream, we are going to be showcasing Space Force Gaming's next series versus the HMS Triumph. But wow, great opening series, folks, showcasing exactly what this tournament is about. And of course, great amount of camaraderie and sportsmanship on the stage as well. It's just gonna be getting better and better throughout today. All kinds of game plans and game styles. Actually, tomorrow, not even tomorrow, on the day number 3, we're even gonna pit some of the staff right there on the stage versus one another in a staff show match. It's gonna be our little treat for everybody who has been so great in making this event happen. Because there's, for those of you at Ramstein Air Base, of course, yeah. Of course, there is a. Of course, there's a lot of people who already have been commanded right there at the Ramstein Air Force Base, but there's so many more folks behind the stages who you have not seen, who you have not had a chance to look at. That's going to be the chance rally.
Absolutely. Well, I believe that we got KP on the floor with an interview, so let's throw it on over to him. Let's hear what the winning team has to say for themselves.
Thank you, boys. I'm joined by Buck from Air Force Gaming. First of all, congrats on a fantastic win. You're new to the team, right? 2/3 replaced. First things first, this has got to be a huge confidence booster, right? Coming in with big shoes to fill.
Oh yeah, we came in confident, but this definitely improves that confidence.
still kind of maybe aiming for even more perfection? Because you did let one goal through. Is there maybe something to dissect from this first series?
Yeah, we're not happy about that.
They broke your perfect streak. But it's got to feel good, right? Because I was thinking about this, right? Like the classic sport we talk about compared to traditional sports is football, right? Soccer. Must feel really nice to come across to Europe and dismantle us at what we consider our pride joy.
Well, this is Germany, and there's no German teams here, so we're technically not messing with anybody else. So if there's a German team here and we beat them, not looking good for one.
Well, to see if we can get them in there next time. And, you know, talk to me about this event, right? This is your first one. I don't think you've been to these type of events before, right?
I have not been to Germany, no.
Okay.
And it's a good experience.
I mean, the people over at the 86th from the FSS have done a phenomenal job with this. You know, how have you settled in, right? Because I think for a lot of people when they come to their first like LAN environment, it can be a bit shaky. Have you had any concerns, any issues, or has it been smooth sailing?
No, I felt pretty good. I'm confident in my abilities, so I just gotta trust myself.
All right, I'm going to ask your prediction here. You've seen a little bit of the gameplay from the other teams. I'm sure you've been like reviewing the games. Up next, we've got another UK-USA showdown. It's going to be the new guys, the HMS Triumph, going up against Space Force Gaming. Any predictions on that game?
My American fellows got it. Space Force.
Are they the biggest threat, you think, to the title here?
We have, I wouldn't say, we have 3 threats. We have the Royal Air Force RAF Shadows, we have Coast Guard, and Space Force.
Okay, and I mean, competition's rising up all in all every time, but thanks for the interview, mate. We're going to let you get some rest, and we're going to get ready for the next series of the day after a short break.
I'm depositing a large amount, making moves and silence, boy, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play, these busters, they've been not allowed. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing a large amount, making moves and silence, boy, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play, these busters, they've been not allowed.
Folks, welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational, the 2025 edition. Jarjam here with Relic for the second series of the day, and it's the Space Force Gaming versus the HMS Triumph. This year, Royal Navy is not represented as a Royal Navy itself, but unofficially by the crew of the HMS Triumph submarine. I don't think I've ever had a chance to play versus a crew of a submarine, so in a way, I'm sort of envying the Space Force Gaming.
Can't say I've had the chance to play against a bunch of astronomers either. We're really talking about as high as you can go up there and as low as you can go down there. It's a battle of the depths and the heights, and I'm really excited about this one. I think especially for this crew of the Triumph, it's a vessel, we did our research on it yesterday, a vessel that's actually getting decommissioned in the near future. Over 30 years service record. And so for these crew members, this is the chance to send it off in style, to do the crew and the vessel proud. I'm really excited to see what the Royal Navy brings to the table. But Jam, the Space Force is going to be a tough opponent to start out here with.
It's just like the team of Air Force Gaming that we just saw. The side of US Space Force Gaming, Sir Sizzly, Sarge Patch Kid, and Dingleberry. They are a strong contender. I think last year we have considered them to be one of the top teams to contend for that #1 spot. So together with the Coast Guard Gaming that we saw, they, and of course the eventual winners of Air Force Gaming, they were the ones to take it off. So keep an eye out on them. I would say especially both Sir Sizzly, I would say, and Dingleberry. They are both the strong players on our roster, but do not count Sour Patch Kid out. They're going to be a strong kind of opponent. But on the other side, yeah, HMS Triumph folks have some interesting stories about that. Also, a couple of keyboard and mouse players. I believe everybody was on controllers during our first series, but some keyboard and mouse love coming into the series #2.
Absolutely. Sour Patch Kid not providing us with any fun facts, unfortunately. I like to believe that adds an air of mystery around him. Is he Sour Patch on the outside, but a little bit sweeter inside? Of course, we've got Sir Sizzly and Dingleberry, as you say, with some really strong experience of their own. The Royal Navy is currently seeded as second from bottom going into today. But look, just because you're seeded somewhere, Jam, it does not mean anything once you get onto the pitch. It's about how you adapt to the series. And with a Grand Champ 2 in the form of Stimple Bog, he's a trained UEFA football coach. If anybody's going to know tactics and how to implement them, it's going to be him.
Amazing. We need more of that, licensed coaches in Rocket League. Stimplebog, bring it on. He has plenty of experience gaming, plenty of experience in Rocket League, so he's gonna be on point when it comes to this. So HMS Triumph got some points towards them. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see them here on the field, the new team coming in for the tournament. Any single time that there are new faces, I love to hear from them, to see how they perform on the field, and well, just to invite them into this celebration of Rocket League and NATO Armed Forces that we host every single year.
Gonna give a little shout out here to the Lou Money family. If you're out there watching, welcome to the show. To little Stanley, hope you're having a great time. Welcome to Rocket League. It's lovely to see not just the players on stage and in the venue involved, Jam, but the family support, not just here as well, but all around the world. And especially for the US teams here, of course, the Royal Navy is what we're looking at. Coming up to 9 a.m. in the morning here in the UK, 10 a.m. of course over there in Central Europe. It's a nice time to be up, a fresh start to the day. But for these US teams, we're talking about 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning. I think 6 a.m. is the latest with Eastern time. I should say the earliest in terms of time zones. You know what I mean? With Eastern time over on the East Coast. So it's wonderful to see the support from around the world. And hey, listen, US folks out there, I know it's rough now. It gets better later on. It's a long show ahead.
They surely are prepared. I do believe everybody has arrived to the venue and to the whole place on Tuesday already. So it has been a long road, but they're here, they're adjusting, and they had time to prepare. As always, it is every single year. They have participated in some fun activities on the previous days, and it is great to see them just enjoying themselves here. Just as Buck has said, great to be here, great to be in Germany, great to be at the Ramstein Air Force Base and just experience that stuff. It's still a shame. I'll second the Buck sentiment that we do not have a German team being represented.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to be the home team, and it almost feels like that it is the U.S. Air Force who are sort of the home team because they are the ones to beat. And this whole event is, of course, working together with the Air Force Gaming as well as the USAA.
But in the orange, we're going to have the Triumph, and in the blue, it's the Space Force. As we get set for another best of 5, and the Space Force attempting to reenact what we saw from the Air Force earlier, a goal in the first 10 seconds, but no, won't be happening. In fact, the first 30 seconds go by, and still 0-0, a simple start for both teams.
Who's faster to this ball? Space Force Gaming in blue, HMS Triumph representing the Royal Navy in orange. And there's just a couple of exchanges of touches here and there. Stimplebog, little amount of boost, but still a play to the center of the field where Lumani, the rest of them can collect it. Lumani somehow ends up being between the net and the ball with no goalies inside. Space Force Gaming, I want to send a couple more satellites out there to stop anything from that happening in the future.
Dingleberry to the midfield. Oh, double commit from the Triumph boys. And a demo onto one of them. Blue Money in net though to make the save. And the follow-up challenge. That ball goes straight to Stimplebog, throws it downfield. The welcoming arms of Dingleberry, although it's more of a setup for Sir Sizzle, who sends the sizzling shot wide. And that one's a little bit better from Sour Patch Kid on target, denied by Judge Jury. Blue Money off to Stimplebog. And that's a shot on target too, Sir Sizzle in the way.
Wow, there's a lot of more demolitions. And the play is not stopping in for a second. Little team bump, but Sir Sizzly is right there to collect it from Dingleberry. If Judge Drury can find it on the other side of the field, not maybe in that particular case. He's back there and restarting the whole thing. Maybe a redirect from Stimplebog. HMS Triumph are trying to work their way into Space Force Gaming side, and they're looking great doing it.
They really are. I've been impressed with both teams, honestly. I think much more aggression in transition from Space Force Gaming. There's a lot more consideration from HMS Triumph as they look to work their way methodically up the field. And look at them taking their time here in their own half. Dangerous, though. A little bit too dangerous, a little too hot to handle. Space Force 1-0.
Space Force starting off the play. Judge Drury just carefully trying to move it out. But Dingleberry sees his chance, rushes in on through. Again, it's much easier to be rushing on the ball than being stationary and reacting, because you can just be worked around. You cannot position your car any better than that. Well, the attackers can't do it all. Sir Sizzly. And no second immediate goal for Space Force Gaming. They would love to have a second straight after kickoff. Be a little bit nervy. The other side of the field, I'm pretty sure Stimplebog is going to be collecting the boost, and overall be an all nuisance for Space Force Gaming.
Good 100 steals from HMS Triumph. They're limiting resource management for Space Force Gaming, and again, intercepting a lot of these potential transitions really well. It's limited what Space Force can do once they reach that final third. But having scored that all-important goal, all they would need is one more, and you'd think that they'd be saved. Big demo onto Lou Money in net. The turnaround, the 180, Dingleberry and Sour Patch Kid, though, getting a little bit confused amongst themselves. Not for the first time today. Less than 2 minutes, Jam. Triumph still in this.
They are just looking for their opener. It's not like they cannot find it altogether or have no chances. No, they are looking strong for it to score 1, 2, 3 even. But it is a matter of making it through it. Hinge sends the ball all the way to the orange side of the field, but for HMS Triumph, it's a chance to just start their own attack. They have the possession. And if for a moment, Dingleberry wasting time in the corner, just needs to find Sizzly or somebody else. Sorbach Kid a little bit too close to the ball, but still, the team is there and they're supporting one another, keeping that possession.
Time really the greatest enemy of the HMS Triumph right now. 70 seconds to try and find a goal to send it to overtime. A reminder, if you are new to Rocket League, that we don't have any draws here. we decide things in the moment, and so golden goal applies. Although that might be the golden touch from Sir Sizzly. 2-0.
And it all started with Sir Sizzly getting the control of the ball about 15 seconds prior, but all of his moves allowed him to keep the possession, and the control of the ball in the end ends up with a goal for Space Force Gaming and Sir Sizzly himself. HMS Triumph gonna be looking for something in very quick last minute of this game number 1. Still a best of 5, and as we're just starting, plenty of chances, but one little misstep, and from way out downtown, it's Stimplebog with an opener for HMS Triumph.
Pure ice skates. Unfortunate. Sour Patch Kid, the approach vector, wrong. The slide, wrong. Being scored against, wrong. Panic alert for Space Force Gaming is within 10 seconds. Oh, they found the goal, but within 5 more. The Triumph are behind by 2 again.
No wonder Space Force Gaming were all smiles even after conceding that first one. Honestly, right now after scoring this third, they're looking more serious that they've looked after conceding a goal. Back in the game, serious game faces. HMS Triumph, again, not for the lack of trying. They have been looking really well on the other side of the field. It's just that the number of goals is currently lacking for them. That's what they're missing. Stimplebog have Judge Drury in connection. Need to be a little bit more powerful. They'll have to try again. It's Sizzly restarting 2 goals for him. Maybe a third one in Sorbach Kid puts it under the crossbar. 4-1 for Space Force Game.
Fearless bad man moment. Unfortunate for Drury and Stimplebog, who get caught up with the strafing run, and Sour Patch Kid don't miss from there. I think that 4-1, a little bit deceiving a scoreline, to be honest with you, Jar of Jam, because I look at these two teams, and for so much of this contest, it really was an equal and fair affair. But Space Force Gaming take their chances. HMS Triumph do not. So close to a 5th, not able to convert. More in the breakdown, but I think there is also more to come from HMS Triumph. 1-0 Space Force.
No doubts about that. This was only the game number 1. While yes, it sets us a scene of how this can continue. And yes, we have predicted the US Space Force is going to be one of the teams to look out for. But right here, they're proving exactly why they are one of those contenders. A pep talk from the side of HMS Triumph. They're trying to hype themselves up for the game number 2, and they're looking again. Game faces on them. That's what I love to see.
So here's where I think we slightly differ HMS Triumph from the RAF Shadows. With the RAF Shadows, it was that middle piece of the puzzle. You want to get from point A to point C where is point B? Show us some directions. How do we complete this transitional phase as efficiently as possible to give us the most opportunity to score? I think in terms of point A and point B, defense and transition, HMS Triumph have got that down on lock pretty well. Yes, a couple of moments where you look at the Space Force and you're saying, maybe we gave that away a little cheaply, or maybe we had a double commit here, or it's maybe a bit too much space off it there. Their problem's in front of net. How do they engineer those opportunities quickly or destructively enough to guarantee the goal conversion? They've already got one on the board today, in this first game, so they know they can do it. But now they've got to go out there and do it consistently, and I would argue more inventively, Jam.
Yes, well, I think you said explosive. That's one of the parts. We can start looking towards demos, towards disruptive plays. And if you cannot find an opening, create one for yourself. Game number 1 had a couple of demos here and there. And I do not see why HMS Triumph should not continue looking for those opportunities just by removing the opponent's players from the game.
So into game number 2. It's Utopia Coliseum and a fresh slate for both squads. Dingleberry looking to go 1v3, and Judge Jury says, absolutely not, son. Here's blue money. Gives it up to Sir Sisley. Shot will go wide. Gets a demo on the way out. Stimplebog closed down, shut down. As it's blue money. And Stimplebog gets a second bite to the cherry with no boost. Offered space by Dingleberry with the cute little dink, and over the top of everyone else, and manages to get it under the last defender. 1-0 Space Force.
Just a little sneaking through. Look at that. Pumps the brakes, breaks the axles of Stimplebog. He just pushes on them. Not sure what happened to Judge Drury. Maybe he was bumped as well because his launch was not like anything he was hoping for. And Space Force Gaming just really evaluate all of their opportunities from a distance and just put a shot on target and keep on working with that. HMS Triumph is going to be not a back to the drawing board kind of situation, but definitely making themselves life just a little bit harder, but I know that they have it.
It makes that improvement that we can see, Jam, a little more imminently required. Although they do have more time, of course, within the game itself, comparatively to the first game, to make those adjustments, although this does not look too good at all. Stimplebog is very well to deny that shot. So Sisley on target, though no defenders left in net, and they've doubled their lead.
This first a ding from Dingleberry, and Sir Sisley with a great support again. Space Force Gaming are showing us a similar story to Air Force Gaming. There's always a third player ready to support, whether it be attack or offense, and it's this constant flow of players coming in and through that is forcing the defense to also have somebody. And if there isn't somebody, then unfortunately results in this. You start conceding goals. Maybe a pass. Dingleberry and Sir Sisley tried to combine for something together. Maybe not that.
It's pure suffocation right now. Dingleberry simply too fast for the judge. Sour Patch Kid over to Sir Sisley, ready to receive infield. No third player on this occasion, but yet another demo. Space Force Gaming, impressive. There's another one. Onto Lou Money, miscontrol though. Stimplebog, what great reactions from Sir Sisley. Oh.
He needed that. He absolutely needed that. HMS Triumph were coming in on a mission. That particular time they do not work out. Sarpatch Kid might set up somebody else. Stimplebog blocked by Sir Sisley, and even in the middle of the field, they're pushed up somewhat far. So maybe a little bit clear for HMS Triumph might work past that defense. But all that they need to do right now is to keep finding these opportunities, and Sir Sisley is here with yet another one.
That's a gorgeous bump from Sour Patch Kid. I say gorgeous. It's nasty, it's disgusting, it's foul play. It's part of the rule books. In Rocket League Jam, you can get away with those sorts of shenanigans. And really, they've been getting away with these shenanigans since the start of Game 2. An aggressive, suffocating playstyle that's now earned them a 4th.
This is looking like game number 1, but amplified. Space Force Gaming seemingly so far just walking into that orange side of the field and putting another one in. It's not a coin slot machine, it's the net of HMS Triumph. And it's just, every single time there seems to be an opening that HMS Triumph have that Space Force Gaming are just all too happy to utilize.
rename the Space Force, being a little bit Freezer Force out here, because they're saying this isn't even our final form. And they do have 4 to show for it now. Triumph looking for their first of game 2. Second of the series, opportunity here. And when opportunity comes knocking, Jam, you better walk through that door.
It took all of 3 HMS Triumph players. Actually, I say that. Blue Money was the follow-up on it, but if anything, Judge Drury was there and ready to put the ball on target. This is what we love to see. Bring everybody in. Make Space Force Gaming expend all of their defenders, and just putting on target. Right now, still keeping it on the blue side of the field. But it is Sir Sizzly that has been absolutely on point, both attack and defense, when it comes to handling the ball.
Triumph retracted their press quite significantly in the effort to get more boost. I want to see a bit more working of the backboard, make Space Force utilize their resources. Oh, that was a good look there from Stimplebog. What about Judge Jury? Round the corner, Sir Sizzly goes out into an awkward area, but Stimplebog is there. That's going to fly high. Lumo Money with a readjustment, but Stimplebog takes it out of his hands with the shot of being too soft, maybe. But now for the counter. Sour Patch Kid completely whiffs. Judge Jury with the setup. Stimplebog gives it away to Sir Sizzly for free. Sir Sizzly now gives it up to Lumini for free. Helter Skelter here at Utopia.
And in the end, it is Space Force Gaming keeping some control and bringing the ball dangerously in the orange side of the field. No immediate shot. Dingleberry just gets removed from the ball, and for a good reason. He has been scoring left and right throughout this series so far. Out the ball goes, and what HMS Triumph want to see is the ball far away as possible from their own net. The money, with a goal in his game so for HMS Triumph. Cannot convert anything on this particular attempt, and Stimplebog not only has 0 boost, still gets launched to space, even though he's working for a submarine as opposed to a station.
Stimplebog, oh, Lumini was looking for some sort of combo play. Different trajectories, different fates. Judge Jury spikes into the ground, buys a little time. Sir Sizzly throws it right back into the orange half. Well, that was a misread from Stimple, who's again run out of boost. He is working on fumes right now, and Triumph is working on borrowed time. That's 5. That's surely it for game 2.
Dingleberry sinks HMS Triumph with that one, even if there's 12 seconds more remaining. Most likely, all we're gonna see is just some showing off. Well, again, 1 goal for HMS Triumph is great. The only problem is if the Space Force Gaming did not have those 5 goals on the other side of the scoreboard. And this time, they seem to have found even more weaknesses. For HMS Triumph, there is a big change that's needed. And Stimplebog, well, with a chance to perhaps run away with that ball, could not have had it. HMS Triumph down to their last chance in this best of 5. Well, yep, looking smug, looking satisfied are the US Space Force.
We've seen many metas come and go in the world of competitive Rocket League, and the demo meta is always fun because there really is only 2 ways that you can counter it. You either work your way around the demos, which is easier said than done if you've got a team that finds their targets more often than not. Alternatively, you serve up a bit of the medicine that is being served. You go aggro yourself, but that in of itself requires you to hit the demos to remove players from the field of play. And so either direction that you need to go in because of how your opponents have adapted, from the perspective of HMS Triumph, they need confidence in themselves. And they maybe found a bit there near the end, but that first half was a disaster, comparatively speaking, to game number 1. Yes, at the end of the day, similar scoreline to game 1, but it's the nature of how the goals were conceded. Less defensive resilience, and so whatever way they choose to play this, Jam, they need to play with full conviction.
This is exactly what's needed on the stage. Being confident in all of your abilities and all of your moves. Otherwise, a little moment of indecision, and the ball is already sailed way past you. And we saw when the teams playing against you really are in control and wanting to place the ball where they want to place it, usually it's the net, then there's no time for second guessing. You need to be on point. And again, I think that's true in their day-to-day jobs as well. So Space Force Gaming versus the HMS Triumph are currently entering game number 3. And this game number 3 can send the Space Force Gaming up on top together with Air Force Gaming, who have already won their respective series earlier in the day. And they're going to be feeling pretty confident. These are the prizes, of course, the trophies going to our winners of this year's Invitational. Looking very snazzy. Speaking of snazzy, also, like all of these uniforms that they're wearing, their team jerseys, looking really clean and cool. Would love to have one of those.
I would love to collect them, honestly. Every single year these folks bring. Oh no, am I going to sound like a Zoomer? The swaggiest drip. There you go. That's the most 30-year-old white guy response you will ever find. And swiftly moving on from that, then it's game 3. Last chance saloon, perhaps the first of 3 for HMS Triumph. Do they need the opening goal? Maybe, maybe not. What they do need is to ensure that Space Force Gaming don't run away with it like we saw in Game 2.
They need an opening goal because they just need to go period right now. Sir Sizzly even sneaks it underneath Judge. The placement of Sizzly's shots today has been impeccable. And just, again, stay with the ball. Continue going with the ball. Know that until the play is over, you can still affect it. And that's exactly what Sir Sizzly is demonstrating. HMS Drive up against both the rock and the hard place. Still have almost 5 minutes though to change his trajectory. Sizzly, he just continues. He displays what I'm talking about after time, after time.
Forget the Sizzly, we're turning up the heat here. The kitchen is practically on fire. The Spectre does a dab. Space Force 2-0 up. And Triumph really are on their last legs now. They've got to get the motor running. Clear shot opportunity. But again, the supporting act simply too far back. Sizzly going for a third. Sour Patch Kid hits the the post. Ay. They need to steal themselves a triumph because Space Force is here to win.
It's going to be going to the corner. Lou Money for the Stempelbach. The rotation is just not favoring HMS Triumph right now. They're not necessarily creating a chance for themselves. They're trying to react to wherever the ball falls for them. And quite often that's just not accommodating however you're currently moving on the field.
Blue Money, you hate to see it. Those sorts of backboard passes, whether it's to another self or to oneself. Says Sizzly involved yet again, but Blue Money simply has to get a touch or, well, what we've just seen happens. 3 in 90 seconds. Triumph, you gotta score now.
Stipple, well, he just gives it to Space Force Gaming, but they are very generous this time, very kind, and no goal appears from that one. Blue Money, so far, player on point for HMS Triumph when it comes to goals. But they need to be coming in at a much higher pace. And the time is not a friend of HMS Triumph. Dingleberry with a slew of goals himself and represent the Space Force Gaming well. Money, I like it. He pumps the brakes. He tries to play it slow. He tries to just catch Space Force Gaming just off guard as pace might be a little bit too fast. Why not change it? Just crank the lever and all of a sudden make it so that Space Force Gaming cannot react. We are on the right side of the field for HMS Triumph. Let's see if they can find a goal.
I like the idea of pure Chaos Jam. I like the idea of just throwing it into a position where Space Force are not. Again, one of their greatest boons right now is the amount of resource that they are able to keep and therefore utilize at the right time. Dingleberry hangs around in the air despite contact on the backboard. He converts 4-4.
One thing for sure, I never, called a player called Dingleberry in my life. Never called his gameplay, but I'm loving it. Here comes the Dingleberry. Has a nice ring to it. Loving it. Space Force Gaming and their fans, I'm absolutely they're loving it as well. For HMS Triumph, crossbar denies their sort of triumph. Have to try again. Blue Money and the rest of the youth roster just looking like just nothing's currently going their way, but they would love for it to lose.
The nice shot, thanks. Coming out in chat, they're so close to a goal.
Wow.
And they still can't convert. Just feels like comms have been thrown out the window for Triumph. There have been opportunities to work their way forward. Stimplebog denied by Sir Sisley. Judge Jury gets suckered into an opportunity here. Lumani goes to the right side wing. Moving in field, Stimplebog lining up, waiting, but is outmaneuvered by Sour Patch Kid. Shot on target again, denied by Sir Sisley, and Dingleberry with the transition into orange. Maybe a shot opportunity, but wide.
More and more shots are coming in from Space Force Gaming. Sour Patch Kids tees up Sir Sisley, and Dingleberry is already on the corner. Maybe not in a boost, but all he needs to do is make touches. Sour Patch Kid with a first goal of the series and first goal of the tournament for him. Space Force Gaming just keep on adding insult to injury number to numbers.
I think there was a slight hit or a ghost of a hit there on that last player there as well. Oh, I don't know. This does feel like the weakest Triumph performance, yet feels a little bit desperate in places. And perhaps a bit of calm, or as you say, maybe the complete opposite, Jam. Maybe a bit of chaos thrown into the mix would have done them a real heaving heap of good. But with 1 minute to go now, I think Triumph would do well to find the one goal that, at the very least, they have found for the 2 games prior.
For now, even one would be nice. Not going to change the result, the outcome of the series. It is going to be something to take home and into the next series. I know that, yeah, even when they're up against a tough opponent like the Space Force Gaming, you can still find something. Sour Patch Kid's way out in the distance, looking for a second one to his own name, looking more and more confident as the day progresses, and as the series progresses even. For HMS Triumph, they know that there's going to be a bit of a post-mortem for this series. It's going to be looking in what they can do better. But I love how they're connecting. They're looking for one another. There's always a third player coming in on through. But sometimes in that one particular series versus one particular opponent, it just does not work.
Well, I've got a new fun fact to add to our wonderful spreadsheet with a bunch of information about these players. Breaking news, Space Force Gaming allergic to 6th goals, apparently. It's another 5 on the board. 2 would have been plenty for all 3 of these games, though. That is the truth. Triumph with some great looks here and there, but that 3rd game, certainly a step down from what we had seen before. As you say, Jam, a lot to analyze in post. I think there's definitely a lot of potential to work with, but much like what we saw from the RAF Shadows beforehand, now they have to figure out how do we extract this on a more consistent basis. For the Space Force, though, lovely work. They're going to be moving in with confidence to their next series.
Yeah, and look at them. They're still on the stage. Is their match next on the stage as well? No, it's going to be Coast Guard Gaming versus the French Air Force, who we're going to be seeing next. But they are just, you know what, even after winning, grind never stops. Why stop when you can just continue on going at it and just get some reps in and make sure you're going at it. But brilliantly performed by Space Force Gaming. Again, glad to have them here on the field. The whole roster is one of those that has been changed compared to the last year, and yet still they are looking good.
Yeah, I think that they could be happy. I do think that unlike the Air Force Gaming, where it's difficult to find faults with what they were putting out there on the field, I think there's definitely some areas of that Space Force Gaming rotation that they might want to take a little bit of a look at. I think against this particular opposition, we saw an eagerness to overload. And what I mean by that is that when you see a team committing with 2 players, potentially more, into the final third, you throw all 3 forward in a counter-attack. And usually from those overwhelming numbers, we have seen this with Air Force Gaming as well. Yeah, okay, you miss your first hit. Okay, you can miss your second hit, but then that third player is always going to score, because eventually the team is either not going to be in front of net or they've run out of defenders. It works, but it is risky if you lose control, possession of the ball, because then that opposition team can then just run straight down the other end and score a freebie. And so I think that their overloads were a little more open at the back than what we saw with Air Force Gaming. They were willing to overload a lot more often. And so as long as they adapt going forward in that sense, I don't think they're going to be in too much trouble, Jam. But I do think that certainly considering the big Air Force in the room, Air Force Gaming, they might want to consider a little more heeding of the defense, perhaps, shall we say, when we're considering those bigger opponents down the road.
It all starts from defense, and sometimes you can overwhelm your opposition and just score, but a good team will utilize your weaknesses and definitely strike you when it hurts the most. And if your defense is leaky, you might be in lots of trouble. Well, both of the teams are going to be heading off the stage and making sure that they're ready for their next respective series. For the Space Force Gaming, it is looking good, and while there is indeed an elephant in the room of the Air Force Gaming, their compatriots and comrades, whichever way to use, are going to be looking pretty good to starting off the day strong, the US being once again represented by some of the strongest rosters. For HMS Drive, well, their next match is going to be pretty fun. Again, not on stream, but we're going to be exchanging. We're going to be making sure that we're getting a spotlight for everybody involved. As a reminder, we have 12 series for you today, and it's not going to get boring at any point of the day. It's going to be showcasing US, UK, and France, but KP is once again standing in an entry area with our winners of this match, the US Space Force.
Thank you, lads. I'm joined by Space Force Gaming's Dingleberry. Dingleberry, first of all, congrats on fantastic win. I guess the Air Force Gaming boys set a high standard because it feels like you guys were chasing that, trying to beat their performance against the first UK team.
That is who we're after. We're looking to take down Air Force Gaming. We're not going to let them go 32-0 again this year.
I mean, I hear you've already achieved your wish for this event, because to my understanding, like the number one thing on your checklist was to have a caster say Dingleberry with emotion.
That was something I was looking forward to because my friends and I came up with this name a long time ago, so I was pretty excited to have that represented here.
What's the origins of the name?
There isn't really an origin. It was just something that they came up with, and we wanted to have a YouTube channel named after it, but everybody wanted to do that, but we didn't.
I just got to stack some fans. You can start it up yourself. And, you know, let's talk about the start of this series. So I feel like game 1 to game 2, it felt like game 1. There was a lot of good defense coming out from the UK team, even though the score didn't show at the end. What did you guys change up between game 1 and game 2?
We just had to ramp up the pace a little bit. We came out, the nerves were a little bit high for some of us, so we just had to speed up our pace of play and just play our own game.
How have you been settling into this? Because I assume this is like your first live event, right? Like, have you any jet lag issues, any concerns? Because it's always like a bit of a weird one. When you get your first event, there's so many unexpected variables you have to consider.
Yeah, the flight over here was definitely brutal. One of our players got held back at the airport, actually, so he came a day later than us. But all in all, just got good sleep. Thank you for all the ambassadors were very helpful with us, giving us rides where we needed to go and giving us the rest that we needed.
They've been phenomenal over here at the 86th. But we have got another series coming up. It's once again going to be US lads. We've got Coast Guard Gaming going up against the Frenchies. Are we looking at a US-dominated day here, or do you think maybe the French guys have got something sly?
Yeah, we've scrimmed against the Coast Guard guys a couple of times, but they're a tough team. I really think they're probably going to take this victory as well.
All right, well, we're going to have to see how things play out. We're going to head to a short break. When we return, it's going to be a US team on the stage for the third time, Coast Guard Gaming, going up against the French Air Force after a short break.
up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. You'll crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
You'll crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. You'll crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up, turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
You'll crank that volume, turn it way up, way up, way up, way up.
It's a race against the clock. And once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop. Stop.
You'll crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
It's a race against the clock. And once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop. Stop.
You'll crank that volume, crank that volume, crank that, crank that, crank that, crank that.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. You'll crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Put your hands, put your city, put your fans, put your state up.
You'll crank that volume, turn it way up, way up, way up, way up, way up.
Folks, welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. Jam here with Vaudeville. As we're moving on to the third series of the day, we have just, of course, seen US Space Force beat the HMS Triumph roster 3-0. But new teams are taking the fray. The two teams that we have not seen today just yet, the Coast Guard Gaming with the French Air Force. And it is going to be a third match of the day out of the 12 that we're going to be presenting you in total. So there has been some good words said about the Coast Guard Gaming from the Space Force side, and that they're a really solid roster. Again, they are the top two finishers last year. But versus them, the French Air Force, and this is the only roster this year that has stayed the same as we're going to be... sorry, it was the Coast Guard Gaming that the roster that was the same. Apologies. While on the French Air Force side, only Zulu is staying the same. Marked together on both sides by his teammates Sakata and NZH, they are going to be a respective roster.
Yeah, this is a good roster to look out for. I mean, they showed up big from what people were saying in scrims and things to expect from this team. I mean, one of the players, Zulu, saying that they're not funny. So, I mean, hey, it's no funny business when you're playing in a top-level competition. You got to get right down to the action, and that's what these players are looking to do. So, hopefully that'll be enough for them. NZH, apparently their cousin, is a famous player on the official French football team. Hopefully they can learn a thing or two about positioning and making sure that they can be a star striker for their team here as well. And then, well, you know, the last player, Sakata, just saying that it's not a nascent baldness, it's just a lack of vitamin for their fun fact. So there you go. We can all think about that ourselves as we get older, too, because I'm sure more and more people have to deal with that as well. But either way, enough of the raininess there. Talking about these two teams, I mean, as you mentioned here, Jar, that Coast Guard Gaming being those runner-ups, being the team, the only roster that has stuck together the entire time. They have that experience at these level of competitions. That is going to bode well for them. Compared to the rest of the teams that are out there, they know what it takes to get to the grand finals, and they do not want to be the first US-based team to take a loss.
God, there is a lot of honor on the stage right now. You're absolutely right. They would like to take this win. And yeah, those player faces sure do look familiar from last year. Looking good, the Coast Guard team. Well, there's Xylem, Echo, and Lights. Again, great jerseys. Coast Guard Gaming is going to be looking strong for the beginning of this series. And going back to the French Air Force is the fact that we already had a trained UFA football coach in the face of Stimpelbach from Royal Navy roster. If NZH has a cousin that plays for a big French team, I also do wonder which one. Unfortunately, we do not know, and he has himself not relayed that information, but we can make some guesses there. I want to say 20 teams in the Ligue 1.
A lot of teams to guess.
A lot of teams to guess. 11 players just on the field, let alone on the full roster. But we can just go through all of them and see to which one he reacts. Maybe Killer Pigeon later on can just rattle off the names of the French players on that side. But it's great to have the French roster here. Without them, it just would be US versus UK. So a little bit of more European action over there is even more welcome than that. It's interesting to see how they're going to perform because Vaudeville, both you and me know, French are the best at
That they are. They've won multiple world championships. The US, in terms of the top level of Rocket League, have struggled there themselves. But so far, not so good for the French Air Force side. They have been taken down, at least for the first goal, by Echo.
What has been a mainstay so far, a rule that we've been abiding by, and an own goal, unfortunate one, is that US teams have been scoring first. And this series is no exception. Coast Guard Gaming start off fast. NZH, though, with a threatening shot, and already the first proper opportunity the French Air Force had is looking good.
Like the Fury we're seeing from the French Air Force. You know, a little bit more accuracy where that came from, but the demo's going to assist them as best as possible to keep that pressure going on offense. NZH, great touch towards the box, but deflected away by the defense instead. Coast Guard Gaming, they might have thought this would have been a walk in the park against this French Air Force roster, but they are getting put on notice so far in the first minute.
Oh, they know. A couple of demos, actually. Mutual destruction between Zulu and Xylium, long clear, and somebody's on the end of that. Echo needs to be there, surrounded by French Air Force players. The ball still does not go in.
I think it was a deflection too by the attackers. They had an open shot. Nobody was at the back line for the net for the Coast Guard Gaming to defend the waters for their team, but instead they were able to weather the storm and come out at least still with their 1-goal lead. Into midfield it goes though. Lights looking to lead the charge for their team again. Good counterattack by NZH, who's been fairly strong on keeping the pressure going at the midfield line. A good demo again by Zalou, looking for more of that fury, as we talked about before. That aggressive playstyle that we're witnessing for the French Air Force might be enough if they can get it right past that last defender. Zalou almost again, the fall through comes here. NCH no boost, but still keeps the pressure going, and Coast Guard Gaming barely hold on in the first 2 minutes.
After conceding that first goal, French Air Force got their blood boiling. And so far, it has been all of them on that blue side of the field. Coast Guard Gaming are going to be very happy for this clear, for a chance to maybe see the other side of the field and attempt for a shot of their own. Otherwise, have been so far very limited on their particular attempts. French Air Force, if they continue like this, the goal is almost inevitable.
Has to happen at some point. On the closest games we've had so far, and expect nothing less. We talked about it before going into this game, or as we were going into it here, Jar, that the French teams that we've seen in Rocket League typically have some skills to pay the bills, but we got to see if the French Air Force roster has enough of that to at least get a goal to tie things up right past the halfway point of game number 1. Time is ticking down.
I wonder if instead of a famous player, Xylium doesn't want to hear anything about famous French players. Just a great little pass, and as 2 players of French Air Force commit to 1 attacker, it's very easy for Coast Guard Gaming to find some space on the opposite flank. 2-0. I am still feeling like French Air Force have so much potential in them, and it's all that has been lacking is putting that final Sakata. Steals the ball, but the net was not wide enough for a shot.
Too close for comfort again is Coast Guard Gaming on the defensive line, but somehow they managed to hold time and time again. Nothing to really worry about too much because they have that 2-goal cushion now. Can really put the pedal to the metal on offense. Try to look for that 3rd goal, and there's Xylium with it for their team.
Xylium and the rest of Coast Guard Gaming just besiege French Air Force and try to find just any sort. If they have time on that side, seems like they are going to find at least a threat, let alone a 3rd goal that they've already put on. French Air Force, they're going to try something new. How about a fake kickoff? How about the immediate move to Sakata, who was ready to collect it on the wall? Maybe a pass right here, but Echo's going to break down. NZH needs to be rushing in fast. The possession quickly changes hands, and Coast Guard Gaming going to try again. So this needs to be cleared immediately because I'm pretty sure there's somebody coming in for it.
I like the strategy we saw earlier on from French Air Force, going for the bumps and demos, taking out the Coast Guard Gaming players before they can get enough boost to go high and dry away from the French Air Force roster. But now that we've seen possession be more in the favor of Coast Guard Gaming, they've been able to show off their mechanical skill, dribble it in the air downfield, and keep it high and dry away from the French Air Force roster, which has worked out a lot better for them. But with a minute remaining and a 3-goal lead, there's a lot more work the French Air Force need to put in to at least get on the board.
And again, the scoreline I don't think represents just how well French Air Force were looking, and Zalou does exactly what we expected to see from a French Air Force for the most of these 5 minutes that we saw so far. Great little move, and yeah, overwhelming the Coast Guard Gaming's defense.
I just can't wait to see the stats at the end of this one here, Jar, because French Air Force had to have had at least like 6 or 7 shots to their name in the first couple of minutes of this game, based on the pressure we saw from them. And if not, just at least close shots and close shaves against the competition. But Coast Guard Gaming, you could call them Coast Guard Gaming with the way that they were playing defensively, but even then, they're able to hold on for now. 30 seconds to go. Still 2 goals are in the realm of possibility. Sakata needs to keep that pressure up. Xylium is in the perfect spot to send it away towards the midfield, and Lights will clear it out.
He even gets a touch on it as well, so French Air Force cannot start an immediate attack. And as this drops to the corner, best they can hope for right now is a second one. Lights will keep them away even from that. French Air Force go into the game number 2 with a goal scored to their name and a little bit of momentum, you might want to call it. But they had momentum at the very beginning after conceding. Fortunately, that did not really give them that much at the very end. Yeah, but yeah, it's stat-wise, I'm almost certain. I'm 100% positive that the effort of the Esports was tremendous. That is the coach for the team of the French Air Force. Let me quickly find. Cannot find it on the drop, but that's Hitman, right? That is Hitman representing the French Air Force as their coach. I'm pretty sure he has some great words for him.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, making sure to keep the spirits high for their team. They looked really good out the gate. It was just the accuracy. If they can hone in a little bit more, try to break past that last defensive line that was holding on for such a long time for Coast Guard Gaming, they would have been the ones who came out on top, likely so, even with the amount of goals we did see the other way by Coast Guard Gaming. So if they don't give up the opening goal, this will be a much better start for French Air Force on the right foot towards a potential victory.
I'm pretty sure there's enough of, it's not just drive for French Air Force, even without conceding. We've seen how great they perform on the field, and the fact that they start immediately on the opponent's side, and Zalou gets into a clearing that Sakata has created in the net. French Air Force had some great conversation in between the break of the match and demolished the Coast Guard on that opening goal.
Exactly what we want to see from the French Air Force roster. They took their time to implement and iterate on their mistakes in the last game, got that opening salvo, be on target, where there was a couple of misses last time, and we were pretty much correct with the amount of shots that we thought went through. About 7 total at the end of it. Almost as much as we saw from the side of the U.S. Coast Guard. So a good look for French Air Force to start off this game, and even with the amount of pressure they put on the last one, just fizzled out once the goals kept rolling in. And they got to be worried here about Xylem, because they're the ones who were striking true the most in the last game.
Xylem as was working defense and offense in game number 1. So see him up strong here, up front, and scoring a tying goal for Coast Guard Gaming. There's absolutely no surprises when he comes in.
Great touch by them. Rough save to make by the French Air Force, and this is a tough spot for them again. Xylem with the counterattack. Interception at that midfield line. Lights does get deflected away by Zalou. Back it goes into the orange half. Sakata playing that sweeper position, backing up their teammates, giving them a solid foundation for them to build on their momentum on offense. But NZH look pretty solid in terms of going for those bumps and demos before Echo barely makes the save. A great shot on target that time in the upper 90, but still not enough to get them the lead yet again.
And perhaps not moving the ball fast for French Air Force, but they're moving it with intention, and there's a player coming in and trying to collect whatever spike ball, little pass, little free ball that's hanging around Echo. Slow attempt as well. Light is gonna finish out for him. And Coast Guard Gaming with 1-2, and a little drop right here. Really, they beat the whole defense. French Air Force were looking elsewhere from that ball.
They practiced that in group replay time and time again. It feels like it was a masterpiece. 1, 2, and then 3, and well, this is just a punch to the gut of the French Air Force. Not the best kickoff that we could have seen from them. Xylem with a perfect deflection for Echo to follow through on for the 3-1. A similar finish that we saw at the end of the last game, where this time they were able to get there much sooner.
Doesn't get any better than that. Well, Zalou, Sakata, they just take 2-3 of them to the ball and start pushing the ball, the cars, to the net of Coast Guard Gaming. I would love to see them succeed in that one, but it is a little bit more harder than that on particular attempts, and ZH will be looking for Sakata. He's on the lookout for his teammates. He's trying not to just take the ball, but keep on pushing and keep on sending it somewhere where it's gonna pay a result.
Coast Guard Gaming, they might have started to sweat a little bit once they saw that first goal go through by the French Air Force roster, but since then it's been another day at the office for them. clocking back into a potential victory for the US-based teams. Wanting to go 3 for 3 in our first 3 series of the day, and if they keep this sort of performance up, they'll be able to achieve it. But right now, French Air Force are turning things up at least a little bit faster than they were before. Speed seems to be the name of the game for Coast Guard Gaming. That's been the biggest struggle for French Air Force to keep up with the pace of play for now.
I think this has been really the run of the game today so far, is that speed is the king, and whoever's on the other side of that, trying to play versus a pacey team, has a lot of catch-up to do, and if you cannot make it to the ball in time, if you cannot make those decisions timely manner, then you are in a lot of trouble. Coast Guard Gaming take the possession yet again and try to add another one to their tally. And it's looking that the French Air Force needs to be acting fast. Well, we're asking them to be acting fast. And so far, they've shown some promises on the other side of the field, but more and more is needed.
I feel like we haven't seen as many bumps and demos from the French Air Force, and that has to do a lot with the boost starving that we've been seeing Coast Guard Gaming being able to activate. I mean, exactly there, we see Xylem go for that corner boost, then go for a demo themselves, just to open up the back line and relieve some pressure as the advancement down the field is activated by the French Air Force roster. And you look at the headers for these players, well, they don't need to worry about boost because NZH is just going to beat all 3 defenders.
Beautifully worked out through 1, 2, and well, the third one is not even needed. NZH adds a very needed goal for French Air Force. Right now, bringing them within 1, over a minute left in this game number 2. It's not down and out just yet. And again, this is group stage, and everybody from the group stage is making it to the double elimination bracket. But they would like to turn the tide of this series, and what better way than with goals like that? Echo, though, needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped immediately, lest he scores his second. He has been putting shot after shot on target in this series.
Echo wasn't as involved in the last defensive effort to prevent the goal from French Air Force, but they are as involved as they could be in scoring this one, making sure that they bring it back to the lead that they had before, and back to another 2-goal advantage for them against the French Air Force team. Starting to worry a little bit for them, maybe getting a bit too complacent once they had a stronger lead against the French Air Force, but now with time ticking down, all eyes on this orange team. Need to get possession away from Coast Guard Gaming. It was an open opportunity, but a little bit off the mark. Lights could have gotten there either way based on the speed of the ball, but again, the targeting needs to be aligned before you get dunked on by Lights at 5-2. That might be a wrap for this game.
I think Dunk is right. Let's put it in the basketball terms. I feel like he dribbles, and then just drops it on the French Air Force and then dunks it into the net. Impeccable individual effort from Lights. Really just caps up the performance of Coast Guard Gaming in this game number 2.
Now we just need to see Xylem get a second goal, and every player of Coast Guard Gaming would have had 2 goals in game 2, but not enough time remaining on their side. French Air Force want 1 more for the road, and they won't be able to get it. It will touch down. And Coast Guard Gaming, even though they gave up the first goal, they've showed resiliency and proved that they can pull themselves up by their bootstraps and carry on forward towards the victory in this series. Carry the torch that was handed to them by Air Force Gaming and Space Force. Now our 3rd US-based team looking to come out with a 3-0 sweep victory in the first rounds here.
Yeah, if you compare game number 1 to game number 2, well, French Air Force started well. The turnaround, that's all that they did. They started well. The rest of the game was all US Coast Guard. Echo, Lights, Xylem. They were on point with their performances, and whatever happened in game number 1 decided none of that. Enough of that. French Air Force is not going to get an inch on the field.
I mean, the shooting efficiency alone for Lights. 1 shot, 2 goals. 2 birds with 1 stone is basically what happened there. It feels like 7 shots, though, from Echo. The pressure proved to be too much for French Air Force to handle. They only had 4 shots compared to the 7 we saw in game 1. So a lot less aggression than before, a lot less possession as well, and a boost. And that's what they need to work on. Securing their boost reserves, getting possession of the ball, going for more of those demos because they were lacking in this game. And Coast Guard Gaming, they've been holding air superiority in this game so far. Haven't been contested in the air for the most part.
Good news is that not always do you need air superiority or air, but at the very least catch the ball in the air is something that you want. Lights with the first one as the ball sort of falls off. NCH gets to Zalou, and then Light just picks it up and scoops it in the opposite side of the field. Oh well. Well, a couple of maybe. Looks aside, but we go again. We try again. Coast Guard Gaming started this game strong, just like they started game number 1.
Rough spot to be in, but game number 1 looked better for the French Air Force at the start. They had a lot more pressure going for them. It just came down to trying to break past that defensive wall of Coast Guard Gaming. So we'll have to see what they can do here at the French Air Force to get a goal to tie things up. They only got a goal in the last minute of regulation in game 1, and it didn't take them much time at all in game 2, but that was really the most that we saw from them. It sets the consolation goal from NCH in almost the last minute of the previous game. So 4 minutes, a little bit less than that on the clock. Possession dangling in front of their own net. The tricky position to find themselves in, but luckily Xylem is going to miss the shot.
Oh. The exhaled French Air Force and hope that this just does not repeat. Needed more boost. At least gets a touch. Still within control, but Xylem cannot put it past the rest of them, and it goes to the other side of the field again. And these breakaways, just a series of 50s that did not go the way of French Air Force, and all Echo needs to do is just get so much power off that corner. Great.
It feels like Coast Guard Gaming have gotten into the heads of the French Air Force roster, where we see very well played defensive teams struggle throughout a series to keep that consistency going. And we saw that crumble throughout each of these games. Looked really good in the first one, even with all the shots they were able to put on, and the ones we saw from Coast Guard Gaming. Game 2, they tried to be a bit more loose. They got the first goal, and it was not the best defense we could have seen from them. They had to play more defensive because they didn't have much boost to progress the field with, and well, Echo's not giving them any time to progress this time, especially with all the shots they're putting on.
Beaten one, beaten the other one. Sakata doesn't even get a touch on that one. And all the while, we've been looking at this from the perspective of Echo, who was just waiting for his chance to assist his team in any way possible. And that's a goal to his name. As the third one rattles in from the Coast Guard Gaming, French Air Force reminisce about those times in game number 1 where they were able to put on pressure, put on shots on target. It looks like a long gone memory at this point. And even their players are getting demolished. It's hard enough to play 3 versus 3, let alone a 2 versus 3.
The exhaustion of the series getting to the French Air Force at this point, especially being down by 3 goals to the runner-ups of the last Allied Esports Invitational. Even then, Coast Guard Gaming looking for at least a cherry on top. A cool goal, maybe even a hat trick for Echo. No one's got a hat trick so far on Coast Guard Gaming, so that could be on the horizon for this team. Xylem got close to it in game number 1 and was the only one in game 2 that didn't have 2 goals to their name, so we'll see if they can get involved. So everyone on Coast Guard Gaming could score a goal in this specific game to close things out. The French Air Force, they just need possession, and they got to figure out what they can do from then on out. A good counterattack. Lights can get there in time. Barely gets that away, though.
And then a demo on Sakata, so there's an open flank. They can get it to the ball. Echo is going to finish it.
There we go.
An all-around performance. Lights makes an amazing save, then rushes run through, or just stops a counterattack. Tees up Echo. And if French Air Force cannot get a touch that will move the ball somewhere away from the intended path of Coast Guard Gaming, this is the result. 4-0, and everybody on the field is contributing. It's a teamwork extravaganza for Coast Guard Gaming.
French Air Force trying to make things work off the kickoff. I like the ingenuity there, changing things up at least a little bit. Try and catch Coast Guard Gaming off guard. But they are on alert 24/7, it feels like, with the way that they have been prepared every time we've seen an attack from the French Air Force roster. Takata does get past one. Xylem just playing straight up defensive efforts. The entire time this game, it feels like, we've mainly just seen Lights and Echo be a duo on offense, and that's worked out really well for this team. Less than a minute remaining, though. French Air Force could get a consolation goal to go home with into their next round of play. There's still some tough opponents awaiting them in the bracket. We've seen every single US-based team so far. If things continue this way in the next 40 seconds, come out on top.
They are looking like they're going to be there with Space Force Gaming and Air Force Gaming. But if French can create something, gotta be starting now. Zelu would love to have some boost in the corner, but not only he does find zero boost, he also finds the rest of the Coast Guard Gaming who immediately try to put a stop to it. And here's Lights just intercepting. He has a chance. The angle is not favorable to go ahead for that double tap. And as the ball sails to the other side of the field, Sakata could have ended it in a stylish clip, but it just ends up the way of Coast Guard Gaming. 3 series from US Allied Forces and 3 series with confident performances to their name.
It felt inevitable after that game 2 that Coast Guard Gaming put up against the French Air Force roster, but love to see the sportsmanship afterwards, handshakes all around for these players. They put on a show. I mean, we saw a great series, even though it was a 3-0 sweep here, Jar. And it was nice to see the way that these players performed on the big stage. But now that we've seen, 6 teams at this point, how do we feel all the rosters from the different regions are faring against each other up to this point?
Well, it does look like there is a lot of power still in the US forces. But one team that we haven't seen so far, and the team that potentially this year is going to be making it the most trouble for everybody involved, is, of course, the RAF Shadows. While without Stelios this year, MVP and Cedric are going to be representing that. So they're going to be that difference maker. For Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard, honestly, quite hard to separate. I feel like Coast Guards are going to be the team out of the 3 US teams that are going to be at least competing with Air Force Gaming, and Space Force Gaming is perhaps rounding up the US representatives.
Well, it sounds like we do have our interview with the winners ready, so take it away.
Thank you, lads. I'm joined by Lights from Coast Guard Gaming. Lights, fantastic victory. You keep the US streak alive. You're making the rest of us look a little bit bad. But we're going to talk about these opening games. I've noticed that with all the American teams, maybe a little bit slower to start. Are you feeling out the opponents, or is it maybe the jet lag?
I think, yeah, a lot of it's feeling out the opponents. We got some new players this year, but we're a team that adapts pretty quick, I feel like. So, yeah, we start off a little slow, but played well.
And, you're the only roster that stayed together for every edition, right? Do you see that as a big advantage? How have you handled the inner dynamics of the team, right? Because, you come very close last year. Was that just the big morale boost that you needed to keep going?
Yeah, it is. I think our chemistry is good. We're good friends on the outside as well, so it helps for sure. Yeah.
And how many hours do you get to put in, right? Because you've got duties to do, right? You're always on call, it feels like. How many hours have you been putting in week to week to prep for this?
As many as we can.
Countless. And within that, has there been an obvious scrim buddy throughout the teams here? Or is there anyone that's kind of they maybe know you better than the rest?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
All right, so 3rd edition, I keep saying it's getting bigger and better. You've been there from the very beginning. So from your perspective, how has this event evolved and what does it mean to you and the guys?
It's awesome being here. This is my 2nd year coming, and I see an improvement from last year already, and I'm just really grateful to be here, and I know the rest of the guys are too.
Yeah, I can tell there's a lot of appreciation all around. Now, there's a lot of appreciation for how good Air Force Gaming are. They're up next. Obviously, you guys are going to be watching closely. Without spoiling anything, have you noticed maybe some weaknesses, some chinks in the armor?
From us or other teams?
For Air Force Gaming.
You said Air Force team?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I have, but I can't tell you what that is because I don't want them to know.
I've got to keep it top secret, but we'll have to see if maybe the RAF lads have witnessed it as well, because up next, after a short break, we're going to have RAF Storm Shadow going up against the formidable champions, Air Force Gaming.
jam with Vaudeville. And as we're seeing, the U.S. Armed Forces storm through this tournament so far with 3 series win in a row. We are welcoming back the U.S. Air Force roster versus them. I think one of the strongest contenders for them in this tournament, the RAF Shadows, the UK team that's going to be trying to take as many names as possible. Look at them, represented this year by a slightly different roster. It's Envy, P, and Cedric, the remaining player. They are going to be looking to make sure that they can stop the hegemony of the U.S. Air Force, and what better time to do it than now?
Yeah, having at least 2 peak Supersonic Legend players and a GC2 on their roster, they are looking to be top dogs and potentially make it to those grand finals. And this could be a preview of what we might see in the grand finals for this matchup. But Envy, P, and Cedric, they have a lot to prove in this tournament. And Envy is the only other SSL aside from all the players on the side of Air Force Gaming, at least currently ranked that in Rocket League. So I'm expecting big things from this team, but specifically looking at Envy to try and lead the charge mechanically for this roster.
And I would like to ask production if this can be organized. We need a mustache off between Cedric and Buck. Whenever there's a chance, please put 2 of them together for a grand mustache off, because we need to know what is the best mustache here at the Ramstein Air Base. And it might be those 2, but there might be some late contenders. You never know who might come in and strong. RAF Storm Shadows on your screens. Yes. Hi, hello. You are up against a very tough opponent. They're looking as serious as ever. The U.S. Air Force Gaming roster, Buck, Crow, and Chowder. Buck and Crow, again, new faces on the stage this year, but they've already proven that they are incredible at what they do.
That they have. I mean, we saw, I believe it was around 15 goals from the side of Air Force Gaming in their first series, so expecting big things from them. But RAF Storm Shadows, I mean, the name sounds cool enough in itself. I expect big things from them as well, and we'll see how this first goal goes. So far, every first game has gone the way of the U.S. servicemen, but Air Force Gaming, gotta see if they can put the pedal to the metal. A lot of teams try to take time to analyze their opponents, and RAF Storm Shadows not really giving Air Force Gaming too much room to work with from the get-go.
It is pressure, and pressure right here. Crow finds a demo. Now I want to see the replay, because he finds the demo and also puts in so much power on that shot, as if she just added some extra gunpowder to that one. Air Force Gaming score first. Well, I mean, what's better than stability? Nothing. We're just steadily going the same way Air Force Gaming and the rest of U.S. teams scoring first.
This is just the way things go sometimes, so we'll have to see what changes for these players. I believe C is Cedric, so we'll call him C for now.
There's C, there's P, and maybe Envy can be E.
Yeah, that could work.
Or just V, actually. just put the letter V on.
They need to get a W is the letter they're looking for, and it's not going to happen when you're tackling your own teammate out of the way. So Crow will clean things up for the second goal for Air Force Gaming. A little bit of a mishap, a mistake on the back end, leading to the lead strengthening for Air Force Gaming.
It's the easiest goal Crow has scored so far this tournament. I'm pretty sure the rest are going to be as tough as possible. Well, they need a W. At the very least, they need a G, a goal to their name, or a couple of S's, the saves, but yet another...
No.
I said it was an easiest goal that Crow scored so far. Yet another falls in their lap as Bach just works it on through again. Chowder, while missing all of the play previously, just finds himself amongst Storm Shadows players, and of course he plays nuisance. Of course he starts going for bumps, and all of a sudden yet another big old opening for Air Force Gaming to strike.
I feel like Air Force Gaming heard me talking up RAF Storm Shadows, and they're like, yeah, you know, there's potential for this to be like a preview of the grand finals, and Air Force Gaming's like, it's just going to be us versus ourselves in the grand finals. Once we're done with all the teams out there, there'll only be scraps remaining after all the demos and goal explosions go through. But Crow with another great shot and a redirect. Every single goal to their name. 3 shots, 4 goals.
Perfectly executed, and Cedric in the net. Well, he has that alert symbol above him like in Metal Gear Solid. These shots are just so great, and Air Force Gaming couldn't put a single fault to them. They are executing in every single point on the field, and results are speaking for themselves.
I mean, we saw 4 goals from Crow in the first game of today, but even then, it's not exactly what we expected here against the RAF Storm Shadows. So a rough start for their team. I feel like, though, once you get 3 goals scored against you, it's kind of, okay, figure out where we can adapt, maintain our base of play, and pick ourselves up a little bit more than we were trying to before and move on mentally into the next game. But if you can get a goal, it would be huge for RAF Storm Shadows, and I think the biggest thing that they need to focus on for now is figuring out their rhythm, because it's been off by a beat or 2 since the start of game 1.
That's the thing, and thankfully the kickoffs at the very least are helping with it just a little bit, because you're not forced to just be in the rotations that you're absolutely stuck in. But soon enough, it seems like the game settles into this rhythm that for Storm Shadows, it's not what they want. It's not what they feel comfortable with, where Air Force Gaming seems like whatever situation they're put in, or rather, they right now are in exactly the spot they want to be. Okay, 2 versus 2 just for a moment, but P and the rest of the Storm Shadows trying to stop Chowder, they cannot. Chowder with his first in this series. 5-0 for Air Force Gaming. Yep. Continuing as usual. Same as it ever was.
It's like an action movie going on, explosions everywhere, and eventually something happens where it makes the other team gasp. And well, that's the ball going in the back of their net yet again for the 5th time there. This one not by Crow, so at least someone else gets a participation award for Air Force Gaming in this first one. RAF Storm Shadows, again, eyes on the horizon. This is just the first game, not exactly how they wanted to start things out, but it's their first time on stage during the competition, and that might be just some nerves getting to them as well, because a lot of these teams, you know, it could be some of the players' first times playing in this kind of an environment, especially all the way here in Germany. So we'll have to see what they can do to adapt into the next one. But with just a little bit over a minute remaining, 5 goals, not expecting too big of a comeback, but if they can get at least 1 on the board, that'll be huge moving into the next one.
We've heard the claps and cheers earlier today in the Ramstein Force base in the main venue, and I'm sure there's more and more of that sound coming in on through. I do wonder if there is any chants happening in the arena as well, because we'd love to hear some support, especially the UK teams. The culture of football chants in UK is second to none. So while the RAF Storm Shadows are playing, perhaps the Shadows and the HMS Triumph can be in the audience and do a good old cheer for them.
Yeah, a little bit of motivation goes a long way, but also getting something on a target would be even better here for the RAF Storm Shadows. They're looking for it for Envy, less than 10 seconds to go. Chowder deflected away, a good possession play here. Cedric does have a chance, but it does get taken out of their clutches. Air Force Gaming, Game 1 winner is a bit of an understatement there. We saw those 4 goals by Crow, and it was pretty much said and done the first 2 minutes.
I almost felt like that game was going for longer than just 5 minutes, but no, it was just the dominance, the prolonged dominance that we've seen from Air Force Gaming, Buck, Crow especially, and Chowder proving once again, while they are the ones to beat, there's everybody else, and there still is on their screens motivating the RAF Storm Shadows roster, making sure that they're on point. That he knows what to tell them. He has been on the stage before as a player, and he knows exactly what is needed from his players to make sure that the game number 2 is different. As we take a quick peek at the stats, I'm going to immediately close those stats. They tell the same story as the score line just shown. 5-0, utter and complete dominance by Air Force.
I gotta say, I gotta give a big shout out to production here. I mean, the quality that we're seeing, you can see the curve of the monitor. Everything's just so clean, and the player cameras and everything that's being put together. Biggest shout outs to our production crew that's making this all a possibility. Top of the line work, but we also want to give a shout out to the players. I mean, they're giving it their all as well. Yes, the RAF Storm Shadows only had a single shot from Envy in the last game, but that's because we saw so much aerial dominance. Who else but Air Force Gaming? Almost every player with 4 shots to their name. Buck with 3 assists, being that facilitator for their team. And of course, we saw Crow with a 4-piece start things off strong in this best of 5. So RF Storm Shadows need to get on the board here and fast. If they want any chance to come back, and well, it's going to be Crow yet again, starting off strong.
Oh, he still has more. I would imagine that by this point he would be saving those goals, maybe savoring them just a little bit, but he still has more. He must have gone to Costco, got a whole bunch of these on a huge discount. Probably has a member card as well, and he's just dispensing him here left and right. But is that inaudible? Maybe it's almost unfair that Air Force Gaming are playing a game of Rocket League where aerial plays are so important. And maybe that would have been a bigger disadvantage if there would be a game that would be much grounded than this.
Yeah, probably used to going supersonic in a number of different ways and flying high in the sky against whatever competition you are facing out there in all walks of life and in the game of Rocket League. And that's what we've been seeing here so far from Air Force Gaming. Only gave up the 1 goal we saw in that last series. So they're looking for the perfect sweep here against RAF Storm Shadows. We heard from Buck saying that they were a little bit disappointed that they gave that one up. So this is a statement that has been made thus far, but they still have a lot of time to go. Keep things in their favor. And well, as I speak it into existence, it will be P getting the first goal for RAF Storm Shadows.
A great little stealing. Buck plays the ball, but P is already there, ready to collect whatever he can. As nobody is back home, Air Force Gaming get dealt a blow, and RAF Storm Shadows are going to be very happy to be getting back to a tie situation. Let's see, well, it's going to have Envy, and now they're going to be just retreating on back. RAF Storm Shadows cannot rest on their laurels even for a second. Immediately need to think about the game and about the defense.
We were talking about the different letters and what they meant for these players on RAF Storm Shadows. I think P stands for possession and pizzazz, as we see some shot pirouettes put through that time as well, but still not enough for it to get past the last few defenders. RAF Storm Shadows looking a lot better than they did in the last game. Less shaky. The words from their coach, the words of encouragement and correction seem to be enough for them to at least be in the competition this time. Cedric does get countered by Chowder. A little bit of a demo goes through. Nobody's home, but it hits the crossbar, or the post, excuse me, and in at that time. Unlucky for the defense.
It wasn't a threatening situation to begin with, but P just a bit much to the flank, and the demo, and especially a spawn for Envy. If he would have spawned on the opposite flank, he would have had a chance for something. With well played by Chowder all the way from the other side of the field. Of course, Gaming would be happy to take this one. Yet another shot. They need to reach out, and he makes the save. And RAF Storm Shadows, well, they've climbed that mountain once. They slid down it. They're gonna have to climb up it again.
Beautiful kickoff plays from Air Force Gaming as well. Really just improvising here on the field. Probably not improvisation for them. They've likely practiced it time and time again against other squads, and the kickoff meta in Rocket League in general has been elevated more and more as the years have gone on. In our 10th year of Rocket League now here, Jar, is kind of insane to think about, but these players still showing new things time and time again. A drop down from P. That was almost a beautiful one there from Cedric, but still not enough for them to tie things up yet again. Envy over the flip reset denied by the defense and Buck.
It's going to be a reset, full reset as Air Force Gaming take control. Not enough to really stick to it, so the RAF Storm Shadows are going to be taking back. Take back, they do. Buck just gets given the ball by Envy straight up. From what we've seen from series number 1, at no point can you give Air Force Gaming even a bit of space in front of you, and any sort of hesitation is going to be punished. This time, really, they get away scot-free.
That they do. Good looks from Air Force Gaming. Not as many goals as we saw before, but as I say that, well, Chowder will answer our prayers here. Off the sidewall, goes from the ceiling. And a good touch for good measure. Nobody on the defensive end either way, but they will put up that shot in their montage later on.
Great flip reset, and oh, Crow is going to be running away with that one. Envy, I feel like even without a flip reset, Blow and Boost would have a hard time making the save. And once the flip reset came, there was no chance. RAF Storm Shadows were reaching out for that one. We're seeing these goals where it seems like RAF Storm Shadows players should be there, but Air Force Gaming just find themselves an opportunity where RAF are not close enough to make a save. They're looking for their second of this game. Cedric playing off the backboard, but he either needs to put it on target or for Envy to be closer to immediately react and follow up. Otherwise, it's a shot that Air Force Gaming calmly play.
Close but no cigar for the time being for RAF Storm Shadows, and it goes the other direction again. 4-1 for Air Force Gaming. It seems like game twos are typically where we see teams tend to fight back against Air Force Gaming, but then they quickly tighten things up enough, close out any sense of doubt against this roster. And 28 seconds to go, 3 goals to overcome. Might be able to get something here if they got it away from Crow. Envy with a touch into the midfield. Chowder over to Buck instead. And a good follow through off the backboard, just wasting more precious seconds as the hourglass goes down even more so. 10 seconds here. There will be at least one for the road. 8 seconds left on the clock. If you get 2 kickoff goals, it is possible to tie things up.
Cedric shows some great vision of the field, rushes for that ball, and RAF Storm Shadows are going to take any sort of goal, this included. So off the kickoffs, we praise the Air Force Gaming kickoff strategies. RAF Storm Shadows. Envy sits back pretty tight and actually wins the flank as well, but does not get a control, and as it rolls all the way out, at most, it is going to be a 3-4, or it might have even been the other way around, but scoring something here could have been a great highlight moment, something, a bit of a hype into the next game. The ball's still up. Nobody wants to go into the game number 3. Left alone, the RAF Storm Shadows, they want to create something out of here. Still up, and Crow had a chance to make it 5-2. Not gonna drop, only for a second. Buck drops the ball down, but team as a whole did not. 2-0 in the series, and who is gonna take on them? Who can potentially take on Air Force Gaming? Do we pit the rest of the team's 6 other rosters versus Air Force Gaming?
My goodness.
Trying to overcome them? I feel like Buck, Crow, and Chowder are still going to be able to win.
Well, this is the most amount of goals we've seen a team get against Air Force Gaming. So that's something that RAF Storm Shadows can write home about, but they don't want to be writing letters of loss against this star-struck roster here of Air Force Gaming, who have come to claim their crown yet again for the three-peat. But Air Force Gaming, they need to get their 3rd game here to keep that consistency going, make sure they top out on the winner's side of things with the best seed that they can have possibly, and the easiest road to victory during that double elimination bracket starting later tomorrow. But even then, this is a great performance from all 3 of these players. Not much that I would change for them personally, so it's all eyes on RAF Storm Shadows on how they continue where they left off with that last goal.
That's the thing. The Air Force Gaming are the pinnacle of performance right now. 100%. They are the benchmark onto which the rest of the teams are measuring themselves against. And so to be as good as Air Force Gaming, there's going to be a lot. And indeed, their game plan is self-sufficient. Everything is on point. And while, yes, there has been a hint of, oh, maybe there is a weakness to their play, I personally haven't seen it so far.
I got to give credit where it is due to RAF Storm Shadows. 7 shots instead of the 1 that we saw between both of those games. So a lot more offensively minded effort from them. A great defensive effort there too, but the bump's not going to lend them any favors. Chowder will be credited with that one, and the first goal yet again goes to Air Force Gaming.
Chowder opening up in this series. Previously, it was all Buck and Crow on the goal-scoring department. Chowder, the veteran of the event, the last remaining player on that winning roster from last year, showing that, yeah, he's just not old calorie. He's still here. He is still managing to make the plays, and yes, another kickoff starts. He is there in the blue side of the field already, winning the ball, passing to his teammates.
Good looks from Air Force Gaming up to this point. All eyes on RAF Storm Shadows. See if they can at least get one to tie things up. It's the closest we've seen these two teams is in the last game where we did see that tying goal from RAF Storm Shadows. Then it ran away from them a little bit too quickly. Like sand through their fingertips. They were trying to find some way to collect it enough to form something into a key for the lock that is the net for their opponents. But right now, theirs is wide open for Crow. What a touch.
Right here, I'm looking at this. No way Crow gets a touch. It's the ball is against him. Like he goes counter to where the ball is going, and yet still gets a touch. Enough to put it on target. Never mind about the power. It's impossible to get power from that angle. But precision with which he drops it. Wow, behind enemy lines was Crow. And he shows once again he is one of the best, if not the best, on the stage today. And the way they're just masking their plays here and there. Previously it was Buck, now it's Crow. I'm surprised they're not just commandos behind the enemy lines, Air Force Gaming. Maybe they're flying the stealth bombers or something like that. But sometimes just they pop up with most unexpected places.
Gotta expect the unexpected against Air Force Gaming. They can pull off a shot out of anything, and especially when the defense is unaware. Buck will be the one credited with the goal this time. A great 1, 2, and 3. A bit of a distraction, too, by his teammate. And that will be enough for another 3-goal advantage against their opponents in RAF Storm Shadows right before the halfway point. The consistency of this Air Force Gaming team is what is proving to be the most deadly factor about them. Other teams just, once they try to come back, it's already too late.
That's one of the really high points of a good team, consistency, because you can have some great games, you can pop off, and at the next one you don't know what to do with yourself. As save attempt was made, but Crow gets a second to his name in this series. If you don't have that consistency, it's quite done and dusted. Even if the level of your consistency is lower than peaks for some of the teams. 4-0, I think it's safe to say that this elephant in the room, the Air Force Gaming, we keep on talking about it. It's not even the elephant in the room. Everybody knows they're there. Everybody's talking about them. Everybody says, how do we beat them? Killer Pigeon asking, how do you beat Air Force Gaming? They are the ones to beat, no doubts about that. And Buck, not even going to touch that. Hat-trick for Crow.
When you start giving up goals like this at this point, I think it really just takes a second for you to take a step back while the kickoff goals go forward and rethink your game plan for these challenges. Have somebody on your back line ready for these weird plays that Air Force Gaming are going for, but the demos don't make things easy. Crow could have had that on target, but it hits the post and is away instead. Chowder does give it up to P. Crow, even with no boost, sends it off to their teammate, and Chowder will get the finish. They are ruthless on the offense here.
Oh my God, they are making a minced meat out of RAF Storm Shadows right now. Yes, final games of series sometimes are blowouts. And as we're taking a look at the previous one, 7-0 so far has been the biggest scoreline for Air Force Gaming. Of course, was in the opening series of the day versus the RAF Shadows, the sister team, the RAF Storm Shadows. But that series, in the end, still ended up in favor of Air Force Gaming. 1 for RAF Storm Shadows here, SP. But suddenly something on the board. It's nice to get your name on there. Even so far, the match has been going not your way. Okay, 1 scored. Time. Let's not look at the time. Let's find those cards.
I mean, the goal being scored just sets up for the best trip that these players, aside from going to Germany, can be thinking of on Air Force Gaming. They want to go to Brazil 7-1. We'll see if we can have it happen here. I know people in Germany probably aren't hearing the best things about that, but even then, RAF Storm Shadows, they gotta prevent that from happening. If I was them, that's what would be in my mind right now, to make sure I do not get Braziled on the big stage here. A little bit over a minute to go. Air Force Gaming, they are on the back foot here. That's a good touch from P, and it goes the other direction. It thwarts their plans, and there's the second goal for RAF Storm Shadows. 1-4, it's technically a possibility. We'll see how far they can pull things back.
The thing is, nobody has put Air Force Gaming on a back foot so far. It has always been Air Force Gaming dictating how the game is played, them scoring goals and playing their comfortable game. When everything is hunky-dory, that's great. But another mark of a great team is how do you perform when you're starting to get the heat is getting turned under you just a little bit. And right now, Cedric and P, great opportunity of their own. They're looking alive, RAF Storm Shadows. With more of a pressure like this, they can really take the feathers of Air Force Gaming.
That they can. Well, with a little bit over 30 seconds remaining and the 7th goal here for Air Force Gaming, that makes 34 on the day in their first 2 series here, Jar. They are just so accurate when it comes to the way that they are putting these shots on target every time they are hitting the bullseye.
Pro and the rest of Air Force Gaming will be starting yet another rush off the kickoff. Again, with a little bit of threat for RAF Storm Shadows. Who's with possession? Well, that's Chowder. Who's with him? Buck. Who's taking a shot in the net? Crow. And then when that play stops, they patiently wait for their turn, and Chowder gets the ball again. Cedric, though, dispossesses him in front of the net. They still juggle the ball around, almost teasing their opposition. RAF Storm Shadows, try as they might, they are yet another team to fall under the pressure that are Air Force Gaming, the reigning champions.
What a goal that we've seen time and time again from Air Force Gaming that they put up. I feel like that's been going in the back of my mind every time we see them just go up for a shot. Man, that's an amazing goal. Wow, how did they pull that off? And then RAF Storm Shadows, again, the only team who's been able to score in more than 1 game against the squad thus far in the 2 series we've seen up to this point. But even then, it's when you're down and out that they let the goals against them go through. So congratulations to Air Force Gaming so far. They are proven to be the top dogs yet again this year.
Day number 1, and confidence is sky high in the camp of U.S. Air Force. And I'm pretty sure the other U.S. teams are also looking at this and saying, yep, we are looking pretty good. We are looking pretty good at this. This is our chance to take it once again. But of course, there's the countrywide pride and countrywide competition, but there's always the competition amongst the armed force branches themselves. So while Space Force and Coast Guard will be happy that the Air Force is taking all the names, they would like to compete with the Air Force on their own field, maybe for the top 3, and maybe snag that #1 spot from them. But for now, they're looking undefeatable. And I'm not sure if this is the Buck's mustache, if it's Crow and his great plays. Again, he has been spectacular, scoring so many goals for his team. Chowder's historical legacy and just veterancy on this team. All in all, the mixture of that team is perfect, and US Air Force Gaming should be really proud of assembling this roster that they found this year.
It's great to see exactly how the user games have been going for Air Force Gaming and Storm Shadows. They gave it their all. I'm excited to see more of them in the future here, Jar, but there's still so much to hear from these players on Air Force Gaming. I mean, I gotta feel like there's so much going through their mind. They probably aren't as happy about letting in those goals, but they're probably still happy about getting those games. What do you think?
Well, I'm thinking we should hear from Killer Pigeon as once again US Air Force is standing by after that endgame interview, just like your cat is standing by for this one. Take it away.
Exactly.
Thank you, lads. I'm joined by Chowder from Air Force Gaming, or I feel like at this point maybe I should just rename you to the Brit Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game. I think we played well, and
we're excited to keep going.
Now you guys have been looking solid. I mean, that game one especially, we had like Crow, 4 shots, 4 goals. We talked a little bit last night, and you were pretty honest. You know, you replaced 2 members of the team, but the words you used, not a downgrade.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 new players this year. I'm the only returning player, but I can tell you right now, they're definitely not a step down. They are 2 great players, and happy to be playing with them, and they're showing up right now.
Now, we heard from Buck, you know, a little bit unhappy about letting 1 or 2 goals in the first series. We let a few more in this one. You know, is there a little bit of concern there, or is it just the RAF boys really being on a next level compared to the first team?
You know, we're still working on it. We're working out some of the kinks. It's day 1, not playing the best we can. I think going forward, we're going to work some stuff out, and it's going to be a lot less goals less in. So,
which team are you looking at as maybe the biggest threat as you go deeper?
I mean, it's always going to be Coast Guard for me. We're good friends with all of them. We play all the time, so we kind of know how each other play, and I think it'll be a good series whenever we play them.
Oh, I'm excited to see what the lads can do. Up next, we've got another Brits versus US showdown. Predictions on that one, we've got the new lads, RAF Shadows, going up against the Space Force Gaming.
You know, I got to stay on my USA side. I think Space Force is going to take this one.
I mean, it's got to break at some point. At some point, the Brits got to get some points on the board and take a series. We'll have to see. We head to a short break. When we return, we've got RAF Shadows going up against Space Force Gaming.
I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves in silence, boy, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play, these busters, they've been not allowed. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves in silence, boy, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play, these busters, they've been not allowed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. We gave Jar of Jam a much-needed break, and we brought Relic back into the booth to continue on where we left off with the action. We've had a lot of matches finish up so far on stream and in the background, so let's take a look at the current standings. Air Force Gaming, no surprise here, Relic, are in the lead. 2 wins and haven't dropped a single loss on the maps so far. And it seems like the U.S. teams are on top of the standings at this point.
It looks like that in the games as well. I think there have been some moments from all 4 of the non-US teams within the microcosms of the series that we have seen thus far. However, it must be said that the Space Force and Coast Guard looking above the rest of the competition, and then the Air Force on a completely different dimensional plane, it feels like, to the rest of the competition. I think that potentially sweeping the tournament as they did last year, a very real possibility once again. But for us right now, Vodable, we can put them off to the side. We can let them relax or do whatever they're doing, maybe enjoying some lunch, who knows. Right now, we've got the RAF Shadows going up against Space Force. And so for Space Force, this is their opportunity to tie the Air Force at the top of the table with a 2-0.
Would be a massive maneuver for them if they can move on to the 2-0 and be tied with that Air Force Gaming roster. But RAF Shadows, I mean, no strangers to danger. We'll see exactly how they perform in this series, and I'm expecting big things. I mean, we got to see some looks from all these teams up to this point, but really what we're hoping to see a little bit more from them is more than just the one goal we got to see from them in our first series of the day. RAF Shadows have had some time to wait, some time to brood and figure out exactly what their game plan is going to be against these US-based rosters. And Space Force Gaming, based on how the teams were talking about them, maybe one of the weaker US teams compared to Air Force Gaming, the reigning champs, and Coast Guard Gaming, the runners-up. So if there's going to be a US team you take a win against, this might be the one to do it.
Well, I certainly feel like as we head into this series, a best of 5, a reminder if you are just joining us, I do think that there is some credibility to what, I mean, listen, you're a very credible man, of course, but I think that based on what we've seen thus far, the Space Force has perhaps the most frail defense, and the Shadows, we were talking about them earlier, myself and Jam, that they can really do with some stronger transitional plays because their defense has been very stout. They have scored a goal against the Air Force, which, as we found out, is a pretty impressive feat all on this lonesome. But for the Shadows, I think keeping it tight at the back and working from that foundation, the way to go as we exit our first minute, and no goals as of yet, potentially.
Wow. Oh, this is a first. That
I spoke too soon.
You did speak too soon.
Shadows, I'm so sorry. You will get a written apology from me in the mail.
Oh my goodness, we were so close, 8 seconds away from, for the first time, not having our opening goal scored. And also not having it scored by a US-based team, but it will be Space Force Gaming on the board first.
Oh.
Devstar Jr., though, bounces back quickly afterwards, only 3 seconds later, or 5 seconds, excuse me, math.
I don't think it's Devs. It's Sour Patch Kid with a betrayal. Ring the Halo announcer in, because that single movement in what seemed so simple a maneuver bumped them out to play so they don't actually get a shot on target. It inadvertently jumps the keeper back of the net. Shadows with a free lifeline within seconds of conceding.
what a way to get your first goal in the series. I'm sure they will, you know, you talked about writing them a letter, an apology. They're writing home about that one and saying, wow, look at this shot that I somehow put through all by myself. No assistance needed, 100%. Definitely don't go back and watch the rest of the VOD. Either way, though, it is tied 1-1, and that will stand for now before we get towards an ever closer halfway point of game one. Space Force Gaming took the longest out of any team so far to get the first goal on the board and have had 100% goal participation, even with the one on their own net, but a little bit close for comfort was that shot right by the bow of that goal there. We do see potential from Sir Sizzly, who got us our first goal in this game. To get this away from their side, it goes off the crossbar away, but Darumas will put it through.
Well, we saw it pop off from the one goal that they scored against Air Force Gaming. They've already doubled that total in this game, tripled their total amount scored in the tournament. They lead for the first time in this tournament, and against Space Force, and okay, a little bit of luck audible straight out the gate, but it's what you do with that opportunity. And that was a genuine play. This was a genuine conversion on what they had set up. Now, as we approach halftime, they've got to look to the other side of this game. And they close it out and get an all-important W in the column.
Both teams want this win, but Dingleberry, the interviewee earlier on, got that name from their friends and proves to be the sole member needed to tie things up. A great follow through to get us back into the swing of things for Space Force Gaming. But it's not going to be so easy to strengthen their lead where they had it before. Deathstark Jr.
Oh my word.
Looking for the finish, and they were so close with it. If there was a follow through, would have been a goal.
Oh man, it's one of those moments where it's just the minutiae of the mechanics. I struggle to say it, but you'd think if that was an Air Force Gaming player, would that have been converted, or is it really just that tough? Well, the Shadows aren't giving up. They're still there. Kurt with the with the maxi doozy to Romus, who brings it back into the center. Kurt, completely the wrong attack vector, but thankfully for the Shadows, who had pressed up quite high, Space Force choosing to clear the lines rather than go for a shot on target. Sour Patch Kid with no boost left in the tank can only put it to Kurt, who throws it to the midfield.
After the shenanigans we saw in the first minute or so, things have evened up. We have a game on our hands between these two squads. Space Force Gaming trying to live up to the potential they showcased us in the first series of the day. Maybe hunger getting to them as the rest of the crew at the LAN going out for lunch, or at the venue specifically for lunch. And RAF Shadows, they've had some time to figure out exactly what they need to do, and this is a better look than we saw before during their first maybe sleepy series of the day. Kurt though off the post and into the heavens. Sir Sizzly sends it down. Deathstark Jr. off the crossbar and away. Someone needs to put this through. Kurt can't do it either. The constant pressure from RAF Shadows continues.
I appreciate them going for the harder shots to save, but it does mean that you're working with much less of a tunnel yourself. The vision has to be truly clear. Deathstark Jr. throws it away decently, but Dingleberry ready to receive. Throws it straight back to Deathstark Jr., who wants to force this through more permanently to the other side of the field. Miscommunication. Sir Sizzly cleans up the error. And 10 seconds left. Space Force Gaming in the ascendancy! Wow. And they descend with an airstrike. It's Dingleberry 3-2.
Dingleberry from the top rope gets it underneath the noses of the defense there to get them the potential victory in game one. 7 seconds to go now. Kickoff goal is needed, but it goes the other direction. Deathstark Jr. sets it up for Darumas, but it's not in the position that they wanted it to be, towards the midfield and down. The U.S. Space Force sneak away with game one.
Heart breaking for the Shadows. A 2-1 lead, slowly but surely evaporated. A wiggle of the finger. They're going to be running this one back. They know that they can do better because this is by far their best look Vodable. And again, the Space Force looking so good earlier. We know what they're capable of. Was that nerves coming to the fore again? Maybe, perhaps. I think game 2 will be very revealing as to how the rest of this series is going to unfold.
That it will be, and it was a good look, even with the assisted goal to get things started off on the right foot for RAF Shadows. But even then, we saw a lot of pressure from them. We saw a total of 7 shots for their squad. Dingleberry was the difference maker for the US Space Force. 4 shots, 2 goals, all of the pressure that they needed came to a head for them to come out on top in the last few seconds. Last-ditch effort was all that was necessary for the victory. Now they want to secure their game win here a little bit sooner if possible. So Space Force Gaming want to score before it's only 8 seconds left in the first minute.
Game 1, 5 minutes of individuality, you could say, both good and bad.
True.
Will we see a little more of a concerted effort here for the concerto that is AFI 2025, presented by ASAA. Well, first 30 seconds is going to see an opening goal. Dingleberry was indeed the first to the loose ball. Ricochets from downtown, and Space Force with the lead.
3 uninterrupted goals from the last game into this one by Dingleberry. Nice to see the consistency from them yet again. We talked about how the top teams are nothing but consistent. We've seen that from at least the top player here on Space Force Gaming. Sir Sizzly, though, got the first goal for their team, looking for a second here in the series. Still not enough for it to come out on top just yet. Sour Patch Kid did what they could to get this in a better spot for Dingleberry to clear things out. Good ground pitch. Does get contested, though, by the RAF Shadows team. Def Stark Jr. We'll see what they could do here. Go for the ball.
Get that curtain away from us. We want to peek through the blinds. Actually, no, we want to storm through the blinds, much like the Shadows and the Storm Shadows, who want to storm to not just a game victory, but a series victory. That is what matters at the end of the day, ultimately. When it comes to seeding, sure, you can talk about the game differential and such, but doesn't matter if you don't have those jobs. Oh, Sour Patch Kid with, honestly, almost one of the best saves you will see all day. Numbers overwhelmed. Shadows tie the game.
See, you were just sounding out Darumus. Eventually you were able to say it correctly at the end there, just with your exasperating sounds as the shots came through, and eventually the goal did as well on the follow through. But Space Force Gaming not giving a second thought to that goal, trying to come up with their own. Dingleberry putting the pressure onto Kurt, not giving them any time to work with on these plays. See what Sir Sizzly can do here. Dingleberry, though, forces it through yet again. The last 4 goals for Space Force are credited to them.
No, that first touch is filthy from Sir Sizzly. Coming down from the side as well to provide such a light touch to bring it under their control and then to drive it central with a Space Force teammate already coming in to try and provide that assist or to push the goal through. Wonderful work to be there again. Shadows, that's another strong look at net, but the aerial shots really challenging them. It's 50-50 as to whether they get it on target or just flat out whiff. To find a little more consistency and Vodable, I think we're talking about a far greater output of goals.
That we are, and seeing that consistency is huge. But Space Force Gaming, I mean, you talk about the output of goals. We haven't seen as many goals from them as we did in the last series. Just goes to show RAF Shadows giving it their all against these players, and because they had time to analyze probably the replays and look back on the footage against Air Force Gaming, they already went against the toughest opponent that they were going to. It's only uphill from then on out. proving how good they can perform against this team. They've been consistent enough to at least get a goal per game, but they need more where that came from if they want to come out on top.
Oh, I'm not a fan of this reactivity in net from the Shadows. They're allowing Space Force to run riot and steal plenty of their hundreds, and they're keeping theirs pretty well too. As the ball will fall to Death Dark Jr. Good read from Sir Sisley. Again, even just stopping it at the halfway line, a decent strategy to prevent the goals from going their way. It's loose, Sour Patch Kid! And again, great reactions from Death Dark Jr. I'm surprised there was no third Space Force Gaming player to finish the job. And now moving into the midfield, Daromas, another challenge. Death Dark Jr. So Sisley would have been in the perfect place to score it himself. Unfortunately, wrong team, Vodable.
Sometimes it happens. I mean, we saw that happen in the first game. A wrong team scenario where the ball gets just bumped into the net, and I think we're going to be reliving that one for a moment. But even then, minutes and 9 seconds to go here. RAF Shadows with Kurt have something going for them, but if they could take out Dingleberry on that play. Tough spot to be in. Nobody on the back line. It's Sir Sisley all the way towards Kurt, so it does fizzle out for now. Dangerous spot to be in. Darmus does have to back off on this play. Sir Sisley keeping the pressure going. 1 goal differential is a sticky scenario for Space Force Game to find themselves in, especially towards the 30-second remaining mark.
Just takes 1 loose touch and 1 decent shot. And all of a sudden we're talking overtime rather than end of game. But Space Force have wrestled back possession. That shot's wide. Kurt interrupted by Sour Patch Kid. Daromas throws himself at it. Death Stark Jr. throws himself at it. But all the boosters with Space Force miss on the backboard. Sour Patch Kid can't get it converted either. Death Star Jr. off the backboard. Daromas, that's nowhere near far enough downfield. Kurt, look how little juice he's working with.
Oh,
Sisley
no.
misses, but it's all in the service of wasting time at this point. Kurt will throw it down to Daromas. Can he keep it up? Kinda, maybe, no. Another 1 goal game.
Wow.
Space Force Gaming get it over the line.
Too close for comfort for Space Force Gaming, but hey, they've gotten the win every time so far. That means RAF Shadows need to pull off the reverse sweep if they want to come out on top. They want to prevent every game so far we've had on stream being a sweep, and this one's looking potentially like it could go there as well, Relic.
Any tweak that we've talked about so far that can actually be implemented out on the pitch volleyball, and this is an overtime for both games. If they are slightly more proactive in meeting players who are dribbling or bringing the ball to net via air, if they're able to make those challenges and have the players in place to follow up with throws downfield, I think we talk about way more opportunities naturally to go and score themselves. Speaking of, they are creating plenty of opportunities too. Come on from the team. You love to see it. If they're able to get one of these high-flying plays on net when Space Force Gaming is still in the retreat, then hey, that's 1 or 2 more goals that sees them not just in overtime, it sees them getting the win flat out vodable. They're so close to a W. This is the first, potentially, of their last chances to get it.
7 saves from RAF Shadows is what kept that on at a 1-goal scoreline. They need to keep up that kind of a performance, but also put a couple more shots on target. They only had 4 in their name in the last game, so great save from Darmus that time. But we need more where that came from to at least clear things away. Death Stark Jr. can't get it past Dingleberry. Darmus is in position and pitches somehow with some power behind it. Right back into the clutches of Dingleberry. There's the touch that they needed for the first goal. Wow.
I love the audacity of what happens here. Everyone's expecting the straight shot. Instead, it's just a little lift, utilizing the sides of the car to negate a lot of the kinetic energy that could have sent it actually higher than the crossbar and thus not into the back of the net. Wonderful technique. 1-0 Space Force, but as we know to this point, Vod, it is not over yet, especially with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Plenty of time to bounce back, and we've seen them do it almost every game up to this point. So RAF Shadows, they know they have it in them. They just got to get possession of the ball away from these players of Space Force Gaming. Keep an eye on the boost totals and how confidently their opponents are going for these challenges, and that might give them some insight on when to go for the ball themselves. But we saw a bit of a triple commit towards the midfield that time by the blue half. A demo does not bode well for this side, especially if Sour Patch Kid had more accuracy with that shot. It's a good touch for Deathstark Jr. to center it for Kurt. It's not as fast as it needed to be.
Baromus. So Sisley looking for a teammate, but Deathstark Jr. gets there first. Not on that second occasion, however. That's Dingleberry. Kurt to throw it up over them. It's Sisley on hand, the midfield enforcer. Yet again, demonstrating great resolve, but finally they break through the midfield lines to the Shadows. It's Kurt on the backboard looking for a bump onto Dingleberry. It was a little lift, and Daromus is able to hit the backboard again, at which point the Shadows have already retreated.
Shadows retreating, not retweeting. It seems to be the way things have been going time and time again for this team. So far, it's been working out to at least keep this at a 1-goal scoreline. They don't want to overcommit, find themselves in a tough situation that they can't recover from. And RAF Shadows are picking their battles, waiting for their moment to strike from the Shadows, as is their namesake. But even then, they can't find that break in the armor of Space Force Gaming. Darmas has potential, but it's a double challenge against them. They have no room to work with.
Their plays are a little too readable right now, the Shadows, especially in those 1v1s. Dribbling past an opponent is incredibly difficult, especially when you're Space Force Gaming, where there's no reason to vacate your starting position. And Sir Sisley, who's often been starting in the midfield, gets a goal for himself.
Just a few minutes away from joining Air Force Gaming at the 2-0 record. This would be a huge start for Space Force Gaming. Prove their worth in this tournament. Make it so they have an easier bracket, not have to face off against the Air Force Gaming as early as they would want to in that double elimination bracket later this weekend.
Oh, I love it. Oh, great save. Amazing save from Space Force, but a wonderful development path here from the Shadows. And Deathstark Jr. hits the post. It's the Rovers with the follow-up. Simple, smooth. It's not a lawn cutter, it's a lawn massager.
Therapy, the song that comes up here, might be what their opponents need after that was done to them. Space Force Gaming are going to be playing that one back in their minds time and time again, saying we could have gotten the save. We were maybe a bit more prepared for it. Well, now with 1 minute and 20 seconds, they are put on notice even more so than they were before. Back to a 1-goal game as the last two had been. We need more where that came from, and the touch might be enough. There's power behind it. Sir Sisley barely saves it away.
Kurt's backboard, and Sour Patch Kid throws it to the side with vigor. Deathstark Jr. though sends it right back. He's not able to close it down enough, and there's the throw. Sir Sisley so calm under pressure. Tries the fake follow-up. Kurt seeing through the facade. No boost though. Just looking to lift it or control it. No, Dingleberry sees through that as well.
Oh no, Sour Patch Kid with the touch off the crossbar and away. Daromus has potential. Goes past one, but Dingleberry will be the savior potentially again here. Daromus, no touch in sight, even with the blue trail this time. Is in the clutches of Space Force Gaming. With time ticking down, so do the chances of RAF Shadows for the comeback in this game and the series.
Kurt. Wait, he's out on target. Oh no! Beans on toast, rattles away. Kurt flubs it at the last moment. Oh, that is true despair. Not over yet if Deathstark can get it on field. No, Kurt with the... Oh no! Oh, write me Homer, because that was an odyssey and it did not end the way that anybody wanted.
You could see the karate chop from Kirk onto the desk, or Kirk, excuse me, onto the desk that time. just the frustration in their eyes and ears as the goal does not go through at the end to send us to overtime. Unfortunate for them, it does go down without a game win so far, but that was the closest 3-0 sweep we have seen so far today, Relic.
I think we're going to have to petition to the local council. It's no longer Ramstein, it's Sweep City, because that's all we're getting right now. It's such a shame because, as you rightly point out, that not even just the one game. Every single game in that series, a one-goal game. And it just takes that one moment where Space Force slip up. They're not as clinical as we've seen them down the other side of the field. Or in that very last, I mean, Kurt's going to be replaying that one back in his mind so many times. It's not just the fact that he didn't control it just right at the end. Again, difficult skill, especially in that moment. That's a lot of pressure onto the shoulders. But he had a clear net, or mostly clear net opportunity just seconds prior. And that is the difference in Rocket League between overtime and golden goal. And sadly, what has happened here, I don't think this deserves to be a 3-0 sweep. But Shadows can take so much enthusiasm from the performance.
True. Everyone does make it into the bracket stage, so they have something to look forward to. Maybe they're still going to have a tough bracket ahead of them. But again, Space Force looked at the top of their game. So did Air Force Gaming. So, hey, maybe the two toughest teams, apart from maybe the Coast Guard, based on the way things have been going so far, they have faced their demons up to this point, and maybe an easier journey lies ahead for them. 0-2 currently, but they still have potential to get some wins between now and tomorrow as well during the group stage itself. But we do have our interview with the winners, so take us into it.
Thank you, lads. I'm joined by Sourpatch Kids from Space Force Gaming. Sourpatch, congrats on the win. Gotta talk about this series though. I need to check you, feel any sweat. I think you're clear, because that game may have been a 3-0, but that felt sweaty.
Yeah, it was pretty risky at the end there. Hitting the crossbar out is lucky in our favor. It feels bad for the other team. It's just Rocket League at the end of the day.
Did they surprise you? Because I feel like RAF Shadows had kind of like an awkward start, right? Going up against the scary big boys here. Did that maybe set an expectation for you guys that, this should be very easy?
So they're one of the teams that we had like a 50-50 mindset going into. We know that they're a good team, but we were able to just keep pace and follow through, picked up from our last series.
So how many Sour Patch Kids do you consume a day to maintain that name?
How many do I say again?
How many do you consume a day to maintain your name?
I mean, a bag a day keeps a doctor away is what they say.
And keeps victory oh so sweet. And looking at this, it means that you're keeping up with Air Force Gaming. I guess they're the obvious boogeyman you're trying to avoid. Is there any other team in the sides of your mind that are the biggest threat outside of AFG?
AFG and Coast Guard are the big two. I think their gameplay shows it right now. Just how to keep pace, keep the scrims going, and hopefully win it.
It's a long day. I'll let you get some rest before you get into next set. And it's appropriate that he mentions Coast Guard, because up next, we've got another British-US showdown. It'll be the HMS Triumph going up against Coast Guard. Let's go to a short break, and when we return, it's time to dive deep into the seas of Rocket League.
The Allied Forces Esports Invitational is presented by USAA, and it also seems to be presented by all the US teams because they are winning non-stop. So far, 5 for 5 in series, potential to go 6 for 6. Let's look at the standings and see how we have gotten here so far if you are just tuning in. As you can see, Space Force and Air Force Gaming both 2-0 with not dropping a single game, and Coast Guard Gaming also didn't drop a series yet. The rest of the teams still looking for their first wins in games and in the series. One of these days, Relic, we are not going to get a sweep.
One of these days is that day. Today we're playing, I'm feeling a bit board gamey because we've got a bit of Battleship going on as our upcoming series sees the HMS Triumph lads take on Coast Guard Gaming. Another battle between the Brits and the Americans, but which one's going to come out on top? Well, Coast Guard Gaming have, as you say, that W already in their pocket, but Triumph in their first series, we did see some genuinely excellent signs out of them. It was perhaps their defensive frailties and their lack of clinicalness in front of goal which let them down. Transitional play, though, possession looked pretty strong, and I think that's half the battle won for a lot of these teams. If they're able to corral the ball under their control and not give it away so cheaply, then that at the very least carves out an opportunity. What you do with that opportunity then is down to you, and all the bets are off.
This is the halfway point of the day, Relic, and I feel like this is going to be a turning point for a lot of teams. They just got their bellies filled with some tacos, I heard. They're taking some selfies, having a good time here in the arena. This is what we like to see, but will the gameplay showcase the top level performances we're expecting it from them with some extra fuel to go along with it? We'll have to see if that'll be enough. As you mentioned, HMS Triumph versus Coast Guard Gaming is our series here and now, and Coast Guard Gaming looking to continue where the rest of the US teams have gone ahead of them before, going 2-0, dominating the competition and proving their worth as always. HMS Triumph looking to be that first team outside of America to get their win, and this would be a huge one for them, especially against Coast Guard Gaming, that squad who were the runners-up from last year.
Yeah, for the Coast Guard, this is actually going to be the first team to do, I was going to say around the world. They're facing the Brits after facing the French first, but it's not really around the world, is it? It's just a hop across the... I don't know why we call it the English channel, actually, when France has every... But you know what, naming rights aside, what we do know is that Triumph did look okay against Space Force, but actually by virtue of that, we were saying, oh, is the Space Force defense a little bit less certain than Air Force's? And I think we kind of got a good follow-up answer seeing that Shadows matchup. The Space Force defense can be good, but it's more about when the opportunities do arise for opposition, are they able to stop those crucial moments from playing out against them? Triumph's going to be in the blue for this one. Coast Guard Gaming in the orange. Coast Guard already going for a shot on net. Unlucky from Light. A lovely individual effort.
That would have been a highlight clip for the ages if it went through. Just aerialing, spinning around, and seeing if you can take out with an air dribble bump. I mean, that's the 1v1 style plays we saw on land recently in Raleigh, but even then, Stimplebog, we'll see if they can keep things in possession for their team. HMS Triumph, though, gives it up to Echo. Who else starting off strong yet again?
That looked like a complete miscommunication. Stimplebog does the right thing, but Judge Drury is in a different postcode. And so all of a sudden he panics, trying to go for the challenge of the ball. But when you're 1v1, if someone's able to just provide that little lift, then all of a sudden, whoopsie, open goal opportunity. Coast Guard with the opener, 1-0 within the first 30 seconds. Good news for Triumph, though. A lot of time left on the board.
Plenty of time. But again, Relic, some things change, but a lot of things stay the same. And the main thing is the US team scoring first in the first minute. Has not stopped whatsoever today, but we'll see if HMS Triumph can get possession of the ball. That's the big name of the game here for this team, and not giving it up so easily to your opponents. Judge doing what they can. Good shot from Xylem. Deflected by Lou Money. Good touch by Judge, though, sending it forward. A good counter by Echo with the interception. Not the touch that they wanted off the corner, though, so that gives Stimplebog some room, especially after we saw a demo in the back line, but still not able to keep the progression going.
Xylem will remain uncontested. Now Lights look to go out. Echo not able to be in the right position at the right time to capitalize. Drury towards net. Double commit at the near post allows Stimplebog a little bit of maneuvering before being taken out of play. Lights with the throwaway. Echo not able to help it on its way. And Lou Money engages in a bit of tennis here as Triumph and Coast Guard settle into the rhythm.
This rhythm is to the tune of Coast Guard Gaming's own drum, especially Light, who sends things into the heart of HMS Triumph yet again.
It's just a wonderful drive from the wall. That generation of pace completely catches out Triumph, who are left a little flat-footed. Still have to get it on target, of course, and maybe Stimplebog can do that. Who tries to wait until the end of time, but Coast Guard Gaming well aware to those sorts of tricks.
Almost at the halfway point of this game, and Xylem's just gonna open up the space some more, but a great defensive effort to somehow sneak that one away underneath the noses of Coast Guard Gaming. Should have been a surefire goal, but instead going for the second pass, flip reset, Echo for the follow through, and eventually they will strike through.
Just a beautiful neutralization. Lights sees in front of him an opportunity that is diminishing, but they get the double commit out of Triumph, and so Echo rocks up on the scene, can just throw it into the back of the net completely uncontested. On the stroke of half-time, 3-0, and unfortunately the Triumph haven't really left dry dock as of yet.
They looked decent at the start when we saw Stimplebog have possession of the ball, try to progress forward, but then lost the plot along the way. And I think a lot of that has to do with the bullying that we're seeing from Coast Guard Gaming. Bumps, getting them out of position with the air dribbles as well into the bumps, and then just carrying it over top of them, deliver the payload to their teammates. 3-0 so far, and potential for a fourth if things continue here, especially with the setup, but a little bit too far away for that to be connected with.
Now that's a freebie from Judge Drury, and before that we saw something even worse than a double commit, Audible. Double commit in the air whilst also utilizing your boost tank. It's not looking good for the Triumph. We highlighted a lack of communication at the end of their last series against the Space Force. Comms going quiet, never a good sign, of course, but sometimes individuality and heroic plays can rescue the situation, can lift the mood. It's looking like sour faces, unfortunately, as a fourth puts Triumph to the sword.
Business as usual, but the bumps are really what are putting HMS Triumph in their place. They have not had a counter to it, and they need to start bobbing and weaving, dodge, evasive maneuvers as best as they can. All systems go if they can get possession of the ball, as I've been saying, but so far, not so good for them. Stimplebog sent into the ceiling. Blue Money has potential. They give it up to Xylem. Good touch by Lights off the ceiling again. Judge can't get the touch, and they sacrifice themselves that time so they can get the demo and prevent them from going back to base. But even then, with 4 goals ahead of them, less than a minute to go, HMS Triumph got to be looking ahead towards the next game, especially with now a 5th going through.
Even there was a moment you could see there, Audible, we were on board with Stimplebog, where he's actually making the right decision in going for the ball. They got the right trajectory and enough speed to clear it semi-successfully, but then there's a snap decision to go for the 100 boost instead, which basically allows more time for the Coast Guard to set up positionally, which then, as we see, results in a 5th goal. There's a much better team in this Triumph roster than what we're seeing on our screens right now. Coast Guard, on the other hand, have turned up to play, looking better and better as the minutes roll by.
I mean, with the way that they're performing, arguably you can say so far the 2nd best US team, even after we saw the performance from the Space Force team in the previous series. Just keep talking about it, the consistency factor that makes great teams, and they're consistently getting better, as you were mentioning. So if they can keep that up throughout the rest of the day, tournaments are all about endurance, making sure that as you play more and more series throughout the competition, that you continue to either improve or play well enough that the rest of the competition can't catch up to your level of skill, and that seems to be the case here. 6-0, potential for 7 if Echo can set that up, but it does touch down. US Coast Guard, either way, get the victory.
One phrase comes to mind. I see you. Okay. One phrase comes to mind: playing with their food. 6-0 was the final scoreline. And don't think that we didn't see what was going on Coast Guard. There was absolutely some memery going on in those final 30 seconds. It could have been 7. It could have potentially been 8. But this isn't on the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard have turned up and they are doing a super professional job, Vaudable. I'm really excited by both their plays along the floor, their transitions, which are super clean, but also their calls to overload, to come onto the play, to step into the box, because they know what's happening next, or at least they know what the plan is. Can't say the same for the HMS Triumph, unfortunately. It feels deflated. It feels like they're lost for ideas. It feels like a lot of the hallmarks, the really strong and positive hallmarks that we were seeing in their first series of the day have just eroded, which that's a hard thing to get out of a rut. But as you say, it's a tournament environment. There's a lot more on the way too.
Wow.
And starting off like that is not gonna help, but you can't help but be impressed.
Right off the rip. No chances to recover and figure out your game plan from the start of it. That is the fastest goal we have seen thus far. Coast Guard Gaming are not letting up whatsoever. We said that they could have gotten 7 goals. Well, that was basically their 7th there.
There's the accuracy as well. Slotting it in the bottom left pocket so unnecessarily. And yet that's exactly what this squad is capable of. They're at the gym. They're flexing. And Triumph now have to try and find some gains, but an unnecessary miss mid-air. It's a freebie for the Coast Guard.
That's 2 for 2 on Xylem this time. Oh, that's such a tough save to make there for Lou Money. But it really comes down to not overextending, especially against this Coast Guard Gaming team. They know that they can shoot the ball from anywhere on the field and it will be on target. That accuracy has been deadly against other teams so far in this competition. Stimplebog, well, overextension seems to be the plague for this HMS Triumph team. They want to get on offense, they want to get shots going, they want pressure to continue, but they keep getting counterattacked, and you can see the gaps just widen even more so.
You're so spot on the money. This doesn't come down to a mechanical issue. It comes down to a positional issue. And that's where everybody's got to look at their position and say, do we have to simplify things a little bit? Do we need to reassess what we're starting with here? Do we go ultra defensive, go route 1, throw it downfield and see what we can manufacture? Because right now, the fancy tactics aren't working for Triumph. 3 goals down, basically within the first minute. It's a rough look. Honestly, Stage 1 is don't concede again. Stage 2 is if they can find that goal, that'll be a much, much needed injection of hope to take forward with them.
That's what we're looking for this HMS Triumph team. A demo will help open up some space, more where that came from. Just some disruption plays is what we want to see. Speed is also a factor. They were going a little bit faster. That would have been a goal in their favor instead of Xylem getting his 4th.
Just getting suckered in. There's already 2 players committed. Lou Money too far upfield. I definitely understand the worry about turning your back to the ball. It's always scary when you've got an opposition player bearing down on you and you are not facing it forward, but it is far better than cutting around too early and giving your opponent the read to make their way past you successfully in the first place. Lights with a little lift, and there was no one to put it home, but it is still 4 to the good for the Coast Guard.
First 2 minutes gone. Triumph did not expect them to be down this much so early, but still plenty of time if they want to put the pedal to the metal and get at least something on the board. Once they break past that wall, they'll be able to eventually find their mark time and time again. Typically how it goes for these teams, just that first hurdle is the hardest to overcome. Stimplebog with a pop-up. Echoed, great defensive effort. Xylem, a little bit of a mistake, and that could have been enough for the goal. There goes Lou Money off the crossbar and away. Almost enough, but still no dice.
They're making the better movements right now. There was still a little bit too much of an overcommit there from the Triumph, but at the very least, they weren't punished for it on this occasion. But there's 2 minutes left, and it does feel like the goals will only come for the Coast Guard still, as Echo can't quite locate the ball. And Judge Jury wins a challenge over Light. He's got support in Doom Money, but why are we double committing for this? Simple Bog goes in for a speculative challenge, but just like that, the Triumph attack breaks down.
Over-eager is the word I would use to describe the offense for Triumph in this specific game. That's what we saw at the start that led them to being counterattacked time and time again. And then on offense, they could have had a couple of extra chances if they just waited mere moments. Take a couple steps back or drive back a little bit in time. You know, they want to be getting back to the swing of things that they've used to have been having in their specific division to get to this point in time, but it will be Coast Guard Gaming getting their 5th. Business as usual for them. No goal in sight so far for HMS Triumph.
Given the time, they'll show you the hands. Lovely work from Echo. Proverbially walks it into the back of the net. It's a very difficult shot. You've got to respect the aerial control, not just from them, but from Lights as well. And we can't forget Xylem, who started off the party here in game number 2. An early goal, the fastest goal of AFI 25 thus far. And maybe there will be more than 5 goals on the horizon. Again, just Coast Guard Gaming playing keep away at this point. If there is a goal to be scored, they'll score it. The Triumph still flat, although at the very least at the very least Vodable, a logical look at goal, an opportunity that they crafted all of their own, and certainly something much more positive to take forward into game number 3.
We shall see. But with the time ticking down, something going the way of Triumph will help them more than nothing. Judge might be the one to do it if they got possession of the ball there, but they missed the timing. Tough read for them. Does get deflected to the other end. One final shot. Stimplebog, enough power behind it, but not enough from Lou Money that time. Touches down, and it will be Coast Guard Gaming going up to match point. Nobody has taken a game against a US-based roster so far this tournament. And that might continue here in game 3. Sweeps across the board for our first half of the day, Relic, if things continue on this trajectory. What does this team of HMS Triumph really need to change here to shake things up a bit and at least show some signs of life in this series?
Don't concede. I mean, it sounds way simpler to say than it is to actually do, but I think it comes down to the gameplay style. You can see there may be a little loss for answers, but you've got to frustrate. You've got to try and lure your opponents into not a false sense of security, more a sense of they've got to do more than what they're currently doing. They've got to overextend themselves to get this goal through. Yes, you're going to concede a lot of shots on your net, but if that means you get one opportunity to throw the ball downfield, get it on target, or at least have a following player, a driving player, to place it in the back of the net to get yourself ahead. That's something you can anchor down with, pardon the pun, that is something that you can work towards in regards to just picking up even one game win in this series.
Hey, we just need to make more boat puns. Maybe that'll be enough for the HMS Triumph to come out on top. Either way, torpedoes away. We'll see if that'll be something for them to get the goal, but no, let's see how the direction it goes. Lights again, lights up the defense and gets the goal.
Yeah, you look port, you look starboard. There's Coast Guard everywhere, Vodable. Lights with the finish within 20 seconds of the start yet again. Well, Coach Relic's game plan is out the window. I guess you just unfurl the sails and go straight headfirst into the storm, because at this point, any goal will do.
We'll see what they can do. HMS Triumph The goal did go against them early on, but they look a little bit more confident than they did before, especially because there hasn't been as many goals scored against them in this game thus far. But Echo does get it past one and goes for the second touch. All that they needed for goal number 2. Faded out 2 attackers. We talked about the positioning as being the main thing that they need to focus on here. HMS Triumph, if they can just take their time, build up some offensive pressure. I know they want to play to the pace of their opponents, but they need to be the ones to set the pace.
Okay.
They want to come out on top.
Okay. Well, Simple Bog has meandered their way through 1 or 2 players. But unfortunately, the meandering pace doesn't speed up. And so Coast Guard able to reset. Once again, I implore this team, comms will do you a lot of good. I know it doesn't feel good right now to be conceding so many, but so many of these mistakes are fixable.
And that's the main thing to take from this as well. You're facing off against, I mean, we can just say it at this point, the top teams so far.
Yeah.
You're going to improve because there's other rosters that you can face off against in this competition today and tomorrow. You're going to make it into that double elimination bracket. So take what you can learn from these games as much as you can and internalize it and try to improve between now and your next series that you're playing on the main stage. There's those practice setups for a reason. You can go over some drills, some different training packs. Be like, hey, this shot that I played in this replay, I didn't really like how I went for it. Let me play it back and see how it goes and go from there on out. So we'll see what the strategy is going to be for some of these teams. But again, HMS Triumph, they want to at least get a goal. So far, they have not been able to do so, and that will be the biggest hurdle for them to overcome.
Thank goodness they did pick up at least 1 goal against the Space Force. Otherwise, we really would be down in the dumps, and I think a great credit to the organizers of A-Fight, as we always give credit to them every year, but to know that you are not going home in that double elimination bracket, or before the double elimination bracket, I should say, to know that you've got multiple chances here. It's a great opportunity for every single team to learn. Yes, including you, Air Force Gaming, the stars of the show so far, but you can always get better. And with half of this game left to go, Audible, it's the only way is up for HMS Triumph.
That it is. Time ticking down. See if they can get possession of the ball, but first they need possession of some boost. Echo's taking everything, so is Lights, and using it all along the way, not giving them any time to work with Xylem. He's going to carry this a little bit too far to the left of the net. Echo trying to set up their teammate. And again steals that corner boost. They've been so consistent with, but there's been no chance for the defense to get anything. And because of that, there's no momentum for them to move the ball away from the goal line.
A great accuracy once again from Xylem. You look at that and think, yeah, it's a Hail Mary, but they keep it deliberately close to the near post so that that last player in net is already having to go against what they're expecting to do, which is maybe go for a far post save. 4 goals to the goods. And a rare look in the orange half of the HMS Triumph, but Stimplebog way too far back. Judge, jury, other sides of the field, waiting for a pass that was never going to arrive. Xylem all on their own! Stifles it through.
1 goal away from a hat-trick again for Xylem this time. Lou Money so close so many times to almost making these saves. Heartbreak for sure for that player, but even then, again, stuff you can work on is the big thing to take home from that. Still some time remaining for them to get possession of the ball. Judge does transition to downfield, so they have a chance if they can get this away from Lights. But Coast Guard Gaming are not going to give them the time of day with the ball. They know that they can keep this high and dry away from them, up into the heavens, and pass it back and forth and waste time. They don't want to be prolonging their journey here. The first half of the day, there's still 6 more series to go later on, so plenty more Rocket League 2 be played by these teams. We're into our last potential minute of this series. This could be a bad spot though. Stimplebog so close. They had a little bit of boost to work with and power Could have been a goal.
Lights doesn't know how lucky he was there.
Yeah.
Although lucky really is the operative word when you're 5-0 up. I mean, we're talking about Triumph breaking the Baron run.
That's lucky.
Xylem almost gets that sick goal to really put the cherry on top of this rather marvelously baked cake. But I'm afraid, as the kids do say, HMS Triumph have been truly cooked here. That was a rough watch if you are a Triumph fan. Plenty to go home and write about and learn about and work on. Not that any of these players are going home right now. They've got plenty more Series 2 play, and maybe that is a blessing rather than a curse. They will have an opportunity very, very soon to bounce back. In the meantime, US bouncing. That is 6 series wins, undefeated in series for all US forces. Okay, they've lost some games, but that is far from the worst blemish of any Rocket League team.
No games. Everything's been a sweep.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Oh my gosh, you're right.
There has not been a single game lost by the U.S. roster so far. They have won every series, won every game. They have not lost yet, but eventually they're going to have to play each other. So we'll see what happens at that point in time.
Revisionist history. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, it's okay. It's okay. I got you there. I got you there. It's tough though for these teams because there's so much to look forward to, especially once the teams who are having a tough go of it face off against each other. Our next series that we'll have after we have a break, after the interviews and all that fun stuff, will be also the French Air Force facing off against RAF Storm Shadows. So that's going to be a good one too. But as I talk about the future series, let's talk about our winner here. Let's get into this one. Killer Penguin, take us away.
Well, I'm changing animals as we go on the day, but yes, I'm joined by CGG's Echo. Congrats on the win, Echo. And usually I want to say Echo is a disadvantage in a battle against a submarine, but you seem to be the opposite in this series.
That was good. I respect that. Yeah, I mean, we had our game plan going into it, and we just stuck to it, and took the win.
Was there any concern at the start of the game? Did you notice something about the way Triumph has been playing so far today that you were able to adjust about your gameplay to get further ahead?
Yeah, we haven't watched their series previous, but we just knew not to, overdo anything. Just play the basics, and hopefully we, get the win.
I feel like there's an inter-rivalry here with the Americans now because the pressure is on. None of you have dropped a game. Is that like a mini game in your mind now where you don't want to be the first ones to crack?
I don't want to say no because I'd rather not lose a game, obviously. But a win's a win. However we win the series. But yeah, I mean it's definitely a thing for sure.
All right, now so far today I've been asking predictions and American, because we're always interviewing Americans. But next up, there's no Americans involved, so it's going to be the French boys up against Storm Shadow. Any prediction?
Ooh, oh, I see which Storm Shadow is. I got my French boys. I love them. Zalo. Take it down. Come on, you got it.
All right, we've got some support there for the French side. I, as a Brit, am obligated and actually mandatorily required to say that it has to be Storm Shadow. It's an interesting one, though. We finally have an opportunity for someone but the US of A to take the win. After a short break, we return for AAE Scavengers, the French team, up against the Brits, RAF Storm Shadows, after the break.
Oh, folks, we're having a lot of fun here at Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and it's time for the back end of the matches today. Jam here with Relic. We're about to open up on the Scavengers versus the RAF Shadows. But first, let's take a peek of where we have been already. And I think one sort of curve really gets drawn through this graph, and that is the victories for all the U.S. Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard gaming sides.
Yeah, this is going to represent the first opportunity thus far for a team that is not US-based to pick up a win. So it is high honors for the Storm Shadows and the French Air Force. Which one is going to grab that, seize it? We are yet to find out, but as we can see, it is 2-0s for all of the US-based forces. Our closest series to date was actually the Storm Shadows sister team, the regular Shadows, going up against Space Force. Again, me with my revisionist history, here I was thinking that they'd actually won a game. No, it was just 1-goal games each time, of which the Shadows were desperately unfortunate not to get one of those over the line. So the Storm Shadows is on paper the better squad. They're going to be going up against the French here, of course, the Scavengers, who they themselves are wanting to bounce back from their previous loss. It's exciting. It's always fun to see the French versus the Brits in general. But are we expecting the Storm Shadows, Jam, to live up to the billing with, and I know he's not going to escape my eye here, the wonderful Stelios as coach. Great to see him still involved, even though he's moving from player into that quote-unquote backroom role.
I've loved how he has been looking. We obviously have no way of hearing what he's saying to his team, but whenever he was saying something and he was on camera, he looked lively. He looked like if he was gonna light the fire underneath his players. So I have no doubts that even now he's saying the last words of support before the match. Say something good, Stelios. Say something good. Your boys need it. On the other end, though, the French roster of French Air Force, they looked really solid versus Coast Guard Gaming. So this is a match, I think, that's going to really bring us to the point of, okay, who is going to take it on the top? And the French roster, yes, they're eyeing us, and they're eyeing their opposition. So the boys are ready. The lads are raring to go.
I think the Scavengers are the real wild card of this event. They are going to be in the blue, the Storm Shadows over in the red. And the first goal could mean so much to both of these rosters, as the first W to a non-American squad shall be earned here.
You're going to see that Envy is still playing under his Envy tag. He did not decide to join Cedric in a name change, but Cedric with a goal for an opener. This is what we love to see, a strong start for one of the teams so far. It quite usually meant that this team then goes on to win.
Yeah, so many fist bumps, even in defeat. It's nice to see those fist bumps after something successful for this squad at last. 1-0 up very early on. And that kickoff has gone perfectly for the Storm Shadows as Cedric takes to the sky with full boost. It doesn't quite hit the backboard as Sakata's got that covered. P is going to be closed down. Runs out of the play. Sakata with a lift up for Naza. It's Zalu. Sakata was looking for 100 steal. Storm Shadows already got those hundreds on lock.
Zalu tries to go solo himself, but RF Storm Shadows already home. NZH from the top. It does not hit it. Zalu already there. The ball does not fall favorably to French Air Force. For a moment, they exert some pressure. Could use a little bit of boost. Grab some. NZH is already waiting, and Sakata might receive this. They need more players. NZH finds himself in front of the net, drops it for teammate, cleared out.
That was a nice drop down, wasn't it? Now the chance for the counter. Storm Shadows picking up that 100 boost through P. And now rotating back out, a quick little dance from Cedric. Envy steps in, buying a little bit of time here, trying to close the French Air Force in. Backboard hit, and Zalu deals with it.
After the game has started on all cylinders, we have slowed down just a little bit. There's a bit of a heat though. Zalu gets removed from the field, and so I'm sure the French Air Force are not going to take this offense lightly. And I'm going to be hunting the RAF Storm Shadows themselves, but for now they need to deal with a defensive work, and so far, very remarkably so.
P with the lift. Cedric with the throw into enemy territory. Misses with that Demolition, unfortunate, really. That could have really opened up the opportunity. 1-0's always the most difficult scorelines to deal with, but the Storm Shadows managing it admirably as we head towards halftime. Nice pressure from Envy as he heads into the center, but NZH dispossesses. And Cedric and P getting a little bit tongue-tied here as NZH will have a shot, but it's closed down by Envy yet again.
Something like this, movement of the ball, is making sure that you just have everybody in support and can just execute even like a setup, like something like that. Maybe from a template, but still a play nonetheless. Might net French Air Force the goal rather, and so far they've been looking really well in that regard, specifically setting up those plays. Finishing might have been lacking, but they really are looking solid, at least on paper.
Storm Shadows making life a little hard for themselves here. Struggling to get out of defense, and that was a lovely follow-up from Zalou, using a pinch into the ground. Goes wide on this occasion, but just an individual threat here from the French Air Force. Nice punish there from P, though. A little loosey-goosey with possession, and Envy's going to follow up. Wow, just that one movement jam, and the French Air Force midfield completely capitulated.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that proper on Zalou, then RF Storm Shadows will not be able to continue this attack. But letting the ball away from him a little bit too easily, not expecting Storm Shadows to immediately pounce on it, has cost them yet another goal against French Air Force. Well, talking about offense, but it's the defense as Speed gets a goal for his name. And just like we saw a second, the third one immediately comes through. Works it really well past everybody, despite so many bodies thrown his way.
Proudly producing the badge of Manchester United there. Certainly the team play a lot better than what I saw from that squad last season in the Premier League. Certainly a Premier performance, though, from the RAF Storm Shadows. With 90 seconds left on the clock, again, we think back to that one mistake from the French Air Force. Lets the Storm Shadows into a second in blink of an eye. That's a third on the board, and after their best passage of play, could they yet get a goal here? Bamboozlement from Zalou.
Zalou was looking great up front, had a chance to just pump it really strongly, but Cedric doesn't seem like he had a chance to save it, whether Zalou had a shot at it or not. I hear a lot of dings in the chat. Wow is right, but a goal is a goal, and French Air Force would love to start even with this. They have the boost, and again, they have the players ready to assist. Now it needs to convert, and they're going to try again.
On the board, greatest comebacks have to start somewhere. And Zalou beats two. Lucky for them, Envy was able to clean up. Proactive on that midfield line. And here he is again. Envy towards net, that's wide, and, or should I say, too close to the post. Cedric's follow-up doesn't do much better. And Sakata doing what they can to deny, although Cedric does take them out. The aggression continues. All three of those blue players stationed on the near post, but now doubling up on the wing. They've been able to break through the midfield press. It's P, Zalou, around the corner, but Cedric in the counter direction. Here's Envy with a throwaway, yes.
They're trying to keep the ball away from entering the orange side of the field. First Storm Shadows are succeeding in that. P almost baits two, already beaten one. The second one almost gets the bait as well. It's always solid in the defense, always somebody home. French Air Force will have to rise pretty early to beat the RAF. First game is going to be going in favor of RAF Storm Shadows. Their, I believe, the first series of the day that they have won. But this so far has been a close fought battle in these two rounds.
Yeah, it's I think this game is going to be mostly defined by the minute of madness from the Scavengers. I think to give up the 2 goals in that fashion back to back, when they look back on this game with the hindsight and 2020 vision or whatever you want to say, they're going to regret doing things the way that they did, because I think just a little more calm and patience, and they would have built up into their what was eventually their first goal naturally. And rather than talking now with a 3-1 defeat, we're talking about a 1-1 tie game. It's a completely different atmosphere to the story that we're starting here. So from a Storm Shadows perspective, I think they slightly get away with it. Don't get me wrong, they still have to take that opportunity when it comes their way, Jam. And so on that, we should credit them but this is far from over yet. If there has been a series to this point which isn't going to be a complete sweep, it's looking like it's this one.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing a hard-fought battle between the two teams. The Scavengers representing the French Air Force and the RAF Storm Shadows representing the Royal Air Force of United Kingdom. Well, it starts with an explosion and, you know, fireworks. What a better way to start the game number 2.
Envy with almost a banger to give justice to that intro. But sadly for him, the woodwork has other ideas and now a little bit loose in possession. Cedric will claim in midair, gets past Zalou, although NZH lies in wait with not a lot to work with. That's Envy who's going to pickpocket him. Sakata with reactions. P now looking to conjure up something. Into the kitchen he goes, sent hacking. Cedric will not be able to close down NZH, but here's Envy who goes low. There's Sakata again on hand.
Zalou beats P to the boost on the corner, and P unable to stop NZH with a double tap and fist bumps all around. Again, on both sides of the screen, but it's French Air Force scoring an ever so important goal. And this time they looked like they finally carved themselves a space on the other side of the field previously when it was full of RAF Storm Shadow players.
Totally. And they had to ride that early storm, didn't they? Apt, honestly. But then they do also emerge from the shadows. And in that moment, they are in the right place at the right time. A little bit of a misplay here, however. Storm Shadows still trying to realign their defense, figure out those rotations once more. But check out the French Air Force with these boost totals. Nice demo from Sakata. And NZH in the wrong starting position, and Cedric will bring it downfield.
He was waiting for Cedric to create something with the ball, and now as the last player was beat, Zalou needs to bring it down to the corner. Something about double touches, little double taps on the spot. The French Air Force are currently favoring, but they're not going to complain. NZH also in follow-up for that attempt. This looked like a done deal the moment that ball was won.
What a different feel to this game. Oh, what did I say? A little bit of patience, and it really is paying dividends. French Air Force striking with venom. They might be about to get a third here. It's an open net. How did they all miss that? Oh, sacre bleu.
They always try to go for something where the ball should be going, but never where it ends up being in this particular play where everybody is missing. Envy, a very important flick that keeps the ball away from French Air Force side, but Sakata, strong shot too high. Grow fall up on the ground. Zalou on the crossbar, and NZ does not have the boost and is referring to his teammates to just go back, please. Do not rush, do not risk it. They're low on boost. I see both Zalou and Sakata in 0. They're just keeping the ball in their own side of the field for as long as possible, just for the rest of them to take boost.
Sakata leaves it for Envy! Oh boy! Jar of jam. We talked about the regret from game 1. Double that if the Storm Shadows walk out of this game winners.
Yeah, the Storm Shadows should have never been given this time and space. French Air Force, just recovery for them was not right, and they did not have the time to get to the ball. But this, just giving the ball like that to the opposition, of course Envy is going to try. And of course, it's no surprise that he scores P with a miss. But to bring the ball past another defender, it's not too hard. Nobody's going to be in the center. Zalou and Sakata try to combine together. It goes all the way back to the French Air Force side. No goal yet.
I do appreciate the bold courageousness from the French Air Force, knowing that this 1-goal advantage is tenuous at best. They know that the third is most likely required at this point because the Storm Shadows, after a rough start, look well up for it. That was a lovely attempt around the corner from Zalou, wasn't it? But sadly for him, it didn't quite end up on target. But this should surely... Oh, no! Oh, no! French Air Force, fate has decided to conspire against you.
Anybody on this one? No, Envy is going to be in control with P on a follow-up. But something, I'm not sure. Maybe in France they use a different regulation size net. But something about this field right here just not working out. There's a shot from Envy. No touch from anybody but Cedric, who cannot put it on target either. Zalou and the rest of French Air Force are living with less lives.
between the air forces. It is a proper dogfight. How many strafing rounds do we need before we're finally able to 180 and fire up on our targets to finish a strike, lads? So many shots, so little goals. Cedric infield play, no one willing to follow up with a minute left.
Great Pinchy clear, not on target, but exactly what French Air Force need if they cannot find a third to really cement their position in their game, that at the very least use all of the other available tools. Underneath Envy goes Zalo, and that's a 3-1 that they've been looking for. Now can be a little bit more relaxed, not so much at the edge of their seats, but they're looking happy with that.
The Architects of their own downfall on that one. Storm Shadows putting themselves in a pinch, and the French Air Force very much provided the pen to allow them to complete those drawings, and Zalu drawing up the perfect third, and NZH really just putting it to the Storm Shadows. A fourth goal, I think this a far more deserving scoreline for the Scavengers.
This game, absolutely. This has been there from the word go, and while it took them a moment to get to this 4-1 point, it is deserved in the way they've played and the way they've turned around the previous game as well. Although purely stat-wise, it was looking incredibly close. So RAF Storm Shadows, right now the goal is shell shock. Shell shock their opponents into making sure that this sort of performance does not get a consistent, doesn't get a rule in this series. And the best way they can do it is score a couple, if they can, in the remaining time, which will at least stick into that side of the field for as long as possible. No boost for any of the teams, I think, right now in the field, Relic. French Air Force is not going to mind.
It started with a quick strike. There was promise in game one, promise that has been fulfilled in game two. Jam, ladies, gents, MBs, I'm so delighted to say we've got a series on our hands.
Love is being sent by all of the players on the French Air Force side. Hitman, their coach, is also very happy. And on the other side, yep, it's pep talk. The coach has words to say, and I'm sure that Steelers has just enough to bring the folks back. Going to take a chance at the stat lines in a moment as well, but the fierceness is there, the energy is there. Nobody is letting their hands hang low. It's only game number 2. We're going to game number 3 of this best of 5. One of these teams is going to join the U.S. forces at the top of the standings in our group stage, and the other one is going to drop down. Whichever it's going to be, I think we're going to be treated to a great round of Rocket League. And the stats just came in, Relic. And the matter of fact is, RAF Storm Shadows outshot their opposition, but yet we're not able to convert this into a win.
I think that says so much about the lack of accuracy from the French Air Force that so many of those chances weren't even registered as shots. But we got to look at how the team interacts with each other, how they're working together, and how their passes are being completed. And I'm pretty sure that in terms of pass completion, that's something where if the French Air Force is just able to clean it up a little bit more, it could have been an even worse look for the Storm Shadows. But the good news for the Brits here is that it is a clean slate going into game 3. But you know what, the French Air Force looking to ride this momentum out. They've had the first shot on target. It has been saved. P goes down the other side of the field to buy some time, and Zalu does well on the defensive, forcing Envy to double back.
Starting from their own side, Envy and the rest of the RF Storm Shadows is going to be the follow-up. No follow-up. Zalu intercepts. And right now, French Air Force can just settle up around the perimeter and wait for RAF Storm Shadows touches. If that does not come a pass like in this situation we've just seen, and then maybe French Air Force can intercept and run for their own place. And again, they keep on connecting beautifully. There's always a follow-up. Zalu sends it high. Now RF Storm Shadows need to react to a new situation.
There needs to be a switch up in the style of play here from the Storm Shadows, or they need to find a goal with what they're running with right now, something just to unsettle the Air Force, who are properly in the rhythm, all singing from the same hymn sheet. That's a rather lovely melody, which is currently on display. 100 boost for Cedric, Envy over 1. Zalu keeping the Storm Shadows locked in their own half. It is a cage with barely any windows in sight. Can they escape through the few that they do have access to? Well, Cedric's going to try again. Round to Zalu. You see Sakata there rotating out. NCH was the player who they were looking to set up for. Finally sent away from the orange hearth. Storm Shadows, take a breath.
It's much needed one as well. French Air Force were setting up, but every single time the touch came, it was a little bit too awkward to get the ball for both of the teams. And a sudden witness a triple team pinch. Yes, fantastic. Sends the ball to the orange side of the field. But French Air Force now might be a little bit out of position, a little bit out of boost. Cedric who's going to be grabbing the boost. It's P who has the boost in his own tank. 1-2. The net is open. Too easy for P to finish.
Probably the best case scenario given everything that we've seen from the final 2 minutes for the Storm Shadows, but Cedric makes this play. We talked about that switch up jam. That's exactly what you would want to see if you're Stelios. Remove players from the field, remove those defensive options, and the goal is easier to score than not.
Well, that's one. How about two? Cedric. No connection on that ball. All right, Storm Shadow, I think we have players all the way back, so no troubles for them. As long as the touch is coming through. NZH, only ball from one side of the field to the other. Sakata comes in as well. Who's next? Well, it's definitely not going to be NZH, who has just been demolished. And with Zalu trying again, they could use a little bit more boost, French Air Force. They come into the attack, but with not much to speak of in their tank.
Loose ball. Cedric goes for the chase. Full boost. And away they go, but Sakata's taken out Envy. Now Zalu's won that challenge, and NCH with the follow-up doesn't really do too much to further this Air Force attack. Sakata intercepts a counter from the Storm Shadows. Envy finds P. Envy going for the shots, and NZH flicks it away. Sakata stands their ground. Now it's up to Zalu, but they're closed down by Envy. The follow-up for free! No! Too tight an angle! Cedric hits the post as well! NZH in such a difficult situation! And P nicks it off his head to score the second that Storm Shadows was so desperate for.
Well, unfortunately for French Air Force, every single time they were somewhere in the vicinity of the ball to make a touch, and there was always underneath it. Never a good situation to just whack it somewhere. Or even worse, they would have been shooting it at their own net. So really the luck of the draw didn't fall their way. NZH, squishy save does not work out. It was savable. It was workable with. But Sakata finishes up the kickoff that Zalu has started. NZH has continued and he himself could convert into a goal.
And Envy getting completely lost amongst themselves there in net. Difficult to react when the ball is so close to you and yet far away enough that you can't really do anything about it. Bubble burst for the Storm Shadows. Double demo either side. Briefly becomes a duos. Over the top of P. There's Envy. Nice lift. 100 boost and support is P. Waiting to see what the outcome of this little scuffle is, and Sakata's bumped out the way. Cedric with the near post shot. Envy not too sure about this. Back into the center. Actually, never mind. That was a great opportunity that P kind of wastes. And Envy had to stretch there and does so again to deny NZH from going any further. Bump and Cedric dispossesses Zalu and NZH, who are forced to rotate back. It's another bit of pressure here from Sakata, who throws it to the backboard. Finally, Envy gives Storm Shadows breathing room yet again. Only 30 seconds left, Cam.
This has been a match that we were watching at the edge of our seats. Great bits of action. Sometimes it feels like all 6 players just run into a huddle in the center of the field. There's scuffle, there's the cartoony effects. But RAF Storm Shadows and P in particular, third of this game, tries to put this match out of the reach of the opposition and put themselves on the match point. French Air Force do not count them out just yet.
I hate to see if you're NZH, but there wasn't too much more that they could have done to try and stop what was happening from happening. Storm Shadows, all they got to do now is basically not concede, or if they are going to concede, try and do it in the last possible seconds. Envy is the one who registers the save on that melee. P very patient. Lovely drive. Lovely thrive. Lovely moment to survive there and help his team thrive. Get over that line. Take them on to match point here. 2-1 Storm Shadows.
This was a great conversion at the very end, but in a match that was really sometimes a 50-50 affair of nobody really getting a upper hand over the opposition, and sometimes it was down to the luck of the draw. So in this close contest for RAF Storm Shadows to come up with a win, bravo to P for his extraordinary performance. 501.3 goals he just has been. 3 shots, 3 goals. Efficiency doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, really enjoyed their performance. Although I don't think that the Scavengers will look back on that game and be too concerned. I think they actually had a much worse looking game one. It was the individual mistake that allows Storm Shadows to get their second, but then unlike the last time in game one, where they kind of then flummoxed the kickoff and there was a very quick goal, and like Storm Shadows had to work hard again for that third, forcing NCH into a compromised position, which they then went on to punish. Storm Shadows have 2 lives now to get this W, to earn that first win outside of the US forces. For the French Air Force, 2 lives to try and rescue the series for themselves.
Goal to start them off would be great. Sakata, Zalou, NZH. There's going to be attempted to bump, but Cedric manages to stave off everybody on the French Air Force side. Quick turnarounds, this little hinge between the two. A pinball action from French Air Force. Does not net the ball, but looks incredibly dangerous. And as a matter of fact, they're still not done. Envy has to return again. The question is, who's going to give up first? RAF Storm Shadows? No, they don't give up. Whatever.
Very pretty play. Very pretty. That initial touch from P was sublime. And then the carry into the center, perfectly laying up Envy. 1-0 Storm Shadows.
That's a great start in the series. They would like to close down now, not having to go to the game number 5. Envy is the player that might help them to do just that. It has been solid defense, offense. It's same can be said for P, same can be said for Cedric, playing under C exclamation mark name right now. The French Air Force individually, we've seen great performances from all 3 of the players on the blue side. Now to get all of these individual performances and create something together.
NZH goes infield. Zalou combines with NZH, and combined that with the fact that Sakata had gone downfield to headhunt. It's a tie game.
Great little rushing and just putting themselves forward, being close to the ball, being able to just pounce in situations where previously the ball would be left alone, and RAF Storm Shadows could have had a chance to pick it up. Another little kickoff, and NZ just rushing him through Cedric. Beautiful save. Not just that, he starts an attack pretty much and now can sit in the offense and even collect the ball. But in the game of Rocket League, everything changes so quickly sometimes that the moment has been created 3 seconds ago is no longer relevant.
So underrated. The technique and the mentality to not just maintain the momentum out of net, but then again to carry that drive upfield like you were saying, is another attempt from Envy. Got Cedric in support. Double commit at the near post, but he gets the job done. Envy sends it right back to the backboard. Cedric, that's going to head to the other side of the map. Envy looking to recycle. There's P, shot on target. Zalou with the save. Cedric watching breathe. Here comes Envy, super proactive now as the Storm Shadows start to flex their muscles. Cedric and P, is going to be Cedric first to the scene. Off the top of the box, leaving it to P, but Zalou gets a piece of it. Here's NZH looking for the breakout, stomped by P, who's going to continue their trajectory back. Sakata to Zalou! Oh, wonderful work! The Scavengers grab a second.
God, the speed at which they had to exchange those passes, also knowing that RAF Storm Shadows are right in front of them. There goes Cedric, there goes Speed. And yet still in this mess of cars, they managed to sneak one through in. French Air Force, every single goal is a much needed breath of fresh air. Really their lifeline in the series that will go RAF Storm Shadows' way if they win this particular game. They are on the match point. And Sakata does not get demoed, pumps the goalie out, and only through the saverings of Envy, but RAF Storm Shadows do not concede another one.
is not just about the reminder, the breath of fresh air. It's about the fact that despite the individual mistakes, the French Air Force can still do this. Their way of playing can still find success. A 2-goal lead opened up daylight for the Air Force in French.
Try as they might, RAF Storm Shadows could not stop the onslaught that French Air Force was bringing on. And it is looking pretty well. Ooh. All right, careful, careful. Too high, and thankfully there was somebody on the backboard, because if there wasn't, I'm pretty sure that bounce would have been going the way of P. Still goes. French Air Force might look at this back and say, nope, not what we were looking for, because it literally just took one pass to decide to disarm the whole of French Air Force defense.
Damn, that's a beautiful pizza pie, because I want that slice. Delicious, gorgeous, 1-goal game. Just as soon as the Scavengers thought that they had unlocked the code, that they had found the key to consistently beating the Storm Shadows rotation, yet again the Storm Shadows pop up with something to unsettle them. And Zalou, as well as they've done, they're going to need support, but that support has kind of shot themselves in the foot. Envy just looking for Cedric. NZH reads it towards the net. Oh, P's been caught on the post, and now the post has denied the goal. Sakata, so unfortunate.
Cannot hang their heads low. They're going to have to continue immediately. And it's Sakata throwing some blocks here and there. Zalou, individual effort versus Envy. The corner it goes. We're going to be looking for another. No, NVH continues on his solo effort. French Air Force, just like previously, the RAF Storm Shadows want to have that extra goal, a confidence to go into the series. Otherwise, 1-goal differential looks so fickle, looks so small in the overall side of things.
Cedric bumps. It's over to Zalou, bump themselves. Envy wrestles away the ball. Disruption, dispossess, demo, P. NZH to P again. The setup perhaps a little heavy-handed. Envy over to the far side, picks up 100 boost, disrupts Zalou, 30 seconds left. Storm Shadows cannot afford to panic now. Shot towards net. Envy with the save. Cedric and NZH trip over themselves. Zalou towards net. Look at Cedric. He's got no boost. They've been so careful with their defensive rotation, Storm Shadows. They've not saved anything, or have they? For the big finale, it's P. Misses that second touch. Envy towards net. It's off the crossbar. Cedric still with another opportunity now. Little boost to work with. Over Sakata. Hits the backboard. P! 3-3! 3 seconds left!
Oh my goodness. Matter of fact is, the French Air Force so far celebrated this goal more than the RAF Storm Shadows have. We have their cameras in respective corners. It's a tight game, and we've had some great kickoffs so far, so let's wait just for a second. To Envy, to RAF Storm Shadows with a chance. Sakata turns it back. Into the net. Celebrations in the French camp, absolutely deserved. My God, this has been a turnaround and a half. We thought we were going to overtime, but now they're shedding their fresh tears of happiness. Look at them go 4-3. We're going to game number 5, brother.
Sign me up to the loyalty program. Absolute cinema. That game, the best of them all. And it means that we don't just have a series on our hands, Jam. It means we've got a game 5, and the momentum is with the French.
Wowee. To end this game like this. And again, very efficient for RAF Storm Shadows in terms of their shot to goal conversion. The problem is, with the French side having so many chances on net, you're almost expecting them to score a lot of goals. Meaning that if for RAF Storm Shadows their low shot output is going to drop even lower, there might be trouble. So these folks that you see on your screens, MVP, we just seen Cedric. This is Hitman for the side of the French roster. There's gonna be a bloodbath. Game number 5. What a show we're being treated to right here in this series between the French Air Force and RAF Storm Shadows.
The only way that this series can end now, surely, is an overtime in Game 5. But I'd be quite happy with a banger to finish us off here, irrespective French Air Force still in blue, Storm Shadows still in orange. I see a lot of French out there in Twitch chat. I'm wondering how many are in the venue supporting this squad. And indeed for the Storm Shadows, 2 RAF squads. No victories as of yet. Regulars to the Allied Esports Invitational. 30 seconds in. Both teams not showing any signs of nerves.
No, they cannot show any right now, because the moment you show any weakness to the opposition, it can be felt on the field. Then you are as good as dead. Cedric gets dispossessed by Sakata, and it is the French Air Force scavenging that goal number 1.
I missed one word from the name of this tournament: forces. And the French Air Force forcing the issue. Sakata, right place, right time, right mentality, right shot. 1-0, the right scoreline for them. But that kickoff has benefited the Storm Shadows a little too late to the party though, P. Unable to make pain for the Scavengers as Envy caught in a rough position. Zalou completely dispossessed. Cedric with a big amount of space gained for the Storm Shadows, which they can't follow up on.
And now even if Envy is coming in, actually P stays in the offense, tries to cherry pick something in the penalty area. Not this time. RAF Storm Shadows at the very least trying to get a possession game going, even if they cannot necessarily maybe create a play with 2. And there comes a long pass off the backboard. P on the ground, and he's allowed to make that shot. The only chance for French Air Force was the defender in the net, but there was nothing that time.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, Cedric gets that on target and just converts regardless. Second case scenario, yeah, that's all right. At least you've got the supporting member up there and ready to put it away, with the French Air Force still trying to reset that defense. Speaking of reset, we're back to a time game. 1-1. And Envy looking to be proactive, steals the 100 boost. Dispossesses NCH. That ball graces across the shielding of that goal. But there is no conversion. Sakata down the other side. Envy misses, and NCH box to box.
Wow, we felt like, okay, what are the chances for them? Even Sakata has to work through multiple players versus Envy on the wall. With one missed touch, really nothing on that back wall means that French Air Force can just continue the same play that they've been envisioning to be running, set up for somebody coming up second, and they make it work. P though, ooh, this is looking dangerous. Zalou not home enough, and Cedric makes it a 2-2 again. They do not want to be separated, these two rosters.
Like you said, Jam, a show, entertainment. Cedric chooses the safe option, goes far post. One of the last French Air Force defenders almost gets there, but still a full second away is too much of a second in this wonderful esport, in this wonderful game that is Rocket League. 3 minutes left on the clock. Envy looking for the drop down, and P miss. Oh, I think they miss input there. Either that or they were called off by Cedric, who gets the shot off themselves. Zalou with the save.
Envy needs to stop it very quickly because the whole Air Force of France was coming in on the attack. Sakata versus P. Great block. Now to the side. One player down. French Air Force needs boost and needs players. Sakata has already quit the play as it was too dangerous for him to stick anywhere close to that. It was Zalou. Oh, he's playing with fire. If Envy could have gotten that pinch anywhere close to the net, nobody was home.
P to Envy. Lovely handoff. Not so great in terms of the execution of shot. Cedric looking for the solo. Zalou in net. Envy too far forward. Envy tries to corral. Here's P looking to salvage the situation upon the Scavengers. Sakata dribbles it away from Cedric. Zalou carries forward. Cedric, oh, that's an awkward bounce, but there's enough players in net to defend.
Now they have to try again. Not much boost. So Sakata is again playing more sort of a time waster role as opposed to starting an attack in any way. He needs his teammates in support. The ball is already in the hands of Storm Shadows, trying to start something of their own. NZH removed, but it's okay. He wants to get the boost off the kickoff. He wants his teammate to be allowed to just rush into the other side without thinking about anything, knowing that there's a defender back home, back to the midfield. Solo attempt, Sakata. French Air Force still need to continue chasing that ball to create anything in the attack.
Smart dispossession from the Storm Shadows. A miss like that doesn't help, but they're looking to put the ball into an area the French Air Force isn't. Otherwise, they risk a challenge, a loose ball, something that can give the French Air Force the goal that they require to take this away from the Storm Shadows. The Storm Shadows looking to build up momentum. Gale Force winds incoming on the blue side of the field as NGH gives this up to Sakata. Envy tries to go underneath him, no chance. We've got Cedric on the scene now. They beat out NZH this time around. Ball left for P over NZH. Envy! It's Sakata again on defense!
It was a dangerous moment, mostly because you did not know how well this ball can be protected, but the pinch was so dangerous. Envy shot. Plus it goes out. Cedric, instead of dribbling attempt, but Zolu is already on top of him, and Envy goes all the way to the corner of RAF Storm Shadows. We'll be looking to bring it out. P in support, beats 2. I get a second touch, and Cedric ups it up himself. P on the backboard, I think, looking to remove NZH. Sakata to the side, and they need to remove this ball quickly, because the longer this stays in the French Air Force side, the more there are chances for this to be a target.
Man, it's a good thing for the Storm Shadows that Cedric had rotated back, otherwise that's open net, that's goal. NZH is not going to reach that ball. There's P, proactive. Envy to the dribble downfield. It's 0 seconds. This ball hits the ground. We're heading into overtime, folks, and it will for the first time today.
Now we have plenty of time to figure out who's going to be the winner, not only of this game 5, but of the whole series.
Oh no! Oh no!
I think the screams in the arena speak for themselves. Zelu finished up the series very quickly, and perhaps not in the manner that they were intending to, but to get a W with Royal Air Force. Happy in defeat, happy to have played them, but this could have just as easily been their series.
Curse at the commentator jam, plenty of time, we barely got any. What a shame that is the goal that we end this one on. But sometimes it's not about where we end up, it's about the journey to get there. And this series, by a country mile, the best one of AFI 2025 so far. I think for both of these sides, they can be so proud of what they brought to the table. They can be so proud of what they contributed to the series. And I think they can both be incredibly positive about their future chances against these teams. And certainly when they're looking to bat upwards, the amount of comebacks within the microcosms of games even, truly extraordinary.
Yes, and seeing as this is, we're barely over the half point of the first day of play. I mean, what? I mean, I mean, where do we even begin? We are slowly getting there, and the chances for comebacks, as Randy say, are plentiful. And I've loved seeing this series down to the game 5. Even got an overtime snuck in there as well. We thought we were going to see an overtime in game number 4, but what a dagger that the French Air Force managed to deliver at 0 seconds after conceding a goal, 3 seconds remaining, bringing it to the overtime. Potentially no overtime for the French, and when they finally get to there, is their victory.
But you know, for the Storm Shadows, as tragic a way to lose that series as it was, the momentum was with neither team. That genuinely could have gone either way. It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But we've got an interviewer standing ready. They're not crumbling. They're prepared. They've got so many questions. That interviewer in question, it's Killer Parakeet.
Tuki Kaka, that's right. I am joined by Hitman, the coach of AAE. First of all, congratulations on the best series of the day. How does it feel to be the first non-US team to win a series?
It's an honor for us to win the first match for non-American team. They work a lot for the event, and we appreciate to win one match for the round robin.
And the Brits made you work hard. I mean, is that like the extra sweet victory is getting the win over the UK lads? Rub on the head?
I'm sorry.
Like, does it feel extra special to beat the Brits?
Yeah, it's extra special. They try to do their best, but they take pleasure, no pressure, and they do the best.
Game 4, very close to ending at that point. What was the emotion like with that reset getting the Game 5?
I tell her, just guys, play, just take everything and play. Just take a pleasure, no pressure, and big demolition. Demolition is the key.
Well, they demolished my boys, the Brits, but congratulations again. I can see the shake in the emotions. You guys earned that victory. Well fought, and thank you very much. All right, an amazing series, and we've set a new standard here on the stage, the best one we've had all day, but plenty more to come. Up next, we've got Air Force Gaming going up against HMS Triumph. We've already seen them be sunken by the sea mines of the Coastal Guard. It's time to see if an airstrike can sink a submarine as well.
Folks, welcome back. Allied Forces Esports Invitational is in full swing on day 1 out of 3. We already had so many great games, but we are continuing going on. I just saw French Air Force take a victory over RAF Shadows in a closely fought battle. Went to game 5, went to the overtime in the final game, but it was the Scavengers of the French Air Force who took the victory over. But now attention now turns to Air Force Gaming, the reigning champs, versus HMS Triumph.
Honestly, that last series might be as good as it gets for the entire day, Jam. But, you know, a story and narrative that could completely throw that one into irrelevancy would be if the HMS Triumph crew can beat Air Force Gaming. I think based on all of the games that we have seen today, this would undoubtedly be the greatest upset, maybe even of AFI history. But for Triumph to be able to do that, so many areas of improvement have to be worked upon, and I think that they might need a little bit of slice of luck as well, because Air Force Gaming has been brutal in their extermination of the competition.
Execution has been perfect on their side. We couldn't find any weak spots for them. Again, if either the Space Force Gaming or the Coast Guard Gaming has some things that they think that they can use versus the Air Force Gaming, honestly, by this point, it's beneficial that everybody knows outside of Air Force Gaming, so that everybody can at least an attempt to dethrone the Air Force Gaming from their side. And I said dethrone so far. Air Force, Space Force, and Coastal Guard are both sitting in the same amount of wins with the same amount of points, so theoretically they're all tied for the first place. But here, though, with yet another attempt, it's going to be Air Force Gaming trying to extend their lead, and I don't know where the weakness is going to come from. There's literally, why they need to change anything. Why change something that works? And there's one thing for sure about Air Force Gaming: they work.
That is the most simple and eloquent way of saying that this team is absolutely goated. They're blowing everybody out the competition, and it's very difficult as analysts of this game to pick holes in their product right now. We're literally getting to the point with Air Force Gaming where maybe looking at the old tier 2 of Rocket League or looking at RLCS teams, maybe that's the point where we'd start to see them struggle somewhat. But in this environment, against these teams, they've got something very special that the other teams can't quite touch at the moment. And it's up to the Triumph to be the first team to really think outside the box. How can we take down the team that right now in this moment seems unbeatable?
Everybody should put their heads together and try to figure it out, because it becomes a team effort. Team task for everybody involved. Well, whatever the secret sauce for Air Force Gaming is, it is quite important to take out that online performance if they're not in the same squadrons or working together in the same locations, and bring it to a LAN. And Air Force Gaming just, again, tick yet another box for how great a team can be. Chowder, Bug, and Pro, you'd look at the Air Force Gaming side, hard to pick one player that perhaps somehow stands under everybody else, and right now Crow needs 2 players versus him just to be stopped.
Over to the far side, it'll be Judge Drury, who unfortunately mishandles, but there's Lou Money on hand to clean up. That's a lovely demo from Lou Money. Judge Drury going forward. Judge Drury with a sighted goal, and Buck forced into a save.
So far, this is Air Force Gaming at their most vulnerable that we've seen them today. Obviously, Demo opens up great opportunities, be it a 2v2 or 3v3. But whatever we've seen from Air Force Gaming previously, first and foremost, it has not gone anywhere. Don't be fooled by the fact that the first minute have gone and Air Force Gaming have not scored a goal. Do not be fooled by that, because the moment you relax, even just for a little bit, all of a sudden you get scored upon 3 times in a row, and you think, how on earth did that happen?
Judge Drury was another mishandle, and Lou Money misses the clearance this time, but Judge Drury's picked up boost, and at least keeps it out of the hands of Chowder. Chowder dispossessed by his own teammate here, Buck. They lose out on the 100 boost. Certainly the pace of the Triumph transition and their rotations in general providing a lot more opportunity to move up the field. Judge Jury tries to go under Crow. Stimplebog left to their own devices, but again, going into a place where they won't find an Air Force Gaming team, just the one single member.
It's working lovely, and I think the more Triumph are keeping the ball to the ground. Crow again. Like, it looks so, okay, well, close. Like, HMS Triumph looking for opportunities, actually moving the ball around. Air Force Gaming unable to anger themselves as well. Do not get tricked every single time when you least expect it, and from a player in a position that perhaps, okay, was it threatening? Where did he even come from? You get a goal. That's Crow opening up and scoring in this one. As long as HMS Triumph do not succumb to a series of these, crossbar denies them. Crow is going to be still up. How on earth does he have boost again? Just rolls out of it.
A valiant performance thus far from the Triumph. That much should be said. 2 minutes of genuine competitiveness against the Air Force. But now the gears are starting to turn.
Yeah, gets another one. Crow, that little touch, and Blue Money, well, stuck between Air Force Gaming side that is deadly with these results, and the fact that he needs to defend his net just by himself, stuck in the middle of it.
Crow wins the battle yet again in that midfield. Stimplebog, Chowder navigates their way past him. Here's Judge Jury. This is out on the 100, and Crow to Chowder, but Chowder misses the connection. Buck, Crow to recycle. Chowder a little too far forward. Judge Jury doesn't throw it as far as they would have wanted. Lou Money can't get on the end of it. And Stimplebog has to simply put it into the corner, right where Crow is, into the center. Chowder, Crow. Oh, it's ping pong perfection.
It was already looking threatening when the first shot came in, but this beautiful redirect. Chowder to Crow to top of middle of the field, really. And HMS Triumph are grounded. Again, unfair that the Air Force Gaming can just be flying around in their planes, while HMS Triumph roster, they're on the submarine. Yes, they can dive in deep, but unfortunately today we're not going to have Aquadome on display. And I think that's, again, a bit unfair for the HMS Triumph.
Chowder. And there's Buck. Little boost. Too little boost, as it turned out. Judge Jury, who has really been at the center of all of these attempts to counter and give the Air Force Gaming something to think about. Blue Money's through 3, a triple miss from the Air Force Gaming squad. It's Crow, Drew Money on target, although Crow was right there immediately to stymie the shot. Transition for Air Force Gaming, maybe, no, but something has slowed down here with Air Force Gaming. Complacency perhaps, but again, it's a really good look for the Triumph considering what we've seen past.
The matter of fact is, with a 3-0, Air Force Gaming can be complacent all they want unless they start conceding those goals. It's all pretty good. Blue Money gets his space. This was the spot where usually Air Force Gaming had a player up front already, and there would be another one shooting at it, but whenever HMS Triumph have their time, even if they sometimes cannot believe that they have so much space and time on the field, they can at least try and create something, at least get a touch on the ball, where previously Air Force Gaming would have been first every single time, done from the book. But it does not matter. They still have the possession. Crow and the rest of the Air Force Gaming have been so deadly with touches from here, from distance, from everywhere you want to say. I'm pretty sure their heat map is looking like all solid red color.
Slight miscommunication from the orange team, although that miscommunication, I think, off the back of a truly deceptive follow forward from Crow there on the backboard. I will say, been a hot second since I've casted Rocket League Jam. That little dink off the crossbar, best addition to the game in 10 years. There it is again, just such a satisfying sound. But for the Air Force Gaming, it's been a satisfying performance. They had to work for this in the first half. The work for it they have, got the goals they have, and now got the W they have. This was expected, but perhaps not in this fashion. The most positive 4-0 defeat that we will ever talk about on AFI 2025? Perhaps. It's 1-0 in the series to Air Force.
4-0. Convincing, but again, it wasn't even a weakness. Just at the very start of this game, Air Force Gaming looked as if they are human. That they're not these machines that have been just winning a series after series, scoring goal after goal. They looked human. They looked like they could have a fault. But quickly enough, the moment the opportunity arose, Chowder with his opener, was it Crow with the opener? Whoever it was, they're all incredibly capable. As for the ding sound, Relic, you would be surprised how many players hate that. What the sentiment was. Yes, there are enough lovers, but there are enough haters for this as well. So it's not going away anywhere. I've seen players through Bacchus mod add even more sounds that you can replace them with. Anything from, you know, other video games to, I don't know, you can put a song to it, I presume. Just whatever.
We are talking about the competitive. We're talking about the competitive crowd jam that refuses to play non-standard maps in the championship series, and actually made so much of a stink of it that this is standardized maps are just the championship series now. That's all we talk about. Have a little bit of fun, have a little bit of experimentation in your lives, folks. The dinks is the least offensive thing on the field. It's a most welcome addition to at least my viewing experience. For Triumph, a most welcome addition to this series would be a goal. Maybe with a goal, they can look to do even more. There is still a lot of script to be written here.
It's only game number 2. And once again, no, we've been so used to goals straight off the kickoff in the first 15 seconds or so that anything out of that feels like extraordinary. Okay, this is a game. Slowly is happening, and well, it's refusing to leave this corner on the side of Air Force Gaming. But with a demo and HMS Triumph player, going to be returning all the way back. They need more bodies up front. Otherwise, it's too easy for Air Force Gaming to keep swatting it away.
Well, Buck will marshal this one. Simple Bog will get on top of Crow, and the money won't be able to get past 2, that's for certain. Simple Bog again. That's reactionary. That's a goal. That's a lead for the Triumph.
I got a little bit of proactivity, just being close on the ball. Simpleblock had to be there. There's no denying. But he manages to play it into the opposition, and that's all great. HMS Triumph. Oh, I see a little bit of pep in their step. As much as they can do a step sitting in a chair, but still a pep in their step after scoring that one. Simpleblock. Just look at the speed. First of all, I want to see, 135 kilometers per hour sounds about right. But the whole plane was moving at 135 kilometers per hour.
The fact Lumina even got there in the first place to get a singular touch on that is impressive in of itself. And on any other day, with any lesser of a shot, that's saved. All that work, they got to do it again. It was never going to be easy, was it, HMS Triumph? And now with a loose ball, Pro's going to chase. Simple Bog there. Actually ends up having the last touch, forces Chowder into a compromised position. Buck tries to sow some discord. Simple Bog gives it away, but Chowder's kind of lost possession of the ball. Loose for too long amount of a time. Look at the respect from Air Force Gaming. Look at Judge Drury watching as that harmlessly hit the crossbar. More braver than me, Jam.
Absolutely had to no boost. And he was just hoping that this is not going so high that he cannot take it. HMS Triumph survived. There's no other way to talk about that particular attack. Now we just return back to your side of the field. And when a clear comes, somebody from Air Force Gaming is already looking. And this feels like the Air Force Gaming we have been seeing. They're just all over their opposition. And whenever a clear needs to come, it needs to come like this, past the player. And I say that Chowder perfectly rises to the occasion and blocks.
I think they're trying to slow the play down here deliberately, Air Force Gaming, but HMS Triumph are sticking to their guns, and they take their shots! Simple Bog, it's a second!
Just for a moment, Stimplebach seems to be finding the best opportunities. First, of course, with his really great play, just being there in the right spot at the right time, and now just being a nuisance on the flank, while the rotation for Air Force Gaming presumably was not ready for anybody attacking the net at that moment.
You can hear the cheers in the venue. Gotta wonder if that is the RAF combining their forces to cheer on the Royal Navy here for a first British win. I was half joking about the narrative when we started this series. I'm not joking anymore, as Chowder is back to Lou Money. That's another shot on target, Chowder away.
And we need to rush back very quickly. Thankfully, some boost.
Uh-oh.
Getting ready for the defense. Crow going all over the place, but this is what they need. Chowder can keep it alive just a little bit. They're going to be moving the ball to the side, so not exactly an immediate threat, but any sort of chain of touches that the Air Force Gaming can do seems like eventually is going to lead to a dangerous moment. And right here, past Crow. Wait, going to drop into net. Stipple with a third.
What is happening? Air Force Gaming don't know what hit them. I don't think they know quite what's actually happening. HMS Triumph, whatever they're doing, it's working. And every single moment where they have a sniff of the goal, they've converted. I would not be surprised, Jam, if they've only had the 3 shots on target. It might be a little more, but generally speaking, the conversion rate is surely going to be high. And finally, Air Force Gaming puts home a second. They've been threatening that for a good 3 minutes.
Chowder getting Lou Money away, and that was just enough for Crow to do his own magic on that ball. Not a strong shot, but a shot that is targeted just enough for HMS Triumph. Again, this is just great practically. They're winning some of these 50s in situation where previously it would have been all Air Force Gaming. That goes to the side with another threatening shot. Stipple more to Crow than anybody else. But if they can retreat and not give Air Force Gaming any resources, that's already a win in my book.
60 seconds and change. How's your nerves, lads? Oh, it's going to be high now. Oh, it's going to be high now. How close do you want to run it? Air Force with the warning shot of all warning shots. Huge overload, all 3 players. Judge Jury completely fluffs the clearance. Crow picks up the second attempt from Stimplebog. Lou Money goes up. Day late and $1 short. Chowder underneath Judge Jury. Stimplebog, oh no! 3-3!
Yeah, see the frustration. HMS Triumph left the net open 3 times in a row by committing everybody up high. And 3 times is 2 times too many, I would even say. A tie game. And they've flew too close to the sun. It's a tie situation. So let's see how HMS Triumph spent the last 30 seconds of this game number 2. Best game and versus the best team so far in the tournament. Buck on the ground makes it 4-3. A comeback for the 8.
Oh, heartbreaking. But Chowder's just flexing at that point. Baits out 2. Buck is uncontested. Not an orange car in sight on the ground. Triumph have 21 seconds to tie this up again, and then we're heading to overtime. But I think Air Force Gaming, they're done playing. It's a simple drop down, but no one's there to receive. Wow, they're playing this safe. Look at Buck, look how far back he is. HMS Triumph, they have to throw the Hail Mary now. Backwards straight to Crow. Stimple bogs in for the challenge. In front of net. Demo, couple seconds left. Crow lets it hit the ground. No messing. Air Force Gaming match point.
Oh my God, this could have been HMS Triumph's game. Again, they won every single challenge that they had to in the situation, and those 3 goals were masterfully executed. And they can just continue in the same lane. There's nothing stopping them. Air Force Gaming, though, perhaps they're going to be a little bit wary coming into this game number 3. Yeah, this stuff can happen. Maybe you're going to play a little bit more back in the defense. So I think that might open up some opportunities for HMS Triumph. Looking at the stats, as it stands, no, HMS Triumph did put 7 shots on target. And only 3 goals from Stimplebog. Ended up on 4 shots from him. But Lou Money was setting up every single one of them, working well in the defense. And this has been a showcase for representatives of Royal Navy, HMS Triumph, to really bring it on through in this game number 2. Now, to flip the score around, bring it a 4-3 win over Air Force Gaming, HMS Triumph. We believe that you can do.
You can understand why Air Force went ultra serious at the end there. No messing, instant spike into the ground. they've got a record to upkeep. Because going back to the beginning of AFI 2024, they've not lost a game. Forget the series, guys. They've not lost a game. That's as close as they've gotten, to be honest with you. So as we begin game number 3, as we sit on match point for Air Force Gaming, they're coming out the gates really strong. That's another crossbar hit. HMS Triumph get away with it.
Okay, that's 3. Well, that was a great breakaway chance. But HMS Triumph gets stopped by Air Force Gaming after they managed to return and double effort. Crow and Buck, look how tidily they give away the ball from one to another. All the while, HMS Triumph looking left, right, where the ball is going to go. Dead center.
Yeah, Lou Money had to have future sight on that one. But he's not a psychic type Pokemon, therefore, draw the conclusions. It's an impossible scenario to deal with. Stimplebog, a miss from Drew Money. Here's Stimplebog again, having done the 180. Crow, heading for that high corner. Way over the goal. Chowder on the chase. Stimplebog secures the 100. Buck interference. Lou Money had to make that touch. Crow was oncoming. Chowder with the backboard. Too readable for Stimplebog. Buck, lovely touch. Baits out 2 yet again. Lou Money puts it away safely, but even then Chowder's onto it, wanting to wrestle back control. Chowder, impossible angle! Oh, it's nasty!
He is making some of these impossible angles work for him, and he's the one who sets it up for Crow and then follows it up. And this is what Air Force Gaming does the best. The power that they get on these passes between one another. The teams just do not know what to do with them. Where are you supposed to go? And with whoever is making the pass, well, the ball is gone. Whoever is receiving the pass, you still need to be incredibly quick to even get there. Chowder, oh, there's a demo on a goal line. Shots. This is actually not going to be in immediately, but Crow is going to be happy and giggling to get it in at the very end. Buck creates the whole situation. So it's once again, there's the whole of Air Force Gaming sinking HMS Triumph.
We're in a courtroom now. May the real Air Force Gaming stand up. And they are there to be counted. Jar of Jam. 3.5 minutes left. But such a different story to the ones that have come before. Speaking of 4.
That's 4. That's 0. And the previous game, did it happen? No, it definitely happened. HMS Triumph scored 3. And the way they've looked throughout that game was tremendous. But matter of fact is, Air Force Gaming took the 2 first games easy. And now, they're just playing at their full strength and look out absolutely everybody.
Blue Money wins the challenge, but Air Force Gaming are in their stride now. Boost tanks loaded, confidence high. They're finding their shots and they're finding their saves. Stimplebog kind of sold his own teammate there a little short. Chowder down the other side. Judge Drury's not having a say in this debate whatsoever. Oh my goodness.
You just continue on piling up with these goals. There are a million options. That was Buck coming in on through, trying to create something with Chowder. But Chowder can serve a plate of goal as easily himself as with the help of his teammates. Well, by this point, it's, a formality. But HMS Triumph still have a half of the game to start scoring. And how about this Lou Money and the rest of them? Again, if they're going to win their 50s, if they're really going to get Stimplebog on the same stuff that they got them in the game number 2, that would be great. This gets out, though. Buck saves for his own team, for the opponent's team. It's still a 5-0 win.
Well, it's situations like this where I don't know how to feel about it, Jan. Air Force Gaming, I think, just having a bit of fun now. Is that disrespecting the opponents, or is that respecting them to the extent where they don't want to put them in the dirt? Like, we're literally talking about 5-0 here. You could argue they have already lost. I would potentially argue you never know with 1 or 2 quick back-to-back goals. We have seen stranger things happen, but double commit there again. I think the comms still need to be worked on for Triumph, but so many more positives. Like a completely different exit trajectory of this series, I would say, than what we have seen prior. So many things that went right for them here.
And for the Air Force Gaming, it's just more of the same, and in a good way. In a very good way. The connections are still there. They know exactly what's required of them, and missteps, again, in the goals that they've conceded so far this series, I wouldn't call many of them a misstep. Again, just the nice wins here and there from HMS 5. Crow, and again, the quality of the goals that keeps on coming, they keep on executing these as if it's a highlight reel, but no, it's a live game. It's happening right now on location, the Ramstein Air base, and they're still putting these top-notch shots and goals one after the other.
Throw my name, and them certainly making me go, oh. So impressive, and yet it looks so effortless. They're looking for Twitch clips right now. It's about how they can level up their own experience. As for the wider narrative, their lossless streak continues, I should say. They've not lost a single game since 2024. I guess you could count that back to 2023 Grand Finals, or whenever they lost last end. We're talking about multiple year project in the making. A truly extraordinary achievement.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So realistically, even somebody taking a game off of them right now would be a record-breaking thing, or record-stopping thing. For Air Force Gaming, they have to start counting anew, at least in terms of games. Well, the legacy so far still continues. Air Force Gaming, in their own almost perfect way, about to close the series versus HMS Tribe as more and more posts and crossbars are being hit. Crow versus 3, and Relic, would you believe it or not, he still scores.
He does still score. Although, at this point, should we really expect anything different? On the stroke of 8 seconds, it's 8-0. A very, very different game at the end of, despite being a sweep, a very, very different series. Triumph don't. Air Force do. That's 3-0 on the day.
They are looking to set, well, at least a good step for the next day. Looking like the team who is going to be the #1 seed for the playoffs, and we're going to be starting playoffs tomorrow at the end of the day. But still, there's so many series still to be played. And this was just one of the many. Buck, Chowder, and you know what's one good thing? We watch a lot of RLCS, and well, yes, there's some sad faces. Mostly, it's hugs, smiles, good game, and everything. You could see that these guys enjoy playing together. It's a great event for them. And if nothing else, that's what I love to see every single time Allied Forces Esports Invitational happens each year.
They're all wonderful people in their own right, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's such a different event from the rest of the Rocket League calendar. It is one which I will always make time for, simply because of the people involved. The action on the field tends to be really fun to watch as well, but you just see the respect. I mean, we talk about complacency and such, but really when it comes down to these heart-to-heart talks, everyone wants everyone to succeed. We had the crowd behind them, of course, but I believe that we have our man on the ground once again to catch up with Air Force Gaming. It's Killer Pterodactyl.
We're going all over the place. You had the perfect one lined up here. It's my cousin bird, the one and only Crow. Congrats on keeping the streak alive, AFG delivering, but buddy, we got to talk about this series. This felt like a roller coaster, and I can't tell if you were messing with them or if the Triumph boys just came out of nowhere. That game #2 was pure insanity.
I mean, at the end of the day, we were just trying to have some fun with that one, but they were a lot better than we thought they were going to be, so props to them, but it was a good time overall.
I mean, you keep that streak running, right? You haven't dropped a single game so far. And you know, they say, overconfidence is an insidious killer. Like, are you guys keeping yourself grounded, or is maybe the confidence rising a bit too high?
I mean, the confidence might have been a little high with that one, but overall, I mean, we're just having fun. We're just having fun. We're keeping the confidence low. We're keeping it tame. I would say we'll be good for the future, you know, when the actual tournament starts.
And I don't know if Chowder had you watch the previous years back and see how the previous team done, but like, I mean, a compliment from him. I was talking to him yesterday. He was like, improvement over the previous roster. He really felt like that. Have you guys felt that immediate gelling as a team that's allowed you to just feel like this is your trophy to maintain for 3 years?
Yeah, I'm actually good friends with the old team as well, and they were very good, but yeah, we've had some good gelling as well, so no complaints on the chemistry with us at all.
All right, buddy, you're the one American that gets to make an enemy, because I asked the predictions on the upcoming series, and next up is SFG versus the Coastal Guard. So you got to choose an American to lose here. Who do you favor?
I think I got to favor my boys at the Coast Guard. You know, I just met the Space Force guys, so I can't betray my Coast Guard guys, you know. I've known them for too long.
They're keeping the coast safe around all America. Well, thank you for the interview. And guys, we're going to head to a short break. When we return, for the first time, finally in this event, an American team is going to lose. The question is whether it's going to be Space Force Gaming or the Coastal Boys. Stay tuned and we'll find out.
And it's time to return for yet another series of Allied Forces Esports Invitational Jar Jam here with Vaudable. We've got 4 more series to go in the day. And we're going to be moving on to none other than Space Force Gaming versus Coastal Guard Gaming. NA versus NA, US versus US. Somebody is going to drop a game. Who is it going to be? Both teams, I'm pretty sure, do not want to be the ones to get that L. And it's set up always really nice for RAF Shadows or RAF Storm Shadows later on in the day as well. And as you can see, 2 more games, Triumph versus French Air Force and Air Force Gaming versus Space Force Gaming. My God, the back end of this day is gonna be crazy.
Great matches to come and more to follow tomorrow. I can't wait to see exactly how the standings looks at the end of the group stages. But one of these 2 teams out of Space Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming, has to take a loss. One of them will join Air Force Gaming at the 3-0. Both these teams, we're getting that they're all Space Force Gaming having a little bit more difficulties than we have seen at Coast Guard Gaming, but anything can happen, especially after seeing how close that game 2 of the last series was here, Jar.
Yeah, that one was something else and got us very excited for the prospects. Well, the day is, well, not young. At the very least, there's still plenty more games to be played. Again, we have 21 games in total, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's where we're at right now. So we're barely crossing the half. Actually, not even crossing the half point. We just had 7 games. It's 1/3 of the total games that we had to play throughout the whole tournament. So, folks, strap in. There's still plenty of Rocket League to be played. And that's just the group stage. We still have the double elimination bracket starting from tomorrow. We're going to be playing the winners round matches, but nobody is going to get eliminated until day 3. Where we're going to be separating the winners from the losers until there's only one remaining. It could be the Air Force Gaming roster that we just saw on our screens, or it could be one of these teams, Space Force versus Coast Guard. Coast Guard not strangers to the finals, and they would love to repeat their performance and return once again.
It's going to be great to see exactly which teams make it all the way to those grand finals at the end of it. It's also nice, too, for those teams who maybe didn't have the best performance that they were hoping for in day 1 and day 2, have a second chance at least to make it all the way to Sunday, playing all days of competition. But this is going to be one of our most competitive matches yet between Space Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming. Now it just comes down to who is going to be that team to rise to the challenge and take the initiative first.
Well, so far, quite often, it was the US team that scored first. Over here, it's absolutely sure that US team is going to score first. Which one? Well, we're going to try to figure that out. I believe Dingleberry has been really on point with his goals. I've been looking at his stats. But seriously, do not count him out. It was really on point with his plays, but it's not going to be either of them. Not going to even be the Space Force Gaming side. Coast Guard with Echo. Open up with goal number 1 and game number 1.
Not too surprised, Echo has been a straight shooter the entire day today. Super accurate, super high flying, and always ready to challenge the ball at a moment's notice. So expect big things from them. Also from Lights as well. Beats out 2 defenders, tries to get the finish, but could not scoop it in enough.
Well, they're getting the looks, but they just can hope that this is not going to bite them back later on. In this particular attempt did not count, and scoreline is going to turn the other way around. Space Force Gaming, though, so far, all that they're seeing is no space. They're really, really limited to their own side of the field, and Xylium makes it 2-0 for Coast Guard Gaming.
Coast Guard Gaming, I mean, keeping that consistency up. They look really solid so far today. Really curious on how they're going to look against that Air Force Gaming squad as well. But right now, they're facing off against Space Force, and kind of what we were thinking would happen is coming true, that this Coast Guard Gaming squad is one of those top competitors, but Dingleberry also top competitor themselves. They just got to beat this 1v1, loses the 50-50. Xylem does win that out, and Echo trying to clear this aside with Sour Patch Kid. We saw them from the interview. Hackett takes the doctor away of Sour Patch Kids, and maybe that energy is what's going to keep them in this fight.
It has to. Absolutely has to. We have a long day of Rocket League. Everybody involved, us, the production, the players, the folks watching. Thank you for being here. As I know folks watching on Twitch as well. And it's an absolute pleasure to have you here and experience Allied Forces Esports Invitational for the third year in a row. Coast Guard Gaming would like to make it theirs, and there's more and more attacks. I already forgot what the Space Force Gaming, we know what it looks like. I forgot what the Coast Guard Gaming's net really looks like because we haven't been there for the whole of the game so far.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of looks here from Space Force Gaming, but not enough shots, not enough pressure, and that seems to just be the state of being for any team facing off against Coast Guard Gaming thus far. That's why they've been 2-0. That's why they haven't dropped the game up to this point and haven't really even struggled too much. I mean, they were able to perfect sweep a team that almost took a game off of Air Force Gaming earlier on. So now seeing how this is going through, almost there, right at the halfway point of game one, this is a great look for them.
We're going back to the other side of the field just to return to the blue side, which is a little bit of a miss, and it's a small misstep. Nothing that the Coast Guard really need to be worried about. Echo is trying to set up yet another one. Slows down just for a moment to see if any one of the Space Force Gaming players are going to bite on it. And Xylem from the top cannot connect himself. The first opportunity for Space Force Gaming to create something on the other side of the field. Just as quickly as they entered that side of the field, just as quickly they get removed and sent back.
With time ticking down, so are the chances for Space Force Gaming to break out their side. Do have some boost to work with for Sour Patch Kid, and they got to be careful not to use all of it going up for the ball, but decent touches coming through. Shot on target. There's one right past the backboard. Xylem, a centering shot yet again. They're just keeping the pressure going on Coast Guard Gaming. They know that they've got a confident lead. They don't have to overextend themselves. They don't want to double commit on these plays, so we'll have to see exactly how things go down.
Some demos just to be a little bit more flashy, as the game has been low on scoring, one of our lowest scoring games so far, but again, not for a lack of trying. And bravo to Space Force Gaming with the fact that this game, I'd say 80% of the time has been spent on their side, and they have been great in defense besides those two goals. The scoreline could have been much bigger, and Lights find themselves a counter-attacking opportunity. Just like when the Space Force Gaming feels like they can't get out of their shell, here comes the Coast Guard.
They are always raring and ready to go at a moment's notice for that goal, and that's what we see happen here yet again. It comes to fruition for them to have the lead that we've seen far too many times. It feels like a 3-0 lead we've seen so far with these US teams that have been performing to the utmost capabilities that they've been showcasing at the top level today. I'm sure we'll see more of it tomorrow as well, but even then, business as usual for Coast Guard Gaming. Almost 30 seconds remaining in game one. Space Force Gaming will see if they can get anything on the board. Eyes on Dingleberry. They were the star of the show in the previous series for this team, but haven't seen enough from them yet.
We'll have a change in the middle of the field. Neither of the team gets the possession of the ball for long enough. Xylem needs to be careful. He's driving it towards his own net. And while there is no immediate danger, it looked as if it could have been something. Space Force Gaming will be taking this break and talking really seriously about what can be done for the next game. And it's silly just to say you need to get out of your own half, but Space Force Gaming just never had a chance to really make a mark on the game since they were never close enough to the opponent's net.
It's always so funny just seeing the Coast Guard Gaming players just look directly at the camera, like they're staring at the competition, it feels like, and saying, do something, please. Entertain me. And well, so far we haven't seen enough from their opponents in Space Force Gaming, but I'm sure that was just game one. There's still plenty of chances for them to come alive in this best of 5 series, prove their worth, and showcase their skills. Just at least get a goal on the board is the biggest thing first. We always talk about that opening hurdle in a series. If you can get past that, then the floodgates are open. I mean, we saw it happen in the last game.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is just one goal, and oh boy, they just keep on coming. Good stare down. Very good stare down. I feel it down the road, and I'm not even performing on the stage right now. I do not have to be competing right there in these matches, but it gets down to it.
That it does. Shout out, of course, to USAA, one of our partners, helping make this event be a possibility. Without them, this could not happen. Also, our lovely production crew as well, and all of the players, staff supporting this event. Nonetheless, though, let's get into game 2. Space Force Gaming with Dingleberry looking for the first goal, and there they strike true.
Just taking it, and wow. Just making sure that nobody can stop them and taking the matters of their own hands after Space Force Gaming was not able to really get that many shots. Speaking of which, let me figure out how many shots did they take? 3. Overall, in that previous game, 3 shots by Space Force Gaming versus a great 9-shot output from their opposition. So it could be seen on the field. We don't have the field domination or possession stats, but they're roughly in the same percentage. 66 to 33 or something like that. But 1 goal for Space Force Gaming, and now we can start talking.
This is what we were hoping for in the last game, but usually once you go down by 3 goals, there's not really too much you can do, especially at the highest level of competition. Teams tend to just say, GG, go next. You can't really have a mercy rule in Rocket League, so they just got to play it through like we saw in game 1, and that's a whole different ball game. Space Force Gaming, they need to hold control of the ball, make it so that we have another series go at least to 4 games. But 5-game series is always the best in my books, but I'm sure for Coast Guard Gaming, they just want to close things out in another 3-0 sweep.
This particular attempt does not reach the intended player in the center of the field. Space Force Gaming sitting pretty neatly and tightly in their own net, but you need to be careful. This is just like extra setups, just giving the Lights an opportunity to come in without the help of his teammates who are already in the back and that can contribute on the play. More players are coming in on through double commit from Space Force Gaming. Not deadly just yet, but the more it goes, the more boost gets used up, the less chances are for Space Force Gaming to recover and get back to their position.
Decent touches happening so far. See Echo off the sidewall. Good touch for Xylem. Dingleberry's in a good position, but did not get the midfield boost, so doesn't have anything to sustain themselves, even if they got a touch on the ball. Echo almost having the follow through. Coast Guard Gaming, not the best positioning we've seen from them, and that has to do with Space Force. Making sure that they meet them every single time in the air, not giving them the time of day, but the demos aren't going to make it easy. Dingleberry, last line of defense, stops everything out before it can get started for Coast Guard Gaming. And Echo, will they be the savior for their team? Back forward denied by Dingleberry. The most defensive we've seen this player be all tournament, and it's working out.
It has to, absolutely has to. Of course, we've seen those opportunities praised for Space Force Gaming and how their play worked out so well, but they're up against a different beast now, and it's Coast Guard Gaming with the Lights adding yet another one. Has been on an absolute run for his team, and especially in this series. And really, if even one player drops in their output, that can be pretty bad. So there always needs to be somebody to step up. Lights is currently looking like he could be that player.
A nice look so far. Echo almost able to follow up with it as well. Coast Guard Gaming, they weren't too worried about being able to convert on a goal scoring opportunity, especially with Echo, but barely deflected this side. Space Force Gaming doing everything necessary to keep this as close as it can be in game 2. They know how quickly things ran away from them in the first one. They can't afford to give up any space to the Coast Guard squad. Picking up that boost was massive for Dingleberry. They get it past 2, but can't get it past the final line of defense. The midfield Echo slows things down just enough for Lights to get into position into the midfield again. Xylem with a great touch. Sir Sizzy can't do anything on this play. Echo might have a chance if Dingleberry wasn't there.
And just continues on. At this point, we usually would have had a goal, but round and round it goes.
Yeah.
And neither Space Force Gaming nor Coast Guard can find themselves a goal, but it's Lights and the rest of Coast Guard that are just seemingly getting closer, ever so closer to scoring something. Sour Patch Kid on a runaway, but Xylem is there. Really gets removed for his trouble. It just allows Space Force Gaming to stick in the orange side of the field just a little bit longer. They have somebody in the bag. That third can either restart the attack or just be that player coming in after everything has been spent.
Pretty wide rotations from Coast Guard Gaming as well, so they know that they don't have to overcommit. They know that Space Force Gaming are the ones who are feeling the pressure, especially being down a game, so waiting for their time to strike, see what they can do from then on out. Good back pass by Lights for Xylem to continue things forward. 30 seconds remain though, so if a goal is given up by either squad, easily could be the decider of this game. Coast Guard want to be the ones to pull off the win. They'd be one step away from going 3-0 on the day, and that's exactly what they're looking for. But less than 15 seconds to go, we'll see who takes it.
Alrighty, Echo with a chance. Need to win this versus Sir Sizzly, but he does not. Sour Patch Kid on the flank. No touch. Echo removes it from Dingleberry. And Xylem with one last chance, but this just goes high rather than wide. Overtime game number 2, or second of the day. But this one is not for the series favor. At most, this is for a match point for Coast Guard Gaming. They're already leading 1-0 in the series.
Space Force Gaming giving it all they've got. The reset from the kickoff, exactly what they were looking for. Dingleberry from the sidewall, dropping it down. Well, I was going to say no overcommits, but 2 players went for it. They are going all or nothing on this play. Thankfully enough for them, Lights did not have the best possession of it to transition downfield for a counterattack. Misses across the board. Everyone's whiffing in front of the midfield. Dingleberry has potential on top of the roof of their car, but no, couldn't flick it underneath the crossbar.
My God, Space Force Gaming got themselves an opportunity versus one boostless, slightly out of position player. Not even out of position, just in a position where he couldn't really influence anything. Nothing goes on that situation. Dingleberry and Sir Sizzly just in the same spot. Could have been a great pinch opportunity. And while the Sour Patch Kid is trying to create something on the other side of the field, Space Force Gaming go high, have to return down pretty quickly. This is just open. Oh, this is just open.
Yikes.
Xylem can just waltz in and take the goal, and no reaction. No reaction whatsoever for a Coast Guard Gaming.
Yeah, that's rough. No reaction. They are just expecting that, just staring down the competition. Blue steel looks. That's all you can expect there from the side of Coast Guard Gaming. And they felt like the entire game, it was still in the palm of their hands. Even after they went down by 1, they were cool, calm, and collected, and took their time on the challenges, rotated back, got the boost, waited for mistakes by their opponents, and that's what got them the win at the end of it. So good win there by Coast Guard Gaming. Weren't too pressured, but a great look as well from their opponents of Space Force. They got that goal to start things off and then looked pretty confident for the most part, but they just could not follow up with it with another goal. So we need to see more trying chances from their side in this next game, and that'll really decide how things go from here on out. But Echo, another 7-shot game to their name. Xylem only needed the 1 for the goal that they had, and then 5 from Lights as well. But we had 6 saves from Sir Sizzly. Really just goes to show that without those, would have been a whole different story.
The scoreline could have been way out of control. But stat-wise, I think if you look at the graph as some sort of a line graph, this would paint a story that US Space Force, with every single match in this series, are performing better and better. So statistically speaking, this game number 3 could be the one for them. Unfortunately, it's not just about statistics. It's about 6 players on the field, and looking at the control that Coast Guard Gaming so far had in this series, and just how often they found themselves at home of Space Force Gaming and put a shot like that. You can find out something to. You can find a lot of reasons why the Coast Guard Gaming is going to be the one to win.
We'll have to see if that will be the case. Space Force Gaming still have it in them to at least put up a fight. We'll see if they can at least get 1 game, if not more. Rally behind for a reverse sweep. What a story that would be for them. But Echo, good touch and follow through, deflected away. Now we'll see what they can do here. Lights, good touch, flip reset. Not exactly what we're looking for though.
Echo blocks it. Gonna be enough for Lights to take control of it. But all the while, Space Force Gaming just utilize anything that they can do. Dingleberry versus Xylem. But this play keeps on going and keeps on being. How do you separate these two in this game? Well, Coast Guard Gaming would love to score a goal and take the series up for them. But the longer this series goes, the more I think I feel like, okay, it's getting close to that equilibrium point where to separate them without the microscope. Yes.
It's a dangerous spot to be in right there. It's always the third man in the rotation for Coast Guard Gaming that Space Force have just struggled to break past. So consistent is Coast Guard in those moments, winning those 50-50 challenges that if they lose it, easily could give up a goal, but just have all the confidence in the world for good reason. They have the skills to pay the bills, and two players go up for that one. A double commit. The demo, though, and the course correction in the air by Echo still delays it enough for them to get into a better position.
Here's Echo starting from his own side of the field. Loses the ball. Just waiting if Sir Sizzler can beat Lights, but no, that is a perfect pinch. Well, no immediate threat. Coast Guard Gaming are just not close enough for the ball to affect it in any way possible, but this is a double commit, and Sir Sizzler on the runaway in. He is on target. 1-0 for Space Force Gaming in a series that badly needs the goals for Sizzler and the roster.
It felt like a matter of time for Coast Guard Gaming to give up an opportunity like that, especially with how dangerously they were playing on their rotations. A couple mistakes, probably fatigued just because of how long of a day it's been for these players so far. So Sir Sizzler will gladly take that after having to play just goal line defense for the majority of the last game with the, what was it, 6 saves that they had. So Echo, we saw how good they were on offense before. Gonna keep my eye on them to see what they can create opportunity-wise here.
Xylem versus Dingleberry can set up yet another one. Echo and Lights. Almost too easy for them to do, but too easy sometimes is the hardest thing in the word. Dingleberry counter-attack. 2-0 for Space Force Gaming. I hope the replay can catch just a little bit of this. We're mostly just Coast Guard Gaming players flying to the right side of the screen while Space Force Gaming rushing to the left.
Space Force now taking a page out of the book of Coast Guard Gaming, taking their time, waiting for the mistakes by their opponents, and really that's all these goals have been chalked up to is overcommits from Coast Guard Gaming. They're just getting a little bit too antsy. They know how close they are to getting a victory in this series, but can easily give things away because of that, and that's what's happened for those last 2 goals.
Echo really wants to change the narrative of this game. Xylem puts in some rocket fuel into his car straight from his own side, but all that it forces out is just no boost, and Space Force Gaming on the other side of the field. Nobody really has any boost to shoot at the target, but still credited with a shot. Dingleberry. This was threatening in a situation where he's not supposed to be threatening a single bit.
Tough spots to try and make those challenges for Coast Guard Gaming. Less than a minute remaining. We know they have it in them, and a demo is definitely going to help things out. But Sir Sizzler playing the game and series of their lives right now. Good counterattack, potential for that ceiling shot. Instead, they're going to have to give it up to Xylem instead. So we'll see if this transition downfield will be enough for at least a goal. Lights still can't get it past Sour Patch Kid, and the defensive play style Space Force Gaming is working out so far.
Sometimes it's a matter of just that rhythm not working out, and it feels like Coast Guard Gaming are doing all the right things, but they're just offbeat. As such, the plays that usually would click do not. Not a really put a nail in their coffin for the whole of the series. It could be just one game and they're going to restart and try again. Sour Patch Kid, when the rest of the Space Force Gaming are pulling out wonders. Echo gets blocked again, and those last 10 seconds, there should have been like 3 goals scored. Instead, it's just 1. It's only 4 seconds for Coast Guard Gaming to keep themselves alive in this game.
Oh, Sour Patch Kid dove a little bit too soon when their teammate Sir Sizzler had the saves that put them out of position. They could not make the recovery in time for the follow-through. So we'll see if a kickoff goal comes through. Otherwise, Space Force Gaming will extend the lead to, or extend the series, excuse me, to at least another game. So nice look there for the Space Force. we were seeing slow improvements. Slow and steady does win the race. So can they pull off this reverse sweep? Only time will tell.
I told you, stat-wise, it was the Space Force Gaming who were looking on the up and up. And for Coast Guard, well, series is still theirs in terms of the lead, 2-1. They still can get it going. Still, it wasn't that their game completely dissipated and fell apart. You see just how much threat they could put on Space Gaming side. They're right there at the end of the game. Problem is, it can't just happen once in a game. It has to happen repeatedly. And Space Gaming should, that's not the word to use here. If only that Space Gaming could stop making all of those wonderful saves that Coast Guard would actually break through that defense.
Yeah, Space Force have been making save after save after save. They had 13 saves in that last game, and that's why they were able to come out on top. Defense won them that one there, but defense can only hold up so long in a series. Even the best teams out there that we've seen defensively, the top level of competition, struggle to keep that consistency going. So we'll see if Coast Guard Gaming going to be back to business as usual here, or if Space Force Gaming will set the stage for them to get to a Game 5, our second on the broadcast today. It'd be pretty great.
Let's see. Oh God, looking at those stats, 8 shots from Light. Again, he's the player who has been stepping up. As previously, it was Echo, their top scorer, followed by Xylem, and Lights himself on the bottom. So Lights is trying to put on numbers on the board, just like he has been trying in the previous games of the series. I think we shouldn't be waiting for too long for goals once again coming out of the Coast Guard game. There's another opportunity just there.
Just comes down to that rhythm that you're talking about, and the demos are going to make that be as disrupted as possible. And Dingleberry being the player who stepped up, getting 8 saves themselves in the last game. I guess they saved every shot for everyone that Lights was able to take. So if they keep that kind of a performance going, that would be enough for them to at least come out on top. The tackle onto Sir Sizzly. They're tired of dealing with these defenders, but they're clearing the line themselves, and Dingleberry will get the goal.
Oh God, I want an edit of this in slow motion and with, I want to say Swan Lake, right in between the two players. Beautifully played by Space Force Gaming. It's a goal like that, like boost your morale and set you in good stead. What an opener for this game number 4, and yep, lights are starting to flicker. Demos are starting to roll on in. Coast Guard Gaming better start acting fast.
We expect this to be a good series, but this is a highlight reel for both teams. Echo finally gets on the board again for their squad. Lights almost got that themselves. The follow-up is what has been lacking since the last game for Coast Guard Gaming. So now tying things up before the half. This is exactly where we expected to be a little bit earlier on. So all eyes on Space Force to see how they answer themselves once they're being pushed back to their limits.
Again, we're talking about a 1 win for Space Force Gaming that was looking impressive. The thing is, they need to repeat it multiple times, 3 to be precise, to get out in the series. They've already done 1, so 2 more remaining. But it's Coast Guard Gaming that are on match point. Coast Guard Gaming, that Xylem's shot is going to be on target. And this is the Coast Guard Gaming that we saw in game number 1, in game number 2. And I don't know where they've been hiding, but they're back.
Well, they're making the defense hide out a little bit there. They are charging them and making it so that they can't go for the challenges on the ball as the shots come through. So there's just no defender to really worry about when it comes to taking those chances from Coast Guard Gaming. And that's worked out well enough for them. They saw, oh, you guys cleared us out, so you got a goal against us. Let's do the same thing. And it worked beautifully for them. So I don't know if it'll work too many more times since Space Force Gaming can adapt after that, but the demo does come through on the goal line. Xylem, no boost, but the other team doesn't know that, so they're going to take their time on the challenge.
What about Sizzly on this particular attempt? No, just past Sword Patch Kid. Dingleberry has to come in and really keep the ball alive. Sword Patch Kid, they just keep on returning, keep on making a shot. By the time I pronounce these quite long player names, we have Sir Sizzly, we have Dingleberry.
I was thinking the same thing.
By the time I try to pronounce the whole team, the play has already moved on to something else. Demos here and there. This could be an open net. But there are just enough players of Coast Guard Gaming, literally physical presences on the field to stop that from going in.
You would think it's another 4th of July display of all the demos and fireworks that are going through so far, but it's still not enough to celebrate early. We do have the flick go through, though, and ties things up. Sir Sizzly getting on the board.
I'm quick look. Okay, Echo going to the side. Why was it so empty? Oh, Xylem. Xylem's challenge was the last bastion of defense for that, and Coast Guard Gaming concedes. Space Force Gaming back in this one. Tie game with 2 minutes remaining. And the kickoff, well, it's all right.
Wow.
And that is even better than a right Echo on a dime. There's really no business of scoring this one.
Oh, you said it's all right, and they said it's more than just that. That's a beautiful shot to go through. Almost a save as well from Sir Sizzly. Gave it their all to get there in time, but you really can't stop that dime of a shot that we saw put through. So Coast Guard Gaming back in the lead again. Space Force have been playing 2 steps behind in this game, it feels like.
Oh, God, another pinch going right there. Thankfully, Space Force Gaming are there for this particular reason, but Xylem just keeps on taking the ball and sending it back, taking the ball and sending it back. The other side of the field, maybe try to sneak it underneath somebody. Sarge Punch kids. Oh, that's a great shot, but net needed to be taller for that particular effort. Otherwise, Coast Guard Gaming had no chance of saving it. Carefully, just letting the shot rattle off. Thankfully, Coast Guard Gaming, you never want to give them any chances.
Ooh, almost got a chance there as well, but so many defenders in the line of fire to put their car on the line and make sure that there's no way that the ball is getting through that time. Because if one more goal goes through for Coast Guard Gaming, that could be all she wrote for this series for Space Force. And as I say it, the demo comes through off the ceiling and in for the hat trick for Echo.
And where does that come in? Yeah, Xylem, oh, perfectly placed, and always see smoke more so than the fire. Yep, you created the openings for yourself. This is a comfortable 2-goal lead for Coast Guard Gaming. Space Force, well, start pulling out those tricks off your sleeve. There's no need to keep them for any later. Echo gonna be on the backboard there before Sizzly. No. Dingleberry in the corner. Echo still fights on the field, even despite having 0 boost. He is just ever so present. Sizzly, attempt at the bump, attempt at the demo. Not gonna work out. They need to be working out fast. And so far, there's still a chance. Guadalupe, still a chance.
Still a chance technically, but with the pressure and momentum in the favor of Coast Guard Gaming, it's going to take a lot more than just a chance to come back for Space Force Gaming. We'll see what they can do. If they get possession now, that'll be enough for them to at least take it downfield. But all 3 players going for the ball, everyone kind of panicking and flopping around. Sir Sizzly trying to take this the distance, can't get it past the last defender. Instead, it will be Coast Guard Gaming taking this series. A close affair between these 2 teams and exactly what we were expecting going into this one.
Beautifully played, and we've got ourselves a series to display. One for the road. Space Force Gaming, not going to change the outcome of the series, but something nice and dear to hold to their hearts. A great shot that any other point would be amazing for the overall standings. Bravo to the Coast Guard Gaming. They continue on their loseless streak in our group stage round robin, while it is the Space Force Gaming for dropping 2-1. Well, it's going to be very competitive there at the top. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah.
There's Xylem incredibly happy about what has just happened.
I'd be happy too. I mean, it looked tough at the midway part of that series, especially with the way that the defense was just playing out of their mind. I mean, the way that Dingleberry had those 8 saves, and time again, they just read them like a book that they had been studying since day 1 of the competition. Well, now we got to see that maybe they got their answers mixed up, and it wasn't exactly the key to success that Space Force were looking for. So instead, Coast Guard Gaming, they join Air Force Gaming at the 3-0 standings for themselves, and now we got to really just see what the rest of the competition will look like.
It's going to be very tough all over the place in Coast Guard Gaming. I believe even just a little bit lower, they dropped a series, if I'm looking at these stats correctly. So yeah, they're not going to be just on the top spot just yet, but It is KP with the winners of the Coast Guard Gaming. KP, take it away.
I'm here with the man with the serious stare down, the serious of all stare downs at this tournament so far. It is called Xylem from CGG. Xylem, do you consider yourself a very serious individual?
No, not ever, really. But it's only like it's a tradition that we have going back from the last AEFI and also a couple other events with CGG. So just trying to keep the tradition alive.
What, like get in their heads, play the player instead of the game?
Say again.
Get in their heads, play the player instead of the game?
Exactly. Yeah. They, when they see my straight face, they get a little scared inside.
You never cry?
No.
Not even at Frozen?
The Good Dinosaur.
Oh, but you also have watched Frozen?
Yes.
Okay, well, we finally saw it. An American team bled, but it took another American team. Is there any of the European teams you're looking at that you think could actually slay some of you American beasts?
The only team that we have our eye on really is Storm Shadow. Not to say the other teams aren't good at all. They just have some peaky players that are pretty good.
Well, we'll have to see how things play out. I mean, round robin group stage doesn't tell the full picture. You get sweaty when you get into the double elim bracket. Have you guys been holding some strategies back for that double elim?
Not necessarily. We're just trying a bunch of different strategies per game. We're just trying to mold our play style versus the team that we're playing. But we have the consistency that we need, so we just continue to do that.
Yeah, I feel like I noticed that in this one. Dingleberry in particular took a much more defensive role. Did you guys feel that in that game?
Yeah, Dingleberry and Slizzy over here. He's been a pain in our butts ever since we started playing them yesterday. But as long as we just take him off the field and demo him, we're fine.
Well, thank you for the interview, but it's time to get ready for the next set. We're going to head to a short break, but when we return, we continue traditions being broken here. An American team has bled, and finally, after the break, a British team will win. That's right, when we return, we've got a British derby as RAF Storm Shadow is going to face off against RAF Storm in just a few minutes.
And once again, welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational Jam with Vaudable. We are moving to our 10th match of the day, RAF Shadows versus RAF Storm Shadows, UK versus UK. This is a look how the day has gone so far, and just at a quick glance, we can easily tell you it is the US Armed Forces who have been having an absolute field day. And so far, the only time that Allied Forces lost, US Allied Forces lost, were against another US Allied Force team. So it has been all of them on top. But right now we'll move on to UK and try to figure out whether it's going to be the Royal Air Force Shadows or the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows going to net their first win of the day. And we'll try to hope and try to catch up to French Air Force, not immediately because it's still going to be a 1-2 versus a 1-1. But I would like to start their, run, a comeback, so to speak, where it's going. I'm pretty sure Vaudable, these are the two teams that have played each other the most out of everybody that they would meet in this tournament. So the scrims will get translated into the real performance over at Ramstein Air Base.
Did you know that a Storm Shadow is actually a cruise missile? I just looked that up because I'm like, what is a Storm Shadow? That makes so much sense. Anyway, lore fact there for you about these teams that was developed by British Aerospace. Either way, though, seeing how these teams have fared so far in the competition, and as you mentioned here, Jam, that we've seen them probably play against each other so many times before, you would expect Storm Shadows to be the ones to come out on top, but anything can happen in these series, so we can't call it so soon until we actually get into the individual games.
Yeah, not at all. This is the same caliber of play which once again expected for Space Force versus Coast Guard, is that it's going to be an equal matchup. So let's see how it fares on the field. Again, it is a chance to start making moves in that group stage. Even one win is already can set you up in the standings overall. And yeah, maybe it's the stairs. Maybe it's the stairs into the camera that's going to net them that. I have a lot of good stairs. Asylum said that he's not a serious person at all, but boy, when he stares, he does stare.
That they do, and I'm really curious what kind of scoreline we can expect from this series. Shadows have had their ups and downs throughout series so far. Same for Storm Shadows, but for ease of clarity, we'll probably refer to them based on the colors of their own respective halves. The blue side versus the orange side for both these teams, hailing from the same place. Even then, though, the gray man, see what they can do. Set things up for success for the blue side. Death Stark Jr. Again, not exactly what they were wanting to look for there and potential for them, but Envy, another player that I mentioned, an SSL in the lobby, a great setup there for C.
Envy with a setup off the flank, but this finishing just deadly. Seemingly had plenty of defenders on the road. And that's not gonna matter. Well placed pass and shot turned into a goal for Storm Shadows. Great start that they could have hoped, but there's Dark Jr. with a shot of his own, and just as quickly as Storm Shadows has scored their first, Shadows equalize.
Nice touch there by Death Stark Jr. I like to see the bounce backs from teams as quickly as they can for these series. So, I mean, this is, I've done like a lot of collegiate Rocket League work over my years of experience, and this just reminds me of whenever like Akron A team faced Akron B team. They always go to 5, but like the A team typically wins. I could expect the same to see that happen here from 2 from the same regiment.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be quite a matchup. And again, this is gonna make it official. You can scream for as many times as possible, but something like this on the big stage is gonna be in the records. There's gonna be a video of it, a replay of anything. There's Dark Jr., my God, what a shot. And Shadows do not care about their older brother, just a twin brother, whatever the relation might be between these two rosters. They are pulling out all the stops. Beautifully placed by Shadows.
pulling out a sub as well. The Gray Man is subbing in for Darmus, so nice to see that, hey, maybe what their roster was before wasn't working as well as they were hoping to. The Gray Man being their secret weapon here against their fellow brethren. And that's been proven to be enough. I mean, they've had some decent goal participation. They assisted that last one as it went through, and the lead is in favor of RAF Shadows, so good looking out for them so far. Still plenty of time to go in this series and this game. See a great setup over to Envy, and it's just going back and forth between these two teams.
I love to see that. I love to see that. And this little performance, Cedric brings it past Derek Stark Jr., and Envy is on the ground all the way with all of the speed to finish that up. Everybody is excited for this one. And we already had the camaraderie between various different countries over here at the event. But of course, it's even closer right here with the two teams from the same one. UK on the field right now, nobody else, and they're loving every single minute.
It's like a show match between these two teams, but hey, the winner of the series, they get at least a win in their category and a little bit of a better seed, at least guaranteed going into that bracket stage. So they definitely want to come out on top in this best of 5. Still though, as we ever slowly approach the halfway point of this game, no closer are we to deciding our potential winner. Demo's coming out, D-whiff across downfield, almost enough to put it through, but Kurt was in the perfect position for the save.
And I sure hope the commanding officers of any of the rosters that are participating in the tournament this weekend will take into account the performance of these players at the event at Ramstein Air Base in any sort of promotions, anything like that, performance, anything like that. Absolutely have to, because this is perfect thing for teamwork, for everything else. Kurt, Devstar Jr., Greyman, neither of them can put the shot on target. It all goes a tad too high. And it's RAF Shadows returning to the other side of the field. Cedric cannot get it, he cannot get it, and all goes back to Envy in the middle.
Solid touches out towards that midfield line, and because these teams know each other so well, they kind of know when to go for the challenges and what their weaknesses might be, and it seems to be part of the reason why Shadows were doing so good themselves. But Storm Shadows trying to bounce back on offense. Envy, no boost in the tank to work with whatsoever, so gonna have to give that one up to their opponents. Good touch there by C. Greyman, even with no boost, was able to get up to the ball in time to deflect it away. Barely not able to get there, but P will put it through, and Storm Shadows have the lead again.
All I saw was players flying past the ball, but 1, 2, 3, 4, nobody getting a touch on it. It could have been probably a different story from a different angle, but over here, just everybody in front of it, nobody making a touch on it. He with a finish, straight off to kickoff, 2 rush out Greyman and Devstar Jr. They cannot get a shot on it. This is dangerous, and Envy cannot linger with that ball for long enough as Kurt is already coming in. And after him, obviously, the rest of the RAF Shadows are going to be on top of the opposition as well.
Could clear out again, trying to strengthen their lead if possible. There's the follow through, and there it will be for the Storm Shadows. Expected big things from this roster, especially how they performed previously. At least get a couple games in their last loss, but now they're looking to take it the distance. 49 seconds, 2-goal lead. It's not as comfortable as they would want it to be, but much more so than just one.
It's something to work with. RAF Shadows keep on making forays into the orange side of the field, and up until that timer hits 0, and depending on the scoreline even then, up until that point, RAF from Shadows cannot relax. Finding a pass while Kurt was looking for Devstar Jr. Now they need to throw every single block, and Envy beats 1. No boost to go any further. P versus Devstar Jr. This is neutral. RAF Storm Shadows still continue.
Wow.
I keep calling it, fair, neutral. RAF Storm Shadows create something even out of these situations. It's a 5-2. I think that's game number 1 done and dusted.
Pretty much so, and that is a hat trick for Envy as well. Now 100 on the speedometer there. so much power behind the shot, and that's what's been making it difficult for RAF Shadows to prevent these goals from going through, but they were able to bounce back themselves. 10 seconds to go, and still potential if they get 2 kickoffs.
Alrighty, it is sounding like both of the teams, I think, just exchanging accidental, says Cedric. Nope, not at all. You can say whatever you want in the game chat. Nothing accidental here. There's a chance, but Envy's touch. It's going to be everything that RAF Storm Shadows needed. By the time this ball reaches the ground, team in the orange, Cedric, Envy, and P have done just enough to stop any sort of comeback that RAF Shadows could have mounted. We say comeback, though. This was the game that RAF Shadow actually could take. So game number 2 comes up, and I'm excited to see what both of the teams can bring, but especially RAF Shadows.
Yeah, nice to see the start strong from RAF Shadows, and hope to see a little bit more where that came from in the next game. The quick chat spam is always in good fun, but now we got to hear, you know, will this coaching in between games be enough to get them locked and loaded in for the next one, to come out on top, tie up the series? I mean, getting any games in general is going to help your tie breakers, make it so that you likely don't have to face off against the #1 seed if you do end up falling short at the end of it. Air Force Gaming, most teams trying to do their best to avoid them in that first round of the bracket.
We're again seeing Stelios for the RAF Storm Shadows, but just a moment ago draped in an Irish flag, if I'm not mistaken, or was it the Wales flag? Was, of course, is it even the Canadian
Wales,
flag?
yeah.
Jesus Christ. Wales, okay. Thank you. That is Daromas. He is currently coaching then the RAF Shadows after being subbed out, and the gray man coming in on in. Let's see how his pep talk is gonna help as RAF Shadows and RAF Storm Shadows are moving into the game number 2. What has already been an exciting series between the 2 representatives of UK Royal Air Force.
11 shots from Storm Shadows. And well, here goes another straight on through. 5 seconds in. We saw another quick goal like this earlier on, but what a cut by P.
Has to get in early, has to get in there quick, and before any of the RAF Shadows players can put a finger on it, he dishes it out to his teammate. Well. And he's going to take this and run with it, RAF Storm Shadows. But need to be careful and not forget that there's still something to do at home. The net is still there to defend. And I think the caliber and pace of the game is not going to slow down one single bit. I think the temperature is just going to continue on rising until it's going to hit fever pitch.
Well, there we go. Hurt gets one through, pulling out the Lightning McQueen goal explosion. Maybe that's what you need. A little old Rusties for you to get one on the board.
It's a blast from the past. Haven't seen this in forever. Wow. Oh well, Vaudeville. And we were once again returning to the scheduled programming of we're having a game on our hands. RAF Shadows are not allowing Storm Shadows to have a walk in the park. No. They're still threatening. There's still opportunities. And I say it's Daromas on the sidelines being that difference factor. Make sure that him, as the coach, as the leader, is allowing his team to perform so well in the field.
Always nice to have, I guess, 4th pair of eyes to keep a check on how you're performing, but they might need another one of those as well, because Storm Shadows in the lead yet again. C clears things up for P, put it through. That's a great look from them. But we saw this same story before in the last game, and RAF Shadows were able to bounce back and tie things up, and they're looking to do that just again, and they do it. Kurt is just killing it on these kickoffs.
He keyed out Kachaus twice. Actually, there's a stat line that just popped on the screen. Not sure if that counted as a shot or not. Probably did. In any case, it's 2 for Kurt, 2 for RAF Shadows. And that kickoff was on point. Hell, it's a very integral part of a game nowadays. So if Kurt can pull out even more out of these for every single thing that Storm Shadows do, that's going to be very much welcome. We're tied again.
I know I said it'd be like the last game, but I didn't expect it to be that quick. Off the kickoff and then back into the thick of it. Even then, though, Storm Shadows on the orange half. They want to clear this out in 3. Every game that they don't give up to their opponents helps their overall standings score for any tiebreakers. So the less the merrier in terms of games given up to your opponents.
Oh, absolutely. Seeding is looking, well, as even as we can possibly make it in terms of how seeding usually works. But as a reminder, the number 1 seed at the end of this group stage is going to be moving to round number 2 of our double elimination playoff bracket. So that's already something. And then if you don't want to end up playing versus, let's say, the 2nd seed, if you're a 7th seed, the last team in the group stage, then you have to move up as much as possible. All right, Storm Shadows, RAF Shadows. Well, so far, they still need to make a difference between themselves and P with a dangerous moment. Looking like he could beat 2. Shadows stopping that.
Interesting touch back that time. Maintaining possession for now. Double commit, though, on the defense. There's all 3 players there, but if you have every corner covered, pretty tough for the other team to make a shot, especially with no boost for P. Envy, star of the show in the last game, relatively silent in this one, so hopefully they'll be able to step out of their comfort zone and at least get things going in the shots category, because it didn't even seem like they had one so far.
That's at least something to take with. P. Oh, there's our junior well positioned himself on the backboard. Again, any single time that you do not contest a shot on the backboard, that means it's a bounce. That is very helpful to your opposition. Right now, Shadows dispossess P in the middle of the field. Cedric to Envy. They exchange, but P doesn't have a touch, and Cedric cannot move on forward. Death Star Jr. with a bump at 10. Greyman is going to be putting it to the center to commit. But Kurt now just needs to rush back. Yes, he has all the boost in the world. He couldn't really commit to this attack, and neither could he overstay his welcome because counter-attack was already starting from Storm Shadows.
Solid touches so far by both teams, giving it their all to make sure that they come out on top. RAF Shadows know this is do or die for them because they would have to pull off a full reverse sweep against the Storm Shadows roster. It'll be a tough task to fulfill, but 1 minute remaining on the clock now. Envy with an open opportunity. Nobody's there, and it looked like it might have bounced out, but does go in.
For a close game like this, a simple shot, uncontested shot, middle of the field, all the way from the flying, seems like not indicative of how the game has been going so far and how close all of these moves have been. Seems like more of a fluke than anything else. Kickoff will be collected by Desdark Jr. But I'm loving how Shadows are looking off these kickoffs. They always have an opportunity to just start a quick attack. Close player who's shadowing is quite often can bring them results, but not 100%, and sometimes they are in a bit of a threat here and there.
Well, with not enough time remaining, Storm Shadows just need to hold things down as long as they can, bide their time, and that was a dangerous cross in front of their own net. Thankfully enough for them. There's no one in position from RAF Shadows to counter it. Good touches off the backboard, keeping the pressure going, and that'll be another goal. Essentially the nail in the coffin for this game.
There needs to be more players. The moment it gets pushed to the side, there needs to be a second one coming in. It's RAF Storm Shadows who are closer to the ball and can immediately pounce on it, while the Shadows themselves just find themselves wanting a defender here and there. Kickoff, well, Kurt will get the boost. There's Dark Jr. as well, but no touch. Even if the Gray Man puts a shot on target, no goal. It's going to be going 4-2 in favor of RAF Storm Shadows. They're kicking the ball up just for the fun of it. One goal is going to be brought into the net. The result of the game still remains the same, but something fun with Death Starks Jr. to bring it to the game number 3, potentially the last one of the series, as Storm Shadows are going to be on the match point. But even if for an own goal, they're just having a lot of good quality tempo.
Yeah, nice to see that competition from these players, just having a good time with it as long as they can. And now we'll see what goes down in game 3. Keep it as close as possible, though. with how competitive these two teams are against each other. But you know that Storm Shadows want to close things out here, one step away for the 3-0 sweep in their first victory of the group stages.
They're moving ever so close to that. Well, easy to say. Just win one more game. Matter of fact is, RAF Shadows have put on obstacles on the way of Storm Shadows every step of the way so far. So if they put another stick in the spokes of the wheels of Storm Shadows, they might just fall off their bike. Proverbially speaking, of course.
We'll see what happens as we get into this next game. Will there be a bounce back? Will there not be? There's potential for anything to happen, but the biggest thing for RAF Shadows is they need to get that first goal. They need to get started with a 2-goal lead against Storm Shadows if they want to take the victory. We haven't quite seen that much of a lead in their favor yet, so we'll see what they can do, but instead they give it straight up to Envy 2 seconds into it.
2 seconds hurts. Felt like really 2 seconds have passed. Feels like it was more, but no, straight off the kickoff. And I've been praising Shadows kickoff so well previously, but it's the Storm Shadows who score off one. And Envy, if he was just a little bit slower, actually, he could have immediately taken it to the net as well. Cedric with a shot. There's Dark Junior P. Oh, it's an angle that he will not be scoring from, but he tried his darkest.
Cedric just looking for their time to strike. Musty flick comes out. It was more just a flick than anything else, but even then, Envy, sidewall, gets the flick for themselves, and a demo to boot. P with a pop-up, tries to bait out the defense, went for the flick reset, but countered instead. Stark Jr., not the best of touches that they were hoping for, barely gets it away from P, who is in a prime position to push that forward towards the net. Cedric again keeping the pressure going themselves, and Envy might be the final piece de resistance for them to get it through, but even then still not enough. All 3 defenders wiser than that.
Have to be. There's absolutely no way that at this point he's going to relax or not take into account whatever is happening on the field. And there's a one from E. As much as Shadows are trying to remove the ball from their own net, this beautiful pass just finds some free space in front of the net. Ball has been constantly brought to the net itself, to the backboard, but move it a little bit further where there's no players of Shadows and they're not expecting it. And he has a field day with it.
That's exactly what Storm Shadows were hoping for. Early goal, followed up eventually with a second for that cushion. Demoralize their brethren at RAF Shadows. We'll see if time gives any favors to the blue team to at least get on the board. Last 2 games, they were able to bounce back and tie things up twice, but this game is a whole different story for them so far.
Well, time is still on their side and do something. A couple of attempts, yeah. It was almost as close as we could have hoped, but this goes past Dark Jr. Punches it high. Cedric was already on the wall to meet it. Not the biggest clears, not the biggest moves. There's Envy to Cedric to P, who is already there, but this goes off the wall and out. Beautifully crafted play by RAF Storm Shadows. They would love to get a third, but whenever you can connect like this, every single other time, your opponent's going to be thinking, they can do it again. They absolutely can do it again. We need to be aware of that. See if there's any more of where that came from Storm Shadows.
Ooh, Stark Jr. almost able to sneak it underneath the crossbar. The Gray Man last line of assault on to the offensive end. Demo comes through on the feed to give them some breathing room at least, but Envy's not giving them the time of day. They'll drop it down into the heart of their net, and 3-0 right past the halfway point.
This is just giving the ball away to Envy. He will be very happy for it, but it didn't need to go through all of these extra steps of getting the ball, moving from his own side, just putting shot in the back of the net. Nope, Nope. Just a nice one for him. And again, it's a camaraderie between the two Royal Air Force teams. Envy is going to receive this pass and score yet another one. Hat trick for him. Just keeps on putting one after the other. The connection is tremendous between P and Envy so far.
What a beautiful pass as well. The flip reset to send it forward. Waited to use their flip until they saw the charge in from the defender, just to make sure that they could get it forward. And now Cedric just setting that one up to the heavens. Death Stark Jr. can't really do too much with it because of how high it was sent forward towards them. Cedric again off that sidewall, looking for something special. Not the touch they were hoping for, but they don't really need to do anything too crazy, especially with this 4-goal lead that they have.
No, just keep it simple. Do not overdo it. But still remember, their Shadows have scored a bunch of goals in this series so far and have been kept the opposition pretty close. Envy slowly playing it in. Okay, nothing too crazy. Do not drop 3 players on that ball. You do not need that 5th. You absolutely do not need that 5th one. It's better to stay at 4-0 and not fall flat on your face in that particular case, and not give your opposition a chance for a comeback.
Little bit over a minute now, just that remaining for RAF Shadows. Can they at least get on the board in this likely final game based on the scoreline? We are currently sitting at Kurt. Had so many goals to their name in the last one. Relatively silent here, not a single shot, only a couple saves. Stuck in their own half for the majority of game 3, and that's exactly where RAF Storm Shadows wants them to be. Right where they want them. He going for a flip reset, maybe going for a double, but doesn't quite matter with only 30 seconds remaining. 4 goals to overcome, and they do get 1.
I told you guys, simple. Do not overcomplicate it. Do not go for psycho. Yes, our junior just, okay, you shouldn't be giving me the ball in this situation, but I'll be there just in case you do. And that's one of our RAF Shadows. As a reminder, against Storm Shadows, with 25 seconds remaining and 3 goals up, are on the match point in the series. That will net them the first W of the day. But RAF Shadows, if things do continue the same way, doubtful, but if they do continue this way, they would have a chance. As the timer hits 10 and less seconds, countdown shows what we have expected for a while now. RAF Storm Shadows are taking the series 3-0 versus their Royal Air Force crew members, the Shadows.
GG's across the board, a great series nonetheless. We had back and forth action from the get-go, and then a dominating performance to cap things off for RAF Storm Shadows. And you know, they're all having good fun in this tournament against each other. They're happy that at least one of them was able to come out with the win, and it definitely seemed to be the better team at the end of the day that did get that victory, especially Envy with 2 hat tricks throughout the series. Great performance across the board, and everyone working together in tandem from Storm Shadows. It looked like they could have gotten a win earlier on against their opponents in the French Air Force, but unfortunately for them, it didn't work out there. But because they got a sweep, they're actually higher in the rankings based on those tiebreakers.
Well. Theoretically, there is a world in which, purely on these numbers, the French Air Force and RF Storm Shadows can still be equal if French Air Force win their next series 3-2. But I think due to a tiebreaker in their head-to-head series, the French Air Force is still going to jump on higher than that. Well. The table standings is starting to shape up pretty nicely. We are seeing the outliers, U.S. Air Force, who is surprised? Nobody is surprised. And Audible, I'm not absolutely surprised that Killer Pigeon is standing by with our winners. Let's see who he has from RAF Storm Shadows.
Thank you, boys. I'm joined by a member of RAF Storm Shadows, the boys who just won the British Derby between the two teams. And it is, of course, Cedric, who managed to avoid being called Sadric after what has been a rough day for British esports. Bittersweet, though, you get one on the board, but it had to be slaying your brother RAF team.
Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't do it against one of the other European sides, but we got a win on the board, so there is a silver lining there. But yeah, we've just been getting the land shakes off. We're glad to get a win, so it could be worse.
It's a good format for it as well, right? We're talking about, round robin into double elim, so quite a lot of forgiveness. Have you kind of leaned into the idea that we need to just take this as an opportunity to explore, play with the game a bit, with these different ideas, and feel out our opponents instead of just focusing on the score?
Yeah, exactly. We're still trying to figure out what play style we're going to go with. We've been trying a few different things, in scrims especially, and as you can see, well, throughout the day, it's been getting better, but we're getting there now.
Yeah, we thought the Americans would be the late risers with the jet lag, but I think maybe we're getting to our groove now, and some curveballs being thrown by Shadow, right? They came out and they flipped it around. They switched their coaching. Did you guys see that one coming, or was that completely unexpected?
Well, I expected it to be Daromus and Logan both playing, but obviously the decision was made and it worked. They played really well. We were really impressed, at least from our point of view. But yeah, it did throw a curveball.
What do you think your chances are if we throw Stelios in?
Sorry, could you say that?
What do you think our chances are if we throw Stelios in?
Put them even higher. I think we're the best team here if we put Stelios in. I think that's an obvious one.
All right, well, it's a bit of a revenge opportunity. Your fellow Brits for HMS Triumph are going up against the French lads next. Do you think they've got what it takes to slay the Frenchmen that you came so close to last time?
I think the talent's definitely there, but the French team are on fire at the moment, so I am leaning towards the French winning this one.
Well, it's going to get sweaty after the break. We're going to let them get a rest. Thank you again for the interview. But next up, we are going to have another British versus French showdown. We're going to see if the submarine boys are able to torpedo the Frenchmen's hopes of finishing the day on high standings.
We're back here for our final two series of the day for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm Vaudible. We got Relic to close out the show. We'll have Jar Jam at the end of it as well. But it has been a very intense day of action. Let's take a look at the standings for those who might just be tuning in, waking up maybe in North America to get in on what's been happening so far. Well, for the North American fans, they're probably happy to see all of the U.S. servicemen doing pretty well for themselves. Space Force, their only loss was the Coast Guard Gaming, so it was a self-inflicted wound there. But RAF Storm Shadows just came out with their own victory against RAF Shadows. The French Air Force took their first victory against RAF Storm Shadows. And HMS Triumph still looking for their first win. Relic, can they get it here? It's going to be pretty intense to see if they can, but the schedule so far has been pretty decent up to this point, and we have some great series to close out the day.
Yeah, I think that certainly off the back of admittedly a 3-0 sweep, yes, against Air Force Gaming, but one of the most bizarre 3-0 sweeps you'll ever see. I think that Triumph comes into this series with flying Fettel. French Air Force, we know exactly what they can do. Series of the day so far up against the Storm Shadows. And then we're rounding things off with an all-American derby. We're looking up to the skies and beyond as the Air Force takes on the Space Force. That is going to be a proper barn burner to round out our day. We get to cover these two series, Vaudible, and I'm glad that we start with this one, because I think what we saw from this French team up against the Storm Shadows was a team willing to graft. No matter how many times they were pulled back into the muggy waters, no matter how many times they were overturned on the field, or they hit the crossbar, or they missed a couple of plays, or they made out-and-out mistakes, they shrugged it off. They took it to overtime in Game 5, and yeah, it was a bit of a weird final goal, but it was a goal that they 100% earned. And they'll be looking at the Triumph now and thinking, okay, let's meet the Space Force on 2-1. Let's go out there and get another dub for the Triumph. Any dub will do, quite frankly.
Let's see what they can do here in this series. French Air Force looking for their second victory to move up in the standings, but Zalu doing everything that they needed to get that first goal.
Yeah, we've seen this high press from the Triumph a lot of times, and they're sticking to that strategy. I definitely think there's some merit to it if they win their challenges, if being the operative word. They didn't. Infield pass, open net. That's why we see 1-0 within 15 seconds.
We've seen so many early goals in these series, but NZH is going to make another one on the record book for this one. HMS Triumph has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, you look up French Air Force in the dictionary and all I've got is allez, allez, allez. That's go, go, go for those of you who haven't studied. And go, go, go indeed. 2 goals in the first 30 seconds. Now, not a great start for Triumph, who really need to settle down if they have any hopes of matching the aspirations they had going into this tournament.
First 30 seconds, not exactly the way that Triumph would want this to go. Judge didn't get the connection that they were hoping for on that ball either. You can tell that the long hours of the event are likely getting to the players. It all comes down to that endurance in the last series of the day for these teams. Thankfully, after this, they can take a break, maybe practice a little bit more, and then go have some fun. Get ready for the next day of competition, because there is going to be so much more action to come, because we'll be even starting off the end of the day with that double elimination bracket winner side.
What do you mean, Vodable? They're all having fun. We're all having fun at this tournament, are we not, my friends? But yeah, I think definitely there is a long way to go, and certainly the long hours are going to have an effect, whether you like it or not. No tacos are going to be able to save you from the exhaustion of doing, what is it, 8 to 9 hours of competitive Rocket League for some of these players. Ultimately, it's why you've got to keep your basics in check. I mean, legitimately, even things such as simple as don't double commit, hit the ball. All of these things add up to opportunities like this, where Judge Drury gets the first proper opportunity on net for the HMS Triumph. Still only a 2-goal lead as it stands, Vodable. Very overturnable.
Awkward spot for the defense here, and the demo does make things a little bit easier, but not exactly what they were hoping to see. Stimplebug sending this one over to Lou Money. Good connection to keep it moving forward. NZH, though, don't really worry too much about them, but when it's a passing play like that, it could have been disastrous if it did not hit the post.
Had to score. Simply had to score. And as halftime comes and goes, they're gonna really, 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 really hope that another opportunity comes! And they do put it away this time.
There they go. Had to send everyone and then the kitchen sink to score the goal. Eventually throwing everything at the wall, something stuck, and they were able to put it on through. It didn't need to be pretty, it just had to go into the back of the net. Maybe we'll see more where that came from Stimplebog. Another touch comes through, and we're tied 2-2.
The kitchen sink, the piping in the cabinet, maybe some of the plates, maybe some of the cutlery, all is out the window now. And much like 2 London buses, Vodable, when 1 goal comes along, often you will find a second follows quickly instead.
We'll see if maybe a third for either of these teams comes soon after. I know the French Air Force want to interrupt the goal-scoring palooza that HMS Triumph have had thus far. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. All eyes on them. Salou looking to see how they can get possession of the ball away, but Sakata, no boost in the tank to work with. They're actually starved out by their opponents in the HMS Triumph. Backboard, drop down, Stimplebog with the touch. Salou's there for the save.
The growth into this game has been truly, truly admirable from the HMS Triumph crew here. 2 goals in quick succession. First 30 seconds. That feels like such a long time ago now, because Triumph have been able to take control of the midfield. They're taking advantage of these passing lanes way in front of this orange box. French Air Force a little slow to respond. And that sluggishness is why we see this tie game, and actually Triumph looking for a third.
So close, but not quite enough for Triumph to get 3 unanswered goals. Double commit though, they gotta be careful to overcommit on these challenges. Nobody's in the net right now. Somebody has to be in position for these shots. They are just bobbing and weaving, dodging, ducking, and diving to see what they could do to avoid these shots going into the back of the net from the French Air Force. But HMS Triumph, they are still alive for now. 33 seconds on the clock. French Air Force still can't get control of the ball long enough to put a simple shot on the net.
Judge Drury not able to stop this escape effort from Sakata. Wins that follow-up challenge. Beautiful throwaway from Luma, though. These are the sorts of clearances that were sorely missing from Triumph in previous series. Just opens up the field, and Stimpelbog 1v1! Oh, okay. They've done it, Vulnerable!
7 shots, 2 goals, bobs and weaves again through the defense. 2 defenders taken out, 1 goal left standing above the rest. 6 seconds to go. This needs to be one of the best kickoff that we have seen so far for the French Air Force. They beat 1, but not the second. Stimpelbog, will they be the savior of the day and the game against Sakata? Keeps it up for now. But all members of French Air Force advance past the ball, and HMS Triumph stick to their namesake and triumph over the competition as they were down but not out.
That's their first game win of the day. What a time to do it, first of all. And very convincingly, I'll add as well. That first 30 seconds aside, Vodable, maybe we'll say 45, 60 seconds, give or take, to give French Air Force their flowers. That was all Triumph. Complete control of the midfield, crafting these opportunities genuinely. There wasn't any major errors at the back for the French Air Force to speak of. This is the sort of progression, this is the sort of story through a tournament day that we adore seeing as casters. But now Triumph have to take this and run with it. It's no good getting this one game just to lose the series 3-1. They've got to make sure that this consistency sticks, even if it's going to be a series that doesn't go the distance with the sweep.
We shall see if this is going to go the distance. Stimpelbog, though, right out the rip, ready to showcase their performance even more so. Almost by their lonesome, was able to take that to task and get another goal for their team. And that's the main thing I would look out for HMS Triumph, is if they can get a goal to start things off, get the lead early, then it'll prove that it wasn't just game 1 jitters from the French Air Force. They've had to wait quite some time since their last series comparatively. So they might be a bit cold in that first game, but now there's no more excuses. If they drop one here, they'd have to pull off a reverse sweep, and we still haven't seen one of those yet.
Sluggishness, I should say, is carried over from game 1 French Air Force, almost standing and waiting to see what the Triumph do here. As we head towards the end of our first minute, Sakata will have this shot towards net. Oh, and that's a little bit more proactive. Triumph standing and staring themselves like rabbits in the headlights.
Great touch by Zulu over top of the rest of the defense. They tried to get there in time, but they were just beat to the punch. So not as quickly as we saw in the last game, but a goal nonetheless for the French Air Force. And they're happy to change things up, I'm sure, because when they got those 2 goals, they were on top of the world. They're like, yeah, we are undefeatable. And then they became defeatable shortly after.
That is play for play, exactly what happened. So thank you very much for that recap, Audible. And now I'm interested in what's going to happen next. We can't press fast forward on this remote, but people even know what remotes are. Even more, I do know what that is. So that is an excellent save from Lou Money, and Judge Drury is not able to release the pressure valve. In fact, it continues to turn in on the Triumph. 2-0 French Air Force.
Salou MVP using the force within to take the shot at the time that was most right. and it has awakened something in this French Air Force team, but will it be enough for them to vanquish the HMS Triumph squad? We saw this story before. They were up by 2, and then 3 back-to-back goals came through. Was it just a fluke, or will it just be the same old story for this series?
Yeah, sometimes it's not about the event in question, it's about the aftermath. And unfortunately, what we have here is a 3rd goal this time for the French Air Force, alongside the awful comedy from myself. Could not be a worse day for HMS Triumph.
Well, they still have plenty of time, so that does bode well for them. Just more about getting possession here and shutting down a very streaky team of the French Air Force. Salud just doing everything right with the amount of pressure that they're putting on, not overcommitting with the rest of their team. They know that Salud's feeling so good that they can take on the world, and well, the world is not too much to worry about when you're facing off against HMS Triumph, when they haven't been able to come back for a goal just yet. They looked so good in the last game, were able to pull things off, but so far not as good in this one. But as I say that, maybe we spoke a bit too soon. They were just second half demons.
It's catch of the day. There's a slippery customer here, and it's a goal from Lou Money. Sakata does get there in time, makes the save, but the trajectory of Lou Money with that flip puts them right back into the path of the ball to confirm the goal.
Calculated. That's all I gotta say about that one. We almost had another calculated moment there too. That would have been insane to see 2 back-to-back yet again. French Air Force were starting to have flashbacks there for a moment, but thankfully enough that they did end off a bit early, especially with Sakata putting that one through, preventing tragedy that they had struck in the back of their own net in the last game. Oof.
That was a really sly shot from Sakata as well. As close to the near post as you could possibly make it. Low, deceptive. HMS Triumph expecting a barnstormer, and it was just a little fox finding their way through the doors instead. And speaking of fox in the box, Sakata almost finds a second in quick succession. Stimple Bog throws it away. Oh, it doesn't get too far, does it? There's NZH. So Lou takes over control of the situation. And Stimple Bog, well, that is on target, but also as easily readable as they come.
Good pass over to Lou Money, though, deflected by the defense. So a great shot, so much power behind it as well from Judge. Put that on target, but not credited with it because it bounced off their teammate's roof.
140 kph. I want to say that's the fastest goal that we've had all day. And we, what's it, 90 seconds and change? 2 goals? There's a very real world where Triumph can find a way back into this still.
French Air Force definitely feeling a little bit more confident, though, as they had more goals than last time for this lead. Even with things being tightened up a bit further by the HMS Triumph squad. What's getting one more goal for French Air Force, as we've seen them capable of doing just that. Salou with their hat trick, see if they get one more for the road in the last minute of competition for the second game, and that's a good touch towards the backboard. NZH has potential. There's Salou with the follow through. The Judge will be there to thwart any plans for now.
NZH. Salou stopping this escape attempt at the halfway mark. Enough time has been burned that maybe French Air Force can feel some semblance of comfort. But whilst there are still seconds on the clock, how can you? This is a shot that goes wide. Salou a little bit trepidatious here. Actually gets a very favorable bounce off the hood of Stimple Bog, and now Sakata and NZH just looking to lock this one down.
Yeah, not enough time for HMS Triumph to come back at this point, but a valiant effort nonetheless. French Air Force learned from their mistakes in the last game, almost got one more there. They don't quite need it. Tying up the series 1-1. And at least we have more than a sweep on our hands yet again, Relic.
You're being treated, Volleyball. You're being treated for your patience today.
I am.
But man, I gotta say, I think that this was far more of a reaction from the French Air Force. I agree with you, than necessarily Triumph falling off. I think that the fact that Triumph's still getting 2 goals out of this game, demonstrating that what they're doing is still working. I think that the real French Air Force, we could say, has now turned up, maybe shaken off the nerves, or maybe just decided that the nerves aren't worth it, really. Go in there with full confidence. You'll find the connections that we've seen all day long from this squad that we have been quietly very impressed with as we head into game number 3. A pivotal game. This swings the momentum firmly in the favor of the French force, or it puts a stop to that momentum if the Triumph can get one back and head on to match point.
Well, let's see what goes down in this game number 3. This could decide everything for the series, depending on if we do see French Air Force come out on top, or if their opponents in the HMS Triumph start with a lead, because they have not been able to do that just yet.
No, it's true. That would be nice. But sometimes nice things don't come to those who wait bottle. Not this time.
I mean, we didn't have to wait long at all for that goal to go through. Just the kickoff worked out in the favor of the French Air Force, and business as usual. It's my phrase of the day, because that seems to be where we're at for the French Air Force in this game.
We've seen the fastest goal of the day. I want to say that is, we've seen literally the fastest goal of the game, and we've seen time-wise the fastest goal of the day. It's a speedy sort of series, and just as quickly as they got that first goal vodable, here's a second.
And Zalou, who else being a part of the action, honestly could have scored that themselves, but Sakata wanted to be involved in the play, and I give it to them to secure those goals.
And just like that, reset number 2. Triumph, 2 down. They do like making it hard for themselves. At the same time, French Air Force do like making it as easy for themselves as possible. The bigger the lead, the less worry if there is another Triumph goal. But will that imagination dry up? Well, they're certainly looking for this, and a triple commit from the French Air Force not inspiring the most confidence for their fans.
A tough spot to be in defensively, but Sakata will be there to save the day for now. Lou Money with a setup. Bit of an overcommit, though, from HMS Triumph. They got to worry about this counterattack, and that barely goes by the goal line.
They tried to combo
Still
here.
Some
Drury
potential.
and Simplebog. Ooh! Blue Money's got the read. Sakata, oh wow! Great reactions from Judge Jury. Much needed save. I think if we do see a third here, Botable, that mountain might be a little too high to climb.
Could be the case, and typically is the case for a lot of these teams. Once there is that 3-goal deficit, one of the hardest to overcome, outside of, you know, more goals being scored after that, but even then. Demo goes through, and this might be a goal going through in a moment. NCH somehow slices and dices the net.
Oh, that's so
what a beauty.
The way that they readjust their car to ensure the trajectory of the ball after it hits that backboard. That's pure instinct. That's pure practice on full display.
That's what we like to see from the French Air Force. I mean, again, shaky after the first 2 goals were scored in the first game. Then afterwards, they were like, okay, we got this locked in and loaded, and they've been able to prove themselves a little bit worthier after forcing an own goal there. That's got to be a tough spot to be in.
So remember when I said that, hey, this third game might be pretty critical in establishing how the rest of the series plays out, and how the French Air Force could potentially run away with even more momentum that they had after a very successful game 2. Yeah, not looking so great here for the Triumph, as that was so close to being number 5, and it would have been worth the money.
Yeah, I feel like this is a GG go next into the next game if you're HMS Triumph, especially with Zulu getting that one there. You could see the spirit being a little bit down for those teammates. They're kind of figuring out, okay, yeah, this happened. Don't blame each other. Just kind of be like, okay, keep our heads down. We'll work on things throughout this game, and then the next one as well, we will bounce back. You don't have to pull off a full reverse sweep is the main thing you got to keep in your minds here. So it is possible to get those 2 games in a row. Just the French Air Force right now are firing on all cylinders, and every single shot is hitting its mark.
Sometimes it just be like that. But with 2 minutes left on the clock, Triumph can still make some micro adjustments in-game to try and affect something. Even if it's just not conceding any more goals, keep it at 5. You can say, all right, for the back half, for the final 2 minutes, that was good, that was better. Let's run with that into the next game. And we just saw there a big miss. Chalk it off. It's not your game right now. Don't worry about it too much.
Well, what they do got to worry about a little bit here is just some of the challenges that they're going for more than anything else. It just feels like they're trying to swim around in murky waters and don't know exactly where they're going. Unfortunately, for the French Air Force, they're always prepared, ready for something to go in their favor. It seems like this whole game's been in their favor. Every touch that they've had has been golden on offense, but an odd commit that could have easily led to a goal if there was possession in favor of HMS Triumph. A double commit defensively as well, not trusting your teammates can lead you to these positions as well.
Yeah, we're running back into the same bad habits that we've seen from previous series. Lack of comms, lack of trust, as you rightly point out, and a lack of progression. Just still believe in this team, they can achieve it. The head's going down. Does feel a little worrisome, especially since we've seen the first real signs of genuine success. That first game is going to stick long in the memory, considering how their day had gone and how it was promising to turn around. Well, there is still time to make that a reality, Vaudeville. This game, it's a mulligan, and you can't think about the fact that, okay, you're going to be against a team on match point on this one.
That's why I wish sometimes in Rocket League there was like a little bit of a mercy rule, so you'd be like, okay, you know, GG go next, similar to like how the 1v1 seems like, okay, you know, let's just keep the mental going, let's get into the next one. We know this one's chalked, and just keep that moving forward. But either way, now they know, hey, we got some stuff to work on, but we got to keep those comms, we got to keep that atmosphere up as best as we can going into potentially their final game of the day.
6 goals scored in game number 3, much the same as game number 2. Difference could not be more stark. All 6 in favor of French Air Force. Triumph did not have a sniff, and they really do just have to chalk this one up as one of those days, one of those games, an anomaly, which there is truth in that, Vaudeville. It was an anomaly. This being the first game where they didn't score a single goal, and really the first game where they didn't look connected in any way.
Single shots across the board from HMS Triumph, and that could be part of the reason why, even with all the shots that we saw on the other side of the pitch, it still was a tough look for HMS Triumph. So again, I keep talking about it. The number one thing this team needs to work on, getting at that first goal for their opponent so they don't have to play from behind. If they can do that, then they're in a whole new ball game.
Yeah, I think there's a large amount of sense in that. I mean, score goal first, gotta feel good. Rocket League 101 right there. But at the same time, you're absolutely right, because in chasing a game, you naturally open up way more defensive alleyways, which your opponents can exploit. And so even if you are keeping it at 0-0, let's say, if you start frustrating your opponents, we were talking about it earlier, you could potentially cause them to overload. Oh, and well,
what?
Wow.
Oh no. That should have been a goal like twice, but somehow it wasn't a single time. So HMS Triumph, they need to take advantage of this windfall that they have found themselves in. A good shot. Double commit on the defense to get the save. Zulu keeps this progressing it down to field. Demo by NZH. Some on the back line as well, but Zulu just doing everything that they can. So many demos for both teams just to make sure that they can even out the playing field in the midfield line.
Love that from Sakata. Double demo. Loose. Oh, lovely read from Lou Money, and had to get there. Otherwise, that shot is heading straight into the far corner. Back into midfield. Oh, there's no one home. There's no one home. 1-0 French Air Force. All too easy.
Can't afford to do that. Looked like there wasn't really a chance, but also so much power behind that shot. Might not have expected that from all the way downtown. The French Air Force, they will take those shots every day of the week. Zulu, we saw how strong they were in the previous games. Off the post, could have easily been on target and gotten another goal in their favor. HMS Triumph are getting away with a lot of chances that they need to make something out of.
Nice challenge. Simple ball there again. Sakata. Zulu a little bit behind the scene. Judge Jury will leave it off to Simple Bog. MDH gets a piece of it and actually falls kindly to Judge Jury. Here's Lou Money, right place, right time. This is a lovely transition in the making for the French Air Forces. NCH takes to the skies. Zulu, no touchdown, but they do get the demo, but it is once again lofted away. Now Carter for another opportunity, strikes down, and now the runaway down the other end. NCH is going to get there in time, but Simple Bog makes sure that it goes over that line. 1-1.
This is what they needed. A tying shot, a chance for them to bounce back for HMS Triumph. This is their moment. They have to take advantage of it. Need one more where that came from. Get the lead against the French Air Force if you want to come out on top in this game and force a game 5. That'd be the second in a row the French Air Force would have to play in, but the French Air Force are going to give them the time of day to do just that so easily. Zulu with the follow-up shot. A great 1-2 punch by the French Air Force.
Near post backboard defense is always difficult at the best of times. But having two players launch towards the ball and neither of them get a piece of it, even if it would have ultimately resulted in a goal, you would have hoped that someone get it. Somebody touch the ball, please. Kickoff shenanigans as Sakata brings it forward. Lou Money, oh my word, did he even get a touch on that? I'm not entirely sure. It goes to the other side of the goal mouth now. French Air Force. I mean, realistically, 3 or 4 goals should be in by this point.
At least, if not more than that. We've seen so many chances for the French Air Force to close things out and guarantee themselves this win. There might be just there, 3-1, 2:08 on the clock. HMS Triumph. We saw how good they were before they got their first game of the tournament. But there's still another day of competition tomorrow. It's not over just yet if they don't come back in these next 2 minutes.
And there is so much footage now to review and I guess not even see what went wrong, Vodable. Looking at that first game, see what went right. What did they do so differently in that first game to say to us, this is a team that has a chance of beating other teams within this competition? That is a lovely lift. Hold the phone before we go on and analyze any further. This is glorious.
Beautiful. Off the crossbar and in. You can hear the cheers from the team in the arena as it went through. They are popping off and ready to claim their victory in this series. They just have a little bit over a minute and a half to go till then. Still time for HMS Triumph if they wanted to come back. We'll see if they can pull off the seems improbable at this point, but still is possible.
Just pure harassment from Zulu. That's all him. That's all him. Up against Stimple, doesn't matter. Outreads Lou Money, and then has the presence of mind to follow and slightly, gently guide that on target. Wonderful individual play.
So first we've seen a kickoff kind of go in favor of HMS Triumph for a while, but two players just get baited out and commit too heavily, and that seems to be the case a couple of times here. French Air Force, once they figured out HMS Triumph, they realized that they can bait them on plays, and if they're patient with the ball, then they can play their own game here as well. So now with just a minute remaining, the French Air Force just need to hold on and not make too many mistakes. Lou with a demo onto Lou Money, so that makes it even easier for them to hold on to possession of the ball. They're just gonna take their time. They know they have an almost insurmountable lead, but there could be one here. No, it goes off the side wall and away.
It's down to Zulu. Lovely first touch. That is glorious. Got NZH's back up. Carries us all the way to the far side of the field. The handoff to Sakata, successful in the end. Another double commit from the Triumph. And I really do think you hit the nail on the head there, Vodable. As soon as French Air Force figured out what the Triumph strategy was, or rather the lack thereof sometimes, the instinctual play, caution to the wind, they were able to adapt, they were able to adjust, they never looked back.
Time ticking down, its last couple of seconds here, and a last goal-ditch effort was denied there. The French Air Force come out with their next victory. Congratulations to them, as they will end off their day as winners. Still a valiant effort from HMS Triumph. You talked about it, they gotta review their success from today. They looked really strong in that one game against the top dogs in the Air Force Gaming Squad, and now we get to see how Space Force Gaming fares against them after this. And well, French Air Force, I feel like they've improved a lot as the day has gone along, so hopefully they take those lessons into tomorrow as well.
They're scrappy and they're willing to put up a fight. They look at defeat and they say, okay, but how do we turn that around? And I think that is a really strong element to bring onto any sort of Rocket League pitch, to know that you have the resolve to, even if things aren't going right, keep going at it. And I think that, again, that adjustment from game 1 to game 2 shows a willingness to change tact, whereas other teams might stick to what they know best. I think so many other teams caught out by that. This French team showing adaptability, and that is going to pay them dividends, I would imagine, on day 2 and maybe even day 3.
Well, we'll see what happens for those series tomorrow a little bit later on, but we still have another series to go. We also have an interview coming up in just a little bit. I'm really curious to hear what the thought process was, what they adapted from their last series into this one. There's so many great questions. Shout out to Killer Pigeon here that's been helping us throughout the day so far, hosting everything, getting all the intel and tea from the teams and everything like that. We haven't had a chance to say that, so thank you, Killer Pigeon, and take it away.
Allons-y! I am joined by the AAE member Sakata. Sakata, fantastic series. Congratulations on the win. You, in particular, I feel like this was your best series of the day. Did you feel that as well?
It's really difficult to say that because we are a team. So I don't think it's my best series, but my strength is to smile every time. So it works. So let's continue like that. And for that reason, maybe it's my best series.
Okay, so you're the smile man. Hitman is the lucky bald head to rub. Is that correct? So you guys rub his head for good luck, right?
Ah, yes. It's more friendly like that.
Okay, well, I mean, you've got 2 members of the team that are bald. There's 2 days left. Are you going to sacrifice your hair for good luck tomorrow?
I think I am the next one. So for the moment, I love to have hair. And for tomorrow, no, I will. I don't cut my hair for tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. Why not?
All right, looks like you've put your teammate on the spot. Once again, though, fantastic performance here. We've got one more series today, Air Force Gaming versus Space Force Gaming. Do you think Space Force can take out the champs?
Maybe they can take one game, I hope. Of course, I'm for Space Force Gaming, but good luck for both teams. They are great, each of all.
You guys have been great as well. It's been a pleasure to have you here. I look forward to talking to you more as the weekend goes on. Big congrats on the win, and we'll talk again soon. Okay, folks, we are almost at the end of the day. One more series to go, and it is going to be American Showdown to see how comfortable AFG can be at the top. Can they keep that unkillable streak going, or can someone finally put some brakes on AFG? Let's find out after the break.
one more series to go. And as you were talking about before we went to break, Killer Pigeon, this is going to be the USA Derby. This time it's going to be Air Force Gaming versus Space Force Gaming. Can any Team Relic take down this powerhouse? This is the schedule we had for today. We're finally on our last series. We have had 12 matches, including this one. It has been an eventful first day here for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, brought to you by USAA. But looking at these round robin standings, if Space Force come out on top here, that could mean that Coast Guard Gaming would be standing on top with that 3-0-8 series record for their games. If Space Force, even if they 3-0 swept, they could not get higher than that.
Yeah, it's a point of pride. Clearly, obviously, you want to be the best team within your region. That currently is, historically, statistically speaking, Air Force. And I think that the Space Force will be annoyed, frustrated that they have lost a series, no less against one of those intra-rivals that they have. But what a great way to wash away those concerns and worries about where they stand in the pecking order by beating the perceived, the very real best that AFI has ever seen. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table in this series.
I'm curious on what's going to go down here, because I know comparing Space Force to the Coast Guard squad that we saw before, they were kind of struggling a little bit more, but seemed to be more streaky as a team. And but we saw how teams were able to kind of be streaky against this Air Force Gaming team. And because they started the day as the first team on stream and now are ending the day as the last team on stream, I wonder if fatigue has gotten to them at all. We'll have to see, but I also feel like they're just having a good time. They're ready to play some more Rocket League and show off their skills one last time for the day here, Relic. I mean, if you had a prediction, what would you say your prediction would be?
Well, let me answer your question with another question. Did any of those Air Force mustaches look ruffled?
No.
Well, there you go. They're going to do absolutely fine. They're going to be, I won't say cruising through, because I think that is a little disingenuous to the series that we're going to watch. I think that is very insulting to the strengths that Space Force can bring to the table. I would like to hope that the Space Force can, at the very least, make these games tight, one-game affairs. But there is a constant driving force behind this Air Force Gaming team that goes beyond AFI 2025. They've got a lossless streak to continue. 2 years they've worked to build up this streak. They don't want to lose it here, let alone at any point during this tournament.
Well, starting off strong already, Crow with the first goal to kick things off 15 seconds into this. Sour Patch Kid, unfortunately, not the best of touches. Dingleberry so close to getting it that touch away. Would have been a great counterattack, but a little bit too fast was Air Force Gaming on the punch.
It's just the number of plans that they have in front of net. Crow was just waiting for that moment and that moment alone. And then when that moment came, of course he was going to score. And they're threatening to do it again. A demo onto Chowder, it don't matter because Chowder has scored from the afterlife.
Huge touch from Chowder, popped up and away. Nobody can get there in time, unfortunately, for the Space Force Gaming defense. This is what I was worried about for this head-to-head matchup between these two teams. Space Force have been prone to struggle a little bit defensively against other squads, but looked really strong on offense. And this is the one team you need to have a good defense against. So tough spot to find yourselves in, especially so quickly into game number one, but they still have a full best of 5 to play against them and plenty of time in this individual game. Not even the first minute has gone by, but it's felt like an eternity for Space Force.
Sour Patch Kid looking for Dingleberry and also Sizzly. So Sizzly wins the race. But really, how much forward momentum did we see there? Chowder steps in to deny any sort of clearance attempt. Here's Chowder again. Sour Patch Kid going sideways. And there's Crow with full 100 boost. He actually chooses conservatism here. Dingleberry lifting over him. Sour Patch Kid with a demo, but now Chowder back on the scene. Straight back into the orange half. Straight back into the center of the box. And thrown away.
No, Sir Sizzly, not the best touches that they could have gone for. Dingleberry chasing those demos, but it felt not the best timing either. Weird triple commit towards the ball. Not knowing exactly where to be positional-wise for Space Force Gaming. Some panic setting in after those first 2 goals went through, especially with time slowly ticking down. So do the chances of Space Force Gaming to come back. Boost has been such a big struggle for them as well. Even with taking the corner boost, Dingleberry has to use almost all of it to get back into position. Last man back, 1v2 off the corner and into the midfield, and Buck's not going to give them any breathing room whatsoever.
Effortless transition. Very cute plays once they get into the orange half here. Space Force, it feels a little more blunt force. That's a lovely throw downfield. So Sizzly with the save. It's one that you'd expect him to make, but here's Chowder to deny Sour Patch Kid possession. And they win the race down the wall into the orange half yet again. Playing with time, playing with Space Force, effortless.
Good touch there for a moment as well. Dingleberry trying to get back to their home base just so that they can defend it as much as possible. Good pass over to Crow. There's a great save by Dingleberry though. Been having to play super defensive. We saw them have a defensively efforted game before where they had to make 8 saves against the other US squad in the competition in the Coast Guard. Even at that point, it's a different level of competition when you're facing off against the champs.
90 seconds left. Good news for Space Force, they haven't conceded in a while. Bad news for Space Force, they haven't scored. Really, that is, you speak of the big elephant in the room, that is the elephant in the room now. That is a fortuitous pinch, which has bought them time and space, but Buck, through the eye of the storm, they find the perfect pathway to undo all of the damage the Space Force could have done. They've just demoed Sour Patch Kid, which ruins their opportunities, but the Air Force gave Space Force 1, and they still couldn't score.
Oh, that's gonna hurt so much. But even then, they have to just pick themselves back up and brush themselves off like nothing happened and go anew for another attack. I haven't seen enough attacks from Space Force Gaming is the main problem here. They've been forced to play defensively, and that's not their strong suit. 30 seconds to go. Chowder looking for the dagger into the hearts of Space Force Gaming. All of the offense in their favor for Air Force Gaming. Even if it goes the other direction for now, it's not going to stay in the blue half for much time at all.
Final seconds. Honestly, they don't want to be spending it defending their own net from a third. But that's exactly what has happened. Vodable, like Peter Jackson's The Hobbit, comparatively speaking to the masterpiece that is The Lord of the Rings. It's not bad, but it's not a great result either.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I like the first one, but it's just they shouldn't have done all of them. I think that's what it was.
I know, man. I know.
Either way. Not everything needs to be a trilogy. But what does need to be a trilogy for Air Force Gaming is getting 3 game wins in a row if they want to keep their streak up. And they want that to be their legacy they leave behind for day 1 of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I think they can do that here and now, but we've seen the strength of the Space Force Gaming squad. We know they have the chance to do it. We'll see if they can prove themselves worthy in this next one.
Yeah, comfortable is the word that comes to mind from an Air Force perspective. We have seen them get a little too comfortable, and there was an admission of that up against the HMS Triumph crew, of course. I think that the Space Force roster has a lot more ferocity, I should say, in the tank. We've already covered that when they are allowed to get into the final third, they tend to do very, very well. A rare miss, honestly, in game one that we were probably surprised to see at the end of the day, but it's a pretty high-intensity position that we find themselves in now with, well, they're trying to steal the crown off Air Force Gaming. They're trying to get a game off Air Force Gaming, something that has not been done in literal years.
Crazy to think that that's what's been happening so far in these competitions. They have not dropped the game.
Oh no.
And they're not going to drop anything but a goal in the back of the net that time. What a touch by Buck. Unfortunate for the defense, though. They were not in position for it.
It's interesting looking at what Dingleberry did there. Technically could have gathered more momentum from the front flip. It does risk losing control and or hitting the ball and inadvertently scoring anyway. But choosing safety against Air Force Gaming doesn't seem to be rewarding anybody. Being brash, throwing them as far off their groove as they could possibly be, seems to be the order which gets things done. And for example here, a bit of a chaotic touch away. I mean, Buck's now gone right back on the attack, but has gone wide. But forcing them to play a little faster means that they will have misses like this. Playing it short and sweet means that they're going to score like this.
Oh man, the demo opening some space. So Sizzly didn't know exactly where to be and just was in an odd spot with no boost. It's the worst position you want to find yourselves in because you're just stuck in a hurricane trying to navigate. And you just sometimes have to just wait for it to pass by. That's what it felt like there for the defense. The goal went through and they're like, okay, time to pick up the pieces and see what we can make out of this afterwards. Sour Patch Kid gives the ball up to Sir Sizzly. Almost centered it enough, but all three members of Air Force Gaming are not going to let them advance the ball towards their territory much further.
Well, my cat has joined the viewing gallery, meowing for entertainment. And Air Force Gaming, I would like to see you oblige. My cat doesn't like to be kept waiting. Oh man, that was a heck of a save from Dingleberry to deny the third. I think honestly, it's not sit back and relax for Air Force Gaming, especially when the counters can still attack like that. But just defusing the situation, putting it back into a dangerous area for this orange side. There's Buck. Dingleberry and, well, Sour Patch Kid were going to combine, throws them out of the way. There's Dingleberry. They're just stuck to their corner, vulnerable.
Such a tough spot to find themselves in because they want to play offense so badly. And as soon as they go out there, you can see two members kind of committing towards the ball with no boost.
Oh.
They need to have a game plan, and it's a tough spot to be in, but so much power behind that shot from Air Force Gaming that they're just not giving them time on the blue half to do anything.
Space Force have registered a shot. I repeat, Space Force have registered a shot. Unfortunately, it might have been the weakest shot in the entire existence of the human race. It's a rough look. 2 minutes left though. 2 goals. In any other Rocket League game, not unassailable. In this game, Air Force Gaming don't care.
Another close shave for Space Force Gaming, but this is not where they want to find themselves. They still have a chance to come back if they can get possession of the ball long enough to gather some boost along the way. The demo will buy them some time and some wiggle room, but again, there's nothing. All the midfield boost canisters had been taken. All the demos going through on the other side. Sour Patch Kid at least has something, but not the angle that they were hoping for. Chowder just wasting time, going for flip resets on the ball in their own half. They don't even really need to do too much because they know if we hold on to this lead, that's all we need. A good passing play. Great demo, though, from Sir Sizzly. That was dangerous.
Congratulating himself with the nice bump award. Love it. Although now is not the time for quick chat. Now is the time for all hands on deck. Not a favorable bump for Sour Patch Kid here. In fact, it's, again, surprise, surprise, ended up fortuitously for Air Force Gaming as Crow was looking to arrest this ball and lock it up in, once again, this orange goal that has been truly, utterly, completely battered in Game 2.
So Sizzly's trying to do everything for this team right now. Took the boost in both corners like 2 times in a row, went for the ball and everything as well. Just having such an odd spot in their positional rotation, and now just trying to bring them back from this destruction they have found themselves in. 10 seconds ago, might have a counterattack, but it will be deflected by Crow instead. No time to come back, even if a last-second ditch effort resulted in a goal for Space Force Gaming. So far, so good. Business as usual for Air Force Gaming. They're ready to wrap things up before dinner time and get ready for the next day of competition. One more for them to have swept all of their series today.
It's feeling pretty COVID-19 out here, Vodable, because this series is on lockdown. 2 goals, 0 conceded, both games in a row, and both games following such a similar pattern. A couple of looks, being generous here or there for the Space Force. Meanwhile, the Air Force could genuinely have had 3 or 4 goals had it not been for the defense of the Space Force, which, let's give credit where credit is due, much better look in terms of defensive rotations for the Space Force than I think we've seen at any point today. That's great, but they can't seem to strike the balance of defending well and finding that strong transition that will allow them to create opportunities of their own at the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, we saw 3 saves from Dingleberry, 2 from Sir Sizzly, 1 from Sour Patch Kid, but obviously a lot more stops before shots were taken by their opposing side. So 1 shot is not enough to get you a victory against Air Force Gaming. Sometimes even 10 shots doesn't prove to be enough either, so they need to get those numbers up and fast, and demos definitely help create some opportunities, but they have to have people in position to be there when it happens, to take advantage of those opportunities as they're made.
Bumped, bruised, but still standing strong. The Air Force Gaming defense have certainly weathered it in this opening 30 seconds, which is more than what can be said, to be fair, for the previous games. Buck sees Crow. No handoff in sight as Crow setting up for the shot. And interesting, Sir Sizzly prioritizing disruption and risking the backwards pass. It has somehow made its way into the blue half of the field. It's forced now a double commit from Air Force Gaming. And maybe now Space Force can look to put the proverbial dagger to the neck here.
Be a massive win for them after all this effort if they were able to get on the board first against Air Force Gaming. It won't be so easy about to do that against our reigning champs. Made me lose my train of thought because of that beautiful setup.
Air Force Gaming, it's the Thanos moment. They are inevitable. You know that they are going to score at some point within the 5 minutes, whether it's 1 goal or 65 million goals. It's going to happen. So what's your answer? We ask for the 3rd time, Space Force. Do you even have one, or do we need to get you a phone book?
We'll have to phone home and maybe phone a friend in between days if they want to take down this Air Force Gaming roster. Chowder just with the double tap off the backboard into the net. That's such a disrespectful move here, but it's exactly what we want to see at this level of the game.
Genuinely, at the end of the day, it does kind of leave you speechless. There are only so many superlatives that we can think of to describe this Air Force Gaming roster that is so clean. I mean, genuinely, the most excitement that we've seen in terms of flaws from Air Force Gaming is that one double commit that one time 30 seconds ago. It's not something that you see. It is notable because it actually happened. They are not machines, but they're pretty darn close. Less than 3 minutes left, and look, we can say the same thing over and over again. There is an opportunity, there is a door open for Space Force Gaming to work their way back into this. The real question is, can they?
Only time will tell. We're about at the halfway point of this one. Drop down from Dingleberry. 2 players committed by Space Force Gaming. With the slow approach by Chowder, even with the air dribble bump, won't really be enough to give them a goal, but still precious seconds taken off the clock, and that time it does for Crow. The defense was not prepared for the shot.
Well, it's not another 2-0. Bad news if you're a Space Force fan. It means that that mountain just got a little bit taller. Grab your pickaxes, grab your harnesses, because you might need a safety net. 2v1, surely no! Crow stands up tall!
Oh my goodness, so close on the transition again for a 4th goal. They want to put on a showcase for our last game, potentially of the day. Air Force Gaming with Buck. The demo comes through, Sir Sizzly all the way back to their home base. Another demo on the goal line, the last man to defend, and actually comes together with Sour Patch Kid. Ingenuity is what we saw there to stop the oppressive offense from Air Force Gaming, at least for now. You can only do so much when you're getting demoed left and right.
Sir Sizzly can't beat Chowder. First man in the line, and they still can't beat them. And what a pass. Crow simply not fast enough to respond in time. And now we're heading towards that final 60 seconds. I think 1 goal would service Space Force just fine. It's been clinical from Air Force.
That it has, proving that they are still the best team around, even with roster changes. But we'll see if that continues to be the case throughout the weekend. We still have more days of competition. So close to getting that one out, but unfortunately cannot stop the momentum that Air Force Gaming seem to be having a landslide victory.
Well, now that we've had a second 2-0, we could pretend that we played game 4. And that we actually did extend this series somehow. But no, in reality, it's just impressive, okay? I mean, I wasn't joking when I said sometimes you just run out of words for these teams. There's a 5th. I mean, at this point, we're just stat padding. But it's going to take one hell of an effort from any of these teams to grab even 1 game from this roster. The one mistake that they made, right? The one mistake that Air Force Gaming made outside of that double commit was basically giving Space Force a chance for free. You also had the 2v1 from Space Force off kickoff. And they still have a contingency plan, but there's your goal!
Okay.
It's the moment that everyone's been waiting for.
So you're telling me there's a chance? 35 seconds, it is a possibility, technically.
1 goal every 5 seconds, kickoffs.
Yeah, if everything collapses for Air Force Gaming, it would be possible, but either way, I mean, that's gotta feel good for Space Force Gaming to at least get on the board against Air Force Gaming here. Done everything that they can so far in this series. Air Force Gaming just proven to be the top dogs on the food chain for now, and looking to keep that fury going throughout the rest of the competition this weekend. They are the team to beat here, Relic, and they are proving exactly why. Series after series after series after series, with 4-0 as their ending tally, and that is one way to go out for the first day of competition.
Extraordinary. In every meaning of the word that you can think of which there aren't many. I already looked it up, folks. 3-0 sweep against the Space Force The Air Force is back at A5, and they look just as dangerous as ever, despite the roster changes. It's a talent factory, a conveyor belt of carnage, and I can't wait to see what they can achieve as the weekend progresses.
Well, I can't wait to hear from our lovely host here at Jar of Jam, at least in our little caster booth. Jar, how did you feel, or Jar of Jam, excuse me, how did you feel about that series with how dominant Air Force Gaming have been all day?
Honestly, at some point, all of these sequels get a bit boring. We keep on seeing the same thing over and over again, over and over again. U.S. Air Force wins again. No, it's great to see that. It is domination because it sets up a great storyline for somebody to knock them down a peg. And it's going to get only harder going further on. The thing is, for now, they are the undisputed champions of the round-robin group stage. They still have, of course, 2 series tomorrow. But so far, they're looking like they're going to be grabbing that coveted #1 seed. For now, though, who on earth can stop them? They haven't played Coast Guard just yet. And just like we had them in the grand finals last year, it's going to be a spectacle of a group stage, that's for sure. No further questions, folks. Generally, no further questions.
Oh, no, it's just that's it. No.
That's a statement.
No,
that is a straight-up statement.
I mean,
but,
the
Jensen, yourselves. Yeah, go ahead.
As I say, the Coast Guards did get close last year. I think that's worth remembering. And as we've seen from today, if you just want to purely read the table and go off that for the form book, they look like the second strongest team once again. I'm sure we'll see some progression from today to tomorrow. The likes of the French Air Force, we know that the Storm Shadows are going to go and do their VOD reviews. We might see some progressions overnight with time and being able to digest what just happened. But yeah, the Air Force are still the favorites, undoubtedly so. Why wouldn't they be when they are bringing 3 SSLs to the lobby and no one else can?
Audible, before we throw it to Killer Pigeon on the interview lounge, any final thoughts about this 12 series day that we just witnessed?
Great Rocket League GG go next for those teams who didn't perform as well as they wanted to. There's still more days of competition, still more action. Make sure those who are tuning in follow the action tomorrow as well.
Oh my God, we're starting at 9 a.m. Central European Summer Time tomorrow. So be sure to tune in, but it's not over just yet. Killer Pigeon is standing by with an interview, but it's all from us, Jar of Jam, Vaudible, and Relic. We'll see you tomorrow. KP, take it away.
Absolute destromination from the AFG boys here on day #1 of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm joined by the captain of Team Chowder for the final interview of the day. First off, what's it going to take to beat you guys?
It's going to take a lot. We've been practicing a lot. We've been a team for over 8 months now, and we really honed out a lot of our skill sets, and we're comfortable playing together. So it's going to take a lot to beat us.
How did you feel about your opponent's playstyle this time around? Because it felt like Space Force took a more defensive approach, maybe looking for the reactionary attacks. Did you rate that? Did that catch you by surprise, or did you feel like they weren't playing to their strengths with that play?
I mean, overall, it's not a bad play style. They play defensive. Most of the game we had pressure, though, and we were keeping it in their half for pretty much the entire game, so we weren't too worried about strong counterattacks or anything. I think we played our game, that's what matters, and came out on top, so.
Well, the streak continues. You haven't bled once, but there's still room for perfection. You keep slipping a goal in here or there. I guess there's going to be a talk or two, a pep talk or two, maybe some refinements to try and stop that on day #2.
You know, we're playing our game and occasionally let in a goal, and that's okay, but I think when we're playing at our best, it's going to be really hard to score. So we'll see day 2. I think we're going to come back stronger.
Biggest fear, biggest opponent going to be Coast Guards in the group stage for day #2?
Yeah, I mean, Coast Guard, always worried about them. They're our friends. We know how we play. They know how we play. We know how they play. So it's always a toss-up, but fun to play them, and overall, we're just excited.
Well, I'm excited to see it. The action kicks off at 9 a.m. tomorrow, folks, local German time, so make sure you convert that to your zones as appropriate, same times today. But big shout out to everyone here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025 for making day #1 fantastic. Shout out to USAA for hosting and presenting this, and of course the folks at 86th FSS for hosting us on this wonderful venue. But make sure you're here. You do not want to miss it, because tomorrow, elims begin. It's not quite the stage where we're saying au revoir, farewell, or whatever the language is going to be to our teams. But there's many things on stake here. Can an American team bleed to a non-American team? Can AFG be slain? Or are we just on our way rapidly towards a 3-peat? Join us tomorrow to find out here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational.